And there it is. And so it begins. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow, and so it begins. And so I begin. I have begun. Are you a beginner? Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. The session has commenced, and your company is required. So this is the time that we do that thing that we do. I am doing it. Are you? Are you a doer? One man went to mow. The done one. The one of one. The whatever it is. The eagle has landed.
Only water. Water. Only water. Where is Sima? Water. Water, 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 water. Only water. Where is Sima? Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there you are. There you heard it. Akoko ọ̀run meiko ìgbàlà tí ele he. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe ìgbàlà tí ele he. So ikú kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe. As guys, I bring you this. Buhari has done more than United States government in terms of infrastructure, works minister Fashola says. So there it is right there. This is it. Oh, this is what we're contending with within the Nigerian space. So never mind telling us, point cameras. You know, this is no task now to just broadcast these things. You don't even, all you even need is just a phone to do these things. So never mind tell us, show us, but it tells us instead, Buhari has done more than the United States government in terms of infrastructure, works minister Fashola says. So there it is right there. Omodadi to the end is just that fiefdom, that whatever it is that they are pledging to the warlord from Daura. So from the warlord from Daura to the kingpin of the southwestern space, at least he will have it be the case, and the southeast will have him be that person as well. 2023, Tinubu physically fit than many youths. Joe Igbokwe speaking, this is it, and it's not Comedy Central, and it is not April the 1st. So this is a supposedly senior person from the southeast, a serious man, saying this to space. 2023, Tinubu physically fit than many youths. A headline attributed to Joe Igbokwe. So there it is. How he justifies that, we find out soon enough. Security situation in the northwest has overwhelmed me. Buhari speaks to space, so an abject, categorical, and absolute surrender then to the insurgents. Because if Buhari is claiming that the security situation in his own yard has overwhelmed him, then that means it's an in intractable, insurmountable situation. This is a language of surrender. So the white flag, security situation in the Northwest has overwhelmed me, a headline attributed to the Aboki from Daura. So from the Aboki from the Aboki from Daura, we are back to Fashola again. We have enough money to fund federal highway projects. Fashola speaking, the works minister. So if anybody should know, he should know. That then just enlarges that question mark that surrounds that endless borrowing that they do. If they have enough money, then the next go-to question is why. But he insists we have enough money to fund federal highway projects, a headline attributed to Fashola. So still with politics or presidential, 2023, SANWO-OLU endorses Tinubu as next president of Nigeria. So this is the thing now that you'll be seeing in quick successions now. People now pledging their loyalty to this guy. Turn by turn, you'll be seeing it coming out. Just bear with me one moment. Just bear with me one moment. Oh, sorry about that. So yeah, so you'll be seeing this happening with increasing frequency, not increasingly, but increasing. That you see, that is the thing. When I pause for a moment, I just lose my flow because I do these things organically. You may believe it or not, and some of you might not find that surprising. Just the cack-handed way that I do go about it. But I just say whatever comes to my mind. But what comes out of reading 2023 presidency, SANWO-OLU endorses Tinubu as next president of Nigeria. So I was saying that a lot of people will be pledging their fealty now to their king Don, the Alpha One of their space. I was going to say the Alpha One of Yoruba land, but it's not the Alpha One of Yoruba land. It's the Alpha One of the corrupt politicians. But a lot of them that he has served over the years will now come and pledge their fealty to this element. First person to move, of course, from that is SANWO-OLU. SANWO-OLU endorses Tinubu as next president of Nigeria. So from that to this, I'm just bringing you as a satellite story because it surprises me somewhat, given the sort of stories that we hear coming out of Nigeria. So knowing the sort of stories that we do have coming out of Nigeria, weigh that against this headline: shortage of dead bodies not helping anatomy study in Nigeria. Professor Ajawo alarming to the space that they don't have enough corpses for medical students. So this now runs contrary, of course, to all of the news that we hear coming out of the Nigerian space, almost like a slaughterhouse, the entirety of the country, but not enough slaughtering going on according to the tertiary institutions. Shortage of dead bodies not helping anatomy study in Nigeria. Professor Ajao speaking, so quite what he means by that, we'll find out just shortly. We'll round off with this one, a story that we birthed that is now developing. Help us beg Atiku to allow Southern presidency in 2023. Afegbua appeals to Nigerians. So Afegbua, of course, once upon a time a spokesperson of Atiku, and he for 10, 15, 20 years would have it no other way that this now guy must be the president of Nigeria. So now a volte-face, a complete 360, a turnaround to confront himself in the reverse order, and here it is, help us beg Atiku to allow Southern presidency in 2023. Afegbua appeals to Nigerians. So that is the menu, and I am the chef. But where are you? The diners. Gather, come join. One man went to mow. A bad man looking good in Dior. The eagle has landed.
Do I call? O Mary, Abakare, Mama Daora, Olabori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a third. Unaboli Maryland. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two. Now Python dance three. Unaboli Maryland. Nnamdi bu onye du aimo. O meri wone nizu biro ya. Abakare Mamanda Ora. Unaboli Maryland. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two. Now Python dance three. Unaboli Maryland. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two. Now Python dance three. Unaboli Maryland. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two. Now Python dance three. Unaboli Maryland. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two. Now Python dance three. Unaboli Maryland. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance one, Python dance two. Now Python dance three. Unaboli Maryland.
And there you heard it. Still the East insist. Python dance, and then they win the war. Python dance, and then they wins the war. Pardon me. So Python dance, and then they wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Buhari has done more than the United States government in terms of infrastructure, Works Minister Fashola says. Minister of Works and Housing Babatunde Fashola has stated that the government of President Muhammad Buhari has more achievements than the United States government in terms of infrastructure. Fashola said this in Kano during the All Progressive Congress Conversation Series on Thursday. The series is the ruling party's initiative of creating awareness on its achievements in the last 7 years, Fashola said. I can assure you that the present APC administration of President Buhari has achieved what even the United States government is trying to do in terms of infrastructure. As at December 2021, we have completed 941 kilometers of road across all states and geopolitical zones. In Kano State, here, for instance, there are 21 road projects either in, around, or in the neighboring communities. Before APC administration, when last do you remember federal government completed 50 kilometers of road in any part of Nigeria? So this is the positive change we promised Nigerians in 2015, and it is already happening. They say we are the same with them, but we are not. They stole money and took it abroad, but we are taking this money back and investing it in the area of infrastructure. Fashola added that presently there are 850 ongoing projects under his ministry, including roads and bridges construction, as well as houses in 34 states of the country. So there you have it now. A mass building project according to this guy. These are his words, by the way. Impressive figures, but where are the receipts, as they say? Where is the receipt? Because the only receipts that people want to see now are video evidence that is presented and verified by the people local to that space, by the way. Because we've seen video evidence before that did not cohere. We saw infrastructure being built in Kano that they are saying they are building some tomato plants only for some Arab-looking woman, some actually not Arab, Eastern European woman, to come out on Instagram to say that was our private establishment that the government of Kano was claiming as an infrastructure. We've seen instances of imageries of roads being constructed in Kaduna State only for somebody in Gilgit, of all places in Pakistan, to go on Instagram to say that no, this road. So we need video evidence from them, verified by people local to that place, but certainly not the empty words of a functionary of the party. So there you are, empty words of a functionary of the party. So rinse and repeat that. 2023, Tinubu physically fit than many Nigerian youths. Igbokwe speaking. So why quite he's saying that, we find out. Though Igbokwe, an aide to Governor Babajide SANWO-OLU of Lagos State, has said the national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is stronger than many youths in the country. Igbokwe made this submission on Thursday during an appearance on a breakfast program on Arise News, the morning show monitored by correspondents. The Special Advisor to Governor SANWO-OLU on Drainage and Water Resources argued that Tinubu is physically fit and mentally strong to lead the country in the next dispensation. Igbokwe stated that age has nothing to do with the former Lagos State Governor succeeding President Muhammad Buhari in 2023, noting that Tinubu is qualified and has a lot of experience to become the president. The APC chieftain opined that Tinubu is not older than the current president of the United States, Joe Biden, or his successor, Donald Trump. Igbokwe said, this kind of question will always come. When you get to the United States, the number one democratic nation, you have seen Trump, you know his age, you have Joe Biden, you know his age. Age has nothing to do with it. It is just a number. So he, Tinubu, has the capacity. He is coming to the table with a lot of experience, and you cannot ignore that. What we should do is pray for him. I don't think he's older than Biden. I don't think he's older than the former President Trump. He's 69. That is his age. Even if he was 70, he's qualified. Even if he was 80, he is qualified. So long as he is physically fit and has the mental alertness to do the job. Igbokwe said he will be rooting for the APC national leader to emerge as the party's flag bearer at the APC National Convention in February, dismissing talks of conflict of choice between Oshibanjo and Tinubu. He added, it is the party that will decide. We will go to the National Convention. Whoever emerges, we will support that person because only one candidate will be fielded by the APC. It can be Asiwaju Tinubu, it can be Oshibanjo, it can be Umahi. But as I speak to you now, my voter's card is in my pocket and I am going to use it to vote for Asiwaju if he wins the primaries. So there you have it, Joe Igbokwe. Essentially, if he's saying that Tinubu is fitter than most Nigerian youths, then Iguavon was remiss not to have taken him as the striker for the African Nations Cup. Maybe we would have gone a bit further in that competition. Security situation in the Northwest has overwhelmed me. President Muhammad Buhari has admitted he's overwhelmed by the security situation in the Northwest region. Pardon me. President Muhammad Buhari has admitted he is overwhelmed by the security situation in the northwest region of the country. The president said this at the Palace of Sultan of Sokoto, Saad Abubakar, on Thursday, January the 27th. Buhari, who noted that the security situation in the northeast and south-south has improved, compared to when he assumed office, maintained that his administration has been doing its best. He also said the military and law enforcement agencies have been given a clear order they shouldn't spare any bandit or terrorist, the president said. Every day, we are worried about what is happening in the Northwest. When we came, if Nigerians are to be fair to us, they know the condition in the Northeast and the South-South. But what is happening now in the Northwest is what has honestly overwhelmed me. The same people, the same culture, killing each other, stealing each other's property. We are going to do our best, and the military and law enforcement agencies have been given a clear order that they shouldn't spare any bandits or terrorists. We are going to hand over a secure country better than we inherited. So there you have it right there, the language of surrender. We have enough money to fund federal federal highway projects, rather. Fashola speaks. It speaks again, I should say. He's spoken already, but it speaks again. Babatunde Fashola, Minister of Works and Housing, has rubbished speculation that the federal government lacks the needed funds to complete road projects across Nigeria. He said on Wednesday that as it is now, no single federal highway is in jeopardy throughout the country, is either as a result of lack of funding or improper supervision. Making the disclosure when he inspected the Kano Katsina highway, Fashola identified lack of proper funding and right of way as the major impediments retarding the progress of work on the ongoing projects in the country, saying, however, that it is not a case of government lacking money to complete them. Fashola said, although we are making progress, as you have heard from our controllers on the Kano section, we are now on the border between Kano and Katsina. Similarly, work has started on the Katsina boundary junction. Right, on the Katsina boundary junction. He said the challenge now is the dualizing. He said the challenge now is of dualizing what was a single carriage road to a dual carriage road to make the road more conducive for a greater volume of traffic. The minister said that means the minister said that means they must move people who have set up facilities such as markets and shops and to relocate electricity poles and other things like paying compensation as provided by the law. That is essentially a state responsibility because the powers granted to the state under the constitution with respect to land control, what we need really is right of way. We are hopeful that the state governors will respond and cooperate with us. We expect that from them so that we can provide the needed infrastructure that will connect the states. Yesterday, when I came into Kano, I met with the governor and he assured me that the state had gone far on the issue of payment of compensation. I am hopeful that we will have a similar response from Katsina State Governor, he said. Whilst commenting on the issue of lack of funding, he said, we must commend our principal, the president, for his commitment in investing whatever resources the federal government earned in building and providing infrastructures. And that is really an investment for the future. As I said earlier, this road, Kano to Katsina, was a single carriageway, but somebody thought it wise to expand it, and this is done across the country. We were, until now, living on aging infrastructures and were making business and daily activities quite challenging. On the role of Sukuk, he said it is currently covering specific road networks across the country. Fashola said the finance ministry will release funds to Sukuk. Pardon me. Fashola said the finance ministry will release funds to Sukuk in 2 weeks' time for the continuation of the Kano to Katsina road projects. He said on the Abuja Kaduna Zaria to Kano road, I would like to assure that the project will definitely be completed before the president leaves office. We are doing everything possible to make sure that all urban roads like Lagos Ibadan Expressway, Second Niger Bridge, Kaduna Western Bypass, Kano to Maiduguri, and many more in southern and eastern parts of the country will be completed before the expiration of PMB's tenure. Most of these projects will come under the Highway Management Development Initiative. He said with the coming of the present administration 7 years ago, there is a serious commitment to infrastructural development, and that is why the federal government dissipated most of his resources on payments of contractors. Most legitimate way to reach out to the common man is by settling contractors who will, in turn, pay their debts and workers and monies paid to them to stimulate the economy, he said. So there you have it. It's stimulating the economy by paying contractors. But how that coheres with the poverty that we're hearing in the country, because that is they're essentially saying they are pumping money into the economy via projects, but the country is just groaning under the weight of poverty. So their language and reality, as ever, there's no consonance between the two. 2023 presidency, SANWO-OLU endorses Tinubu as next president of Nigeria. So this, of course, there's not an of course story. What else would you expect? Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Thursday declared that Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is the most qualified Nigerian to emerge president of the country in 2023. Governor Sanwo-Olu made the submission during the formal inauguration of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu ABAT movement working committee in the Ikeja GRA. According to the governor, Tinubu has over the years demonstrated the ability to effectively manage human and material resources for visible progress. He added that Tinubu has demonstrated what he can do during his time as the Lagos State governor and can also transform Nigeria as the president. Our correspondents understand that ABAT was conceived and set up by members of Governors Advisory Council in Lagos for the actualization of Tinubu's 2023 presidential ambition. The governor said, "Our country is the most populous black nation in the world, and the responsibility that comes with that is enormous. No doubt that the destiny of the entire black race is tied to the greatness of Nigeria. If our country must be great, we have the responsibility to choose the leadership that will bring about true transformation across every facet of our national life. Who is that rallying figure that should lead the country in this journey?" Pardon me. Just hold on one moment. Let me just have a good gulp of water. Let me have a good gulp of water. Okay. Forgive me. I know I'm a bushman. I know I shouldn't be doing that, but there we are. Who is that rallying figure that should lead us in this journey? The answer is deeply connected to our mission and purpose here today. That person must be a detribalized Nigerian, a bridge builder who has been tested and trusted, a thinker who must sustain the legacy our current president is leaving behind. That person is the reason we are inaugurating this movement for the actualization of his presidential ambition. That person is our great leader, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let us tell the naysayers and those who are still in doubt that we are ready to work for the realization of this ambition because Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the number one saleable candidate for the president. We will preach this gospel with diligence, dedication, and high sense of commitment. Asiwaju is an unfolding success. Asiwaju is an unfolding success story our nation deserves at this time. The governor was in the company of his deputy, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, Speaker of the House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, and all members of the State Executive Council at the inauguration. Also, the APC leaders across the state's 57 local government councils and a large number of party supporters were at the event. So the entirety of Lagos State then endorses Tinubu essentially, is what we are saying, is what he is saying. Not we, because I don't endorse Tinubu, but they are saying. So that is Sanwo-Olu now doing the predictable. But this now a departure from politics, but somewhat of a curious story. shortage of dead bodies not helping anatomy study in Nigeria. Professor Ajawo Alamin, so let's meet who he is and why he's saying this. Limited numbers of cadavers for study in most medical schools in the country has been identified as limited numbers of cadavers for study in most medical schools in the country has been identified as hobbling the study of anatomy and achievement of its attendant gains, says Professor Muyosore Saliu Ajao, a professor of anatomy at the University of Ilorin. Moyosore made the observation whilst delivering the 214th inaugural lecture at the university titled The Belly, the Brain, and the Environmental Toxins, Balancing the Conflicts Between Necessity and Cost. Inaugural lectures happen once in the lifetime of most senior academics. Such occasions are meant to showcase the life work of such a scholar. For Professor Ajao, a career in anatomy at the university has hovered around four main points, which are perceptions of students, teachers, and populace about anatomy and the application of the subject to day-to-day life, his contribution in the study of environmental toxins, the brain, and comparative neuro neuroanatomical you see, this is why I don't like to do. This is why you start to all these just technical words, neuroanatomical studies and its application to human existence and training and mentorship in the field of anatomy to upcoming and future generation of anatomists. The scholar observed that a unique thing about the study of anatomy in most schools is the non-availability of raw materials needed for its practical classes. They are never sold in the market in any part of the world, he said, referring to the availability of dead bodies for study, since human anatomy is the science that is concerned with the structures of human body, these structures cannot be fully understood with written descriptions to to dimensional pictures or plastic models. The dissection of the human body, cadavers, is the basis for understanding the structure and functions of the human body for several centuries. In other words, to fully understand the importance of cadavers to man is far and beyond what we should overlook. The major challenge I noticed on my assumption of office as a young lecturer in the Department of Anatomy was the chronic shortages of cadavers in the department, and after a quick check on other universities, I discovered that we were not alone in the struggle to get bodies fit enough for dissection, he added. Citing one of his studies, Professor Ajao observed that there are different causes of lack in the Nigerian varsities, which reflected a poor ratio of students to cadaver during study in medical schools in Nigeria. This finding is consistent with the earlier report from China, where about 12 to 15 students used a body against international standards that recommended maximum 6 students to one body. Uh, um, the National Universities Commission recommends an average of 8 students per body in Nigeria, but Professor Ajao said that pressure to produce more doctors in the country keeps mounting every year, and so the students' population continued to rise whilst provision of facilities, including cadavers supply, are limited. So there you have it, not enough dead bodies in Nigeria. Is this something that you ever thought you will ever hear? But that is what they are asserting. So we land on this story finally, and then we come in to see if there's anybody there to take it on. Help us beg Atiku to allow Southern presidency in 2023. Afegbua appeals to Nigerians. A chieftain of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Prince Kasim Afegbua, has urged Nigerians to appeal to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to drop his presidential ambition in 2023 and work for zoning of tickets to the South. Speaking in an interview with correspondents, Afegbua, who was the spokesperson of Atiku Abubakar Presidential Campaign Organization during the 2019 election, also zoning the PDP to the north, will mark another round of political crisis in the country. Afegbua, who said Atiku will be 77 years by 2023, urged him to play the role of a statesman and mentor, younger ones for political offices rather than struggling to cope with the rigorous work of president, as in the case of President Muhammad Buhari. The former commissioner for information in Edo State said, ceding the ticket to the north will mark the beginning of another round of political contestation and crisis. True, we cannot afford that luxury now. We need to call a spade by its very name. It is better avoided than allowed. It is better avoided than allow selfish political interest to detail the flow of discourse in terms of our political stability. If Alhaji Atiku can behave like a statesman and bid goodbye to partisan politics and join his colleague octogenarians in helping to shape public discourse and mentoring the younger ones for political office. At age 77 in 2023, he would have become older. The bones at such age will be showing signs of exhaustion. The bones at such age will be showing signs of exhaustion, and weakness. President Buhari recently told Nigerians that working 6 to 8 hours every day at age 79 was no joke. That is the honest truth. And yet you want us to go for another metal seller again. Please help us beg Alhaji Atiku that it is the turn of the South and he should not use his ambition to thwart the flow of events. Help us beg him. So help us beg Atiku is now what his former once upon a time champion is now clamoring for. Solly, I see you. Are you there, Solly? Okay, so Solly, sorry.
Hello.
All right, good. So yeah, so good to have you, Solly. So to it then. Let me start you actually from this with this curious story that there are not enough dead bodies for medical students in Nigeria. What are you making of that? And does that catch you somewhat as a surprise? What even are the rules for that?
Well, in terms of just having dead bodies, I would.
And
If it
there are
was
not enough dead bodies in Nigeria.
in
Why we
Nigeria,
just go
no,
to Oshodi back, Oshodi now and wait 2
no.
hours and take 10.
I think there are so many dead bodies. People are so desensitized to it.
Hmm.
Unless, like I said, they are looking for a particular set of body.
Hmm.
Like they have a criteria that they're looking for, and then there may be a problem. But basically, on normal dead bodies, it's desensitized.
Do you have an idea of how that process works? Because I am assuming that they get their supplies from mortuaries, and I'm
Yes.
assuming that that supply will be some unclaimed body that nobody can identify who they should hand it to. But are there
Uh,
legal rules around that? Because I cannot imagine there's a dearth of dead bodies in Nigeria with all the savagery that goes on.
Well, I had a friend who was studying medicine, and it seemed like they always had to get consent from someone before, they can't just take body and just decide that you want to use it for medical
Mm,
practices. Some people don't want that for the dead body. Some people
mm,
want straight to mortuary. And then, religion plays a part also. It depends on the religion of the people that are dying. If, well, they are of Muslim religion, I heard that they bury them in like 3 days or
mm.
something. So the burial is very fast. Maybe it's the sudden or increase, in that religion, that maybe they are being limited to a lower amount of bodies that they can access for medical practices.
It'd be curious to know just what the processes are, because there are, it is my imagination that there will be a lot of unclaimed dead bodies in
Yes,
Nigeria that are just in
yes,
mortuaries. They cannot identify the family, and I'm sure there's a moratorium in terms of the amount of time that these people can be kept until they
yes,
have to be disposed of or buried. So
yes.
if these bodies are unclaimed, is there not a structure in place for for them to be availed to the universities for the greater good?
Well, the whole system is crumbling. So I won't be surprised if that system that was available is crumbled also, one way or the other, through corruption or bribery, even
All
if
right,
there
but
is.
this seems to be a global phenomenon, by the way, Solly, because he also cited the same struggles in China. You can imagine, I don't imagine that they don't have I mean, with the way the government just slaughters their people in China. I mean, I'm not sure if it's even as bad, if not worse than uh but let's leave that. Let's go back to politics, which is our mainstay within this
Yeah.
space. And boastfully now, Fashola beats his chest that Mallam Buhari has given both Joe Biden and Donald Trump a beat down. What are you then making of this double dutch by the
You
Lagos
know,
man?
when I see and hear things like this, it shocks me and it scares me at the same time. It shocks me because I realize that Nigeria has reached a level of lower intelligence with majority of the people that they can believe such lies. Because majority, whether it sounds ridiculous or not, majority will still believe it because they have no way to verify these things. Another fearful part is that it shows a sign of lack of education and exposure of the country. When you have a Nigerian passport, everybody always wants to go to the West, first world country. They don't really want to look around to other countries like South Africa, Ghana. Most Nigerians just want to stay in Nigeria because of their limited passports. They don't want to. They don't have any other country in their sight except for US, Canada, and maybe the UK. So with such a narrow-minded view, they will always not want to explore what is around them and what they can actually attain, which limits their exposure. When you have exposure, I've met people that I know if I was in Nigeria, I would have never met, both good or bad. And I learned from these people. These experiences give me exposure because these kind of things don't only happen in Nigeria. They happen in different countries. There are about 170 countries or 180 countries. Nigeria can't be the only country that only one kind of thing is happening to them. But when you don't even know these countries exist, your intelligence is lowered. And I'm very disappointed in the politicians because they say things like this because they are very well exposed. They are very well educated. It's like they just come to Nigeria. Nigeria is just one village that they know that they can come and do whatever they want. Things they could not do in first world countries. They just go to their village, they do whatever they want, behave however they want, and just a place they can just go and scoop money and come back to the West because maybe the West is too hard for them and the way they are. There's so much limits, so much regulations. These people don't like too much regulation. They all want to go home, bag boo, spoil the whole place, and as long as they get what they want, take it out. It's very disappointing. Very, very
I,
disappointing.
I'll post a link in the comment section. Solly is of this Russian girl. She loves Nigeria so much. Never haven't even ever been out of Russia before in her life. She loved. Now you know how we sweep across the globe, the music, the
Yes,
culture, the swagger. So she got
yes,
subsumed with that. You know, we just capture all the women, don't we? So she got
yeah. I didn't
subsumed
see the
with
link.
no, no, I've not posted it yet.
Oh,
So
okay.
she was subsumed with that to the point that this girl that's never really been out of her country before, she packed her bags and moved to Nigeria.
Yes, okay. I saw it. I saw
She
it.
lived in Nigeria for 1 year and she suddenly left and then she ended
You
up
know
in
the only
Egypt.
thing she complained about? Nigerian government. She
You know,
said she
it
stayed
was a
there.
hellish life. She
Yes,
said she wants to be able to enter public transport without taking Uber every time. She wants to be able
yes,
to go online. She wants to be able
yes,
to feel free and go for a walk. Something as
yes,
basic as go for a. She says she can walk 10 meters out of her house. This was the thing. She wasn't. I mean, this was somebody that adored the country until she
yes,
experienced it. you
yes.
know.
I've met so many people like that. So many. So
Hmm.
many. The Nigerian government does not allow, it does not, the people are not even begging the Nigerian government to
Maybe I
do
shouldn't have
anything.
posted that. Maybe people start clicking now. Let me quickly delete it. But I carry on, because
You know,
I need the traffic. Yeah, carry on.
Nigerian people are very resilient. One thing I've realized is there are not many people that have the resilience as a Nigerian. You have the Americans, they are resilient. The majority of them believe that if they work hard enough, they can, do something better. That's not how majority of the world is. Majority of the world is they accept where they are, in life, and they take it as it is. So that Nigerian resilience, a lot of people adore it, and they actually want to come to Nigeria. When they are in Nigeria, for an average Nigerian, they can thrive anywhere. So we don't need the government to really do anything. Just allow the people to have a thriving environment where they can make it on their own. We are not like all these other citizens. When the Nigerian leaves Nigeria, if he does the right thing, he goes through the right processes, we easily excel because in Nigeria, there's opportunity, but you can't use the opportunity. In the West, there's opportunity. You just have to follow the rules and you always get what you want. Why can't Nigeria just be like that? Why must there be
And
somebody
this
that will
idea,
handle my case?
no, there's no point telling us that you've built infrastructure because nobody believes a thing. We don't even believe that your name is Babatunde Fashola because we just know that you are all virulous liars. So you have a phone, go around to all of those projects and stream it so that we can see. And then when you stream it, that this is XYZ place, and then we can send anybody that is local to that space to go and check that that road is there. Who is telling anybody anything these days? You present it in a visual form. That is how you show your receipts, not to go to Kano State and be talking gibberish.
Well, what I think they didn't plan for was social media. With social media now, you can easily verify these things at the click of a button. Before they could say things like this, months will pass, years will pass, nobody will know if it is true or if it's a lie. But these days, they didn't plan for that speed in information, that high speed information where people can verify what you are saying very quickly. So I
Uh,
don't think
this
Nigerian government was
this is
prepared
the
for that.
thing. Omoyele Sowore famously said that Buhari is an analog president in a digital age. So it's really an analog administration in a
Yeah, but
digital age.
I believe Buhari is adapting. Recently, from what I've seen, I believe he saw the situation and understood it and started adapting because he's not stupid.
What's led
He's
you to
not
that thought? What's led you to that thought?
no. The way he never used to address Nigerians, always pre-recorded messages and NTA pretending to be live. All of a sudden, he's on Arise News. All of a sudden, they are focusing on Twitter regulation. They are so many things. He realized that brutalizing, going the brutal dictator way is not. Yes, these Northerners, we keep on arguing. They are not. They are smart when it comes to
Don't tell me you
politics.
don't know what is going on. What is going on is image cleansing. This is a
Yes,
man is looking. You know that he's at
yes,
the end of his time in Nigeria in governance, and he
yes,
wants his legacy to be good, not bad. So
yes.
this
That's
is
why I
now
said
him
that.
trying to romance the Nigerian space again.
Yes, that's why I said that he's adapting, because if he continued to think in that analog manner, another insult would have started. It would just
He's
keep
not
on going.
adapting though. He's playing a fast one, is what I'm saying. He
Yes,
came
he's
in,
like,
he romanced the Nigerian space. They gave him the presidency, even though he
Mhm.
stole it. And then he went and brutalized them and killed a lot of people for six,
Yes,
7 years solid. Now his administration ends in a year. He wants to romance his way out again so that he will
yes,
rebrand all of the atrocities that and then
yes.
they'll finish Lagos Ibadan Expressway and the Niger Delta Bridge, and they'll say all is forgiven. This is what they want to do.
Before in your days, do they used to romance their exit?
Everybody romances their in entry and exit now, you know.
Mm, okay. I
Well,
thought it
but
was
that's
that.
politics, though. That's politics now. But let me take you to another space. But still within the same space. But this one, I don't know. I thought I had to check the calendar when I saw this headline. I thought it was April the 1st, but it is not April Fool. Sorry, Tinubu physically fit than many Nigerian youths. Joe Igbokwe. So now the Nigerian Olympics now they don't even have to do a trial anymore. Tinubu for the 100 meters in the relay. If he's fitter than most Nigerian youths, what are you making then of these
I
words
believe,
by the
I
Igbo man?
believe, I believe he either received a sack or he wants to receive a sack, if you know what I mean, a sack of money.
A handful
Obviously,
of
that
dollars.
is, yeah. So
Uh,
obviously that is ridiculous, but it's just a way for him to try and show his support for Tinubu in a very ridiculous manner, I must say. But what do they know there? They all just use the same tactics, thinking that we're all foolish.
uh, all right. But are we not all foolish, though, is the thing? Are we not all
That's
foolish?
the problem. It's not about foolishness, it's about
I
lack
mean,
of
look how we are
exposure.
being seduced by Buhari,
It's
of
lack
all
of
people. He
exposure.
romanced in and he romances out.
It's lack of exposure. Most Nigerians don't even have the opinion of people
Nigerians are cheap
outside
girls, so you
Nigeria.
just buy them McDonald's, and that's all is needed. It's buy you McDonald's. It bought you McDonald's to get in, and it's buy you McDonald's to
Is
get
the
out.
situation. I don't believe it's Nigerians. I believe anybody put in that situation, no matter the race or region, would also behave the same way.
Oh,
Majorly,
oh,
major set of people.
all right, thank you. What are you making then of this? It sounds to me like a language of surrender, but how does it sound to you? Security situation in the northwest has overwhelmed me. Buhari now, hands up. What are you making then of this assertion by this Aboki guy?
Who made the statement?
Buhari, he said that to the Sultan of Sokoto, so he was
I
speaking direct to direct, yeah.
I thought you said this to salvage their image. I thought he was going to lie till he left the office. Well, that was quite obvious. I don't believe that he couldn't fight them, but I do believe that he gave up. He say hands off. I'm not going to be able to do anything anymore. It's just letting them know. Maybe he wants them to protect themselves, or is giving them bread and butter served hot so that they will know the situation of what's going on. You know, but it's very
Is
disappointing.
this echoes of Obasanjo's words then that don't expect anything more from Buhari? Is like
Yes,
flogging a dead horse, drop the dead
yes,
donkey.
because he has
Is
made
this
his final decision. I
yes?
believe he's one of those type of people. Once they make their decision, it's very hard for them to change it. You know.
Or all right. And to
And
this,
coming from
yes,
military,
coming
yes,
from military, coming from the
that,
north,
yeah, yeah,
So that means that problem is insurmountable because if he
yes.
cannot fix it, then a southern president who they can use language and tribe against, he's going to find it an even more of a struggle.
No, this is what I believe. I believe that he's doing it so that the southern president can come in as a savior and fix it. That is the game I see. That is the game plan I see. You
But why
know,
would they want a southern president to look better than him? Why would they want
because
somebody else to get his glory?
is how the game is run. This is the agreements that were made. You know, is however you get there is not how it looks. Is did you get
You mean
the mission
give
done?
the incoming a springboard?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Because what if the North does not? If it does everything good, would the North see the use of a southern president? Not really.
Oh, all right, that's a different spin. I don't think of it in those terms, but you've given me something to think about now. So, as I think about that, you think about this. We have enough money to fund federal highway projects. This is Fashola still speaking in the north. So, the two don't cohere. Every day they borrow and borrow and borrow. And here is this guy. They say they borrow for infrastructure, and this guy now in charge of infrastructure telling us that they have enough money to fund those infrastructures. So where is the marry up between those two positions?
You know, all these people are greedy. But some people know when their belly is full, and some people, even when their belly is full, they still try to force more into it. I think Fashola is the kind of person that says when they've stretched their rubber band a bit too far. The other people that still want money are the people that they don't care about tearing the rubber band into pieces as long as they get their own piece. That's just the difference. I believe he's saying the truth because sometimes, and especially when it comes to economics and finance, you have to say the truth. Whether you like it or not, it will slip out. It's just how it is. You can't always be correct in your head and be spilling a lie all the time. Your brain will surely make you slip the truth the more you talk. So it's just a battle of the greed. And it's so unbelievable. There's so much money. They don't need to steal it up to that point. But when you have, like I said, they go from from a Western country to an African country, and nobody is stopping you. Nobody is regulating you. Of course, they will empty it and try to dig up more and try to empty that more that they found. It's just human nature, but these people, they are supposed to be getting international sanctions, actually, but they are not, because what they do is actually ridiculous, ridiculous on an international level.
All right. So SANWO-OLU and the entirety of the Lagos State cabinet, they endorse Obasanjo, what is it? Tinubu, I should say, not Obasanjo. So they endorse Tinubu for the next president of Nigeria. Does that at all catch you off guard or come as a surprise to you? SANWO-OLU endorses Tinubu.
So Tinubu told his clown to tell everybody that his clown is supporting Tinubu. Just a merry-go-round. They're just playing with
It's
us,
just
just
it's a
just playing
farce,
with our
isn't it?
intelligence, and it's so predictable. I don't know. Maybe it's predictable for me because I was in Lagos when Tinubu came into power and left, and when Fashola came into power. So I saw all these tricks. Politicians, they tend to favor the tricks that have worked in the past and do it again because it's just makes sense to them. So I've seen all this. I don't know if anybody can interject if it was predictable to them, but to me, very predictable. They've done this over and over and over again.
Yes, it's just the but are we expecting to see more and more of these? More and more state houses, leading politicians are coming to pledge their fealty to Tinubu, to hold his hands up and say this is our man. Because I'm expecting
Well,
to see that from Oyetola at least, who is his cousin. Um, well, certainly not Oyo State, which is a different party. But you see more and more of them. The language that Joe Igbokwe was saying was essentially the same thing, holding Tinubu's hands up. So do you expect now we'll be seeing more and more of this as the days and weeks roll by?
that Oyo State, don't be disappointed later on if they show a little support because it's still Yoruba State. What I see all of them doing is normal Nigerian politics. They all have looked because they are all in political game, and they know that is whoever, for now, has the most support that will most likely win. If there's somebody that seems to be gaining more support than Tinubu, all these people will flee. Next thing, they are changing mouths. They are supporting that person too. They are all just supporting the leading team. They are just riding on the most famous horse right now. They don't really mean it, but it's the political game, so they have to talk to their favor. Because if he ends up winning, who are the first few people that were supporting him? They will be remembered. you know. So it's all
These
easy.
are people lining themselves up for portfolios and
Yes,
positions.
yes,
All
yes.
right. Okay. Before I take you to the next, really the last talking point, there's about 64, 65 people watching, maybe even more now. Thank you, but 14 people thumbed up. So please correct that, so I don't have to keep on hammering up. I don't really like to do that pushing of the thumbs up because it's almost like a beggy thing. But
No, me, I like it. So
you,
we are 60, we
huh?
should have at least 30 likes, you know.
Yeah, no, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? It's just these yam heads that come here and just consume without making. So don't be a yam head and just thumb it up. So as the yam heads reach about to thumb up the stream, I'll take your thoughts on this. Help us beg Atiku to allow Southern presidency in 2023. Afegbua appeals to Nigerians. So this guy now, he will have it no other way, just as early as 2019, championing and coordinating the campaign for Atiku for president. So what are you then making of this very quick flip? Just barely 2, 3 years. It's telling us that it was too old. How does it become too old now in 2 years, just after you were telling us that he's the main man? So what are you making of this guy? One, is he right, and then two, is he the right person to be saying it?
Well, it's a game of politics. So they don't care if it's the right person or it's not the right person. They know that if their voice can be heard, it can create a sort of ripple. You know, it may work sometimes, it may not work sometimes, but this is the game of politics. You should always try. And this one seems to work. The thing is, is that he used a truth to support his intention. You know, he's right about the age thing, but what I think he's more focused on is that he has seen that the political wind is favoring towards a southern battle. And putting a northerner there might be a risky political move for them, especially because they are not the winning party. So it is better to play with where the wind is flowing and find support behind that. It's an easier game. But trying to just force article there because of past glory, they too know this is 2023 battle, not the past glory battles. His head is just there, and I believe
But
very
but you
soon
call it
he will have
past
more support.
glory. Some people will call it antecedents. You have to have a backdrop to build your story on. You cannot just be some Johnny come
Yes,
lately and then yeah.
yes, but that's what they are saying. They have to find someone, basically. They should not just rule it out and just give up. He is seeing where the battle is going to be. And I don't know who is going to put up, but I believe if they find someone from the south, very quickly they will change the wind and they will push that person to the forefront.
You know, they say there are no permanent friends or permanent foes in politics, only
I
permanent
believe.
interest. So I
Yes.
think the calculation that this guy is making is reading the tea leaves and is seeing
Yes.
that Atiku's chances they are not as robust as it once was, and this will ever be Atiku's last ever chance at anything. So he
Yes.
is ready to sacrifice him now to leverage his own stock, just
But, but
to pump himself up.
but I believe it's the right move for them if they know what they are doing. If they find the right candidate, it will be the best move for them. It will give them a serious fighting chance. That's
Do,
what
do
I
you
believe.
do you think if APC comes up with a southern candidate in in February, then it will force the hand of the PDP to come up with a southern candidate too?
Yes.
Because then they would not then say Atiku has to go up against the northerner because he has. So whoever the APC decides is going to decide then which region. So if the APC comes up with a southerner, then the PDP has no reason not to come up with a southerner.
Yes.
But if the
The
APC
best
comes up with a northerner, then it's 50-50 for the PDP.
the best move for PDP to play right now is to bring whoever is going to contend before APC. They should just make a gamble on what they believe in. it will really shock APC, because APC feel like they have a grand plan and they
You
know
want
how everything is going to go.
conscientious politics? What do you mean?
It's their best
Politics
gameplay
of
for now.
morality?
APC
Not. You mean nothing to lose, Abi?
yes, a nothing to lose game, because
Just
APC
throw it in to mix it up.
is the best thing to do, because APC, they are full of geniuses, evil geniuses, yes, but geniuses nonetheless. You know, so they should just throw it in, but I doubt they will.
You say the APC is filled with geniuses, but do you think because their biggest brain is the one that is orchestrated, that is wanting to lead the party now, that is wanting to get the candidacy, so he cannot be the candidate and the campaign coordinator at the same time? Do they have an equal Tinubu brain in the APC to coordinate and orchestrate a Tinubu campaign?
Yes.
Because it was Tinubu that was the pusher, but if he's the candidate, he cannot be the pusher. Who will push the Tinubu narrative?
Well, in terms of geniuses, another example, well, Tinubu is somebody that, when it comes to doing the harsh things, he knows how to get them done because of experience. That's just it. Another genius, I would say, and maybe you may not support, is Fayemi. I believe he has the same amount of intelligence as Tinubu, but not the same amount of toutishry. I don't know how to say it, of being like a political tout. You know,
Politics.
yes, Abiru politics. He doesn't have that. That's just the thing. That's just the thing.
Do you think Fashola has a bit of Agbero politics in him?
I do, but I doubt
do you
it.
think Fashola can get dirty if he has to get dirty?
Yes, very well, very intelligent man, very intelligent.
Yeah,
man.
but can he get dirty? Can he get his hand? Can you order a killing?
But he
because
won't.
Tinubu will order a killing.
He can, but he won't. That's just the thing. He can, but he won't.
All right. You know? All right. Thank you, Solly, and thank you for being the one that, because I was just ready to bail. Because I thought maybe you were not there.
So where did you think you were going? I was monitoring you. Where do you think you were going? You were going
No, you know, once I read it out, I cannot then just stand there and start to sing now. I can't start to sing.
I was suspecting that you were wrong, but yeah. Right. Thank you, Solly. Because I was going to hold you too, but at least Solly came earlier. That's good.
All right. Thank you. So to you then, Ola, and to this rather somewhat curious comment by the Works Minister, it says Buhari has done more than the United States government in terms of infrastructure. Works Minister Fashola. So you cannot say the United States government and not sweep up Donald Trump into that narrative, because Joe Biden has not really been there sufficient enough of a time to have done anything. So essentially, what Fashola is inviting you to believe is that Mallam Buhari, the Aboki from Daura, is better than Donald Trump and Joe Biden combined. What are you then making of that outlandish, somewhat statement?
Yeah, you see, you have to put it in the right perspective and the type of environment. For example, in our own environment, we've reduced the function of the president to road construction, to drilling borehole, and some other things. So if you want to say such kind of ridiculous, how ridiculous it is within our own environment. So now, for a very rough politician, sometimes, like when we say Fashola can get dirty, that's the area you can see that he can get dirty, because naturally, let's say like when he was a governor of Lagos State, I would not be expecting Fashola to come out and be telling big lies the way he's doing it, or should be talking ignorantly, even though he is trying to play upon the ignorance of we Nigerians. So that's why he could have said something like that. See, when this guy is saying all this rubbish that when he uttered that rubbish, I just laugh, because when you look at this thing, look at the budget that even
Joe Biden alone is pushing for even infrastructure. If you add up everything Nigerian has been trying to put on infrastructure since 1999, it's not even up to what this guy is pushing to the Congress. And most importantly, Fashola should understand that in a country like America, the project of all those infrastructure is not the function of the federal alone. But it's unfortunate in Nigeria that because federal government managed to corner everything, and everybody have to double for the president before you can even do anything. So I don't know what he's talking about, but as we speak today, individual state, individual local government, individual cities in this country like United States of America, they are doing things without even looking up to the president, to the president to do anything for them. In case president need to do something urgently in United States of America, there will be some kind of speedy intervention fund that they will release to aid infrastructural development. So I don't understand what it's trying to achieve with that kind of very obvious and big lies that will just come out. No, to say I'm disappointed, it will be very understated, because I don't see why it should even think of.
Do you think Fashola is overrated? Because a lot of people, they seem to rate him highly all of the time, because it's sort of like a forceful sort of character, almost to the point of being a bully, But really, what has this guy done to earn all these accolades that people just throw at him? Do you think he's overrated, this Fashola character?
Yeah, you can be a very versatile and powerful swimmer in a small swimming pool, but when you are in the ocean, it's another thing entirely. The situation, the way Fashola finds himself now, has even made him ridicule himself. Now, as Lagos State Administrator, for example, will I call him overrated? I will never say that, because at least he even tried to do something, even within the type of environment we find ourselves. Then, for his lies, he has actually come out with some kind of innovation. For example, all this concessioning you are giving MTN, Access Bank, Dangote to construct road, and let them use that one to from their tax, from to get tax holiday from all those things. So I think, to me, things like that, I see that as beautiful ideas, because what it simply means to me is this: if there's no more, if those money are going to all those big corporations that are constructing the road today, there won't be excess fund in the joint account for even the legislators and all these people to even think they want to share in the first instance. So things like that. For example, that such kind of idea that Fashola introduced, I would have even loved so many people to even introduce, to the point that the like of executive and the legislature, for example, they will have little to share. So when I look at it from that lens, I will say it's okay. But now, coming out now, because you need to defend your principle, and desperately so, and you now came up and you just mess yourself up, because things like this will never die, because you already spoke into the public space. How could he be so very funny to the point of even comparing what is incomparable? You were comparing Joe Biden and Buhari. Without Joe Biden, for example, America will run, but without Buhari today, without Buhari in Nigeria today, they'll be taking bills to London to sign. They'll be taking to everywhere to sign. So there's no point. It's very ridiculous to even think of that comparison in the first instance. So from that place, at least he overrated his personality to the point of thinking that, okay, you will just come out and throw such kind of rubbish without challenges from anyone. I think when I look at it from that angle, it's overrated, because it just made some kind of stupid assertion without even. I know that he has access to even what is happening in America to even read before, because when you mentioned it, the first thing I went to do was just to go and look at what even Joe Biden is doing. And when I look at this, I say, why why would Fashola even try this kind of rubbish? Is he second guessing that Nigeria will never try and find out the truth and we just take whatever he says in the name of politics? To me, it's going to take a very long time before I even erase this one out from my mind, because he has really made mess of himself by uttering such barbaric statements.
Well, all right, thank you. So let me take you on to another talking point, Ola, and it is still within the Tinubu space. You find that somewhat ludicrous from Fashola, but this one is just foolishness. Whoever said they should be flogged, in my own opinion. But what is your opinion? Tinubu physically fit than many Nigerian youths. Joe Igbokwe again, this rank-a-day politics now, Igbo style. What are you then making of this just yamhead nonsense by this guy?
I don't know if Joe Igbokwe has another job apart from politics. As a politician, the opportunity they are seeing in whosoever that represent their interest, that is what we define the fitness. Now, if you to people like that, you can even present someone of 40 years of age, even you can present someone that is even a teenager. They will tell you that even someone that is as old as Methuselah, they will tell you that one even may be even more physically fit than this thing. So you see that is how belly politics can actually ridicule someone that is supposed to be intelligent, someone that is supposed to be like kind of the mentor to those people that to the youth that are coming up. But when they are so narrow, in their thinking, and all they care about is what will accrue to them either during the campaign or by the time they find their principal or whoever they support in power, they will always tell you things as ridiculous as this. Because it doesn't even take any. It doesn't even take even someone that is not even intelligent. We know that such kind of statement is not only funny to me. It's even very criminal, psychologically criminal. So and I don't know. I don't know what Joe Igbokwe took before I'd taken before he even made that statement. To me, how if but by now, people like that should even find a way to even persuade Tinubu that, look, a great leader should not care about doing this thing himself. Sometimes you look for someone that you think can do this thing better. Because now, this is what they make some of these great founder of businesses to realize. You can have an idea to start a business today, but you may not be able to sustain that business. That is why you will see great founder of businesses. They will go and hire those people that they think is better than them. Theirs is just to bring idea, and they give it to another person just to start, and they start monitoring that person to make sure that he does that thing rightly. A person like Tinubu that maybe perhaps is using medication to even sustain himself now. For example, how can someone will be saying that mentally, physically, how can that person be fit? But to me, although I have a situation where I don't care sometimes if you delegate to the right people to run in for you, like Buhari himself just delegated all the duty to this former secretary to the federation. What's the name? The deceased guy, the dead man. So I have that. But when it's coming to ridiculous thing like this, I'm making some careless statement just because you need to prime the ego of your principal, and you just have to defend, and defending him blindly. So it's just telling the type of character that be coming and be begging you to vote for Tinubu. And that is where Nigerians used to raise the antenna and think that if you are talking this way, are you for the interest of the country or you are for the personal interest? So to me, Joe Igbokwe is another person that misfired like Tinubu. Like Fashola, he misfired.
All right, thank you. So, Ola, there are about 90 to 95. It fluctuates between that and 100 people on the stream, but only 27 people are thumbed up. So I'm going to pause and take a musical intermission for people to thumb up so that by the time I cut the music, it should have hit at least 40 people thumbed up. Otherwise, we just have to end the session there. So we'll take a pause and I'll hear Python dance to give people the chance to thumbs up.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3.
One man, can I ask you a question? Hello?
I think it's not online yet, so maybe YouTube just threw that in out. See, let me say something about this thumb up of this thing. See,
is one man out of the show?
Maybe the algorithm. Okay, so
okay.
So one thing is this: what one man is doing is a great service. And I feel
sorry, Ola, sorry. Never
One
mind
man, I
about.
want to ask you a
Can you
question.
hold on, everybody? Never mind about all that. So I'm going to play that musical intermission, and then if the thumbs up is not at least 40 people, then we just shut the session down. So we do that.
O Mary Wonizu Woniya Abakare Mama Daora Unabori Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unabori Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unabori Mary Nandi bu onyedu aimo. O Mary Wonizu Woniya Abakare Mama Daora Unabori Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unabori Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unabori Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unabori Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unabori Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unabori Mary Nandi.
Okay, so we carry on.
One man, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's the question?
Why do you like that Python dance song so much?
I just love the song. You know, I'm not hip-hop. I'm as far removed from hip-hop. I think the whole hip-hop thing is just a bit of a joke. Which would then all those people that thumbed up, they're now on thumb up now after I've said that. But I just love that song. That's just the thing. It's just funny, you know. But yeah. So back to Ola. So yes. Still with let me take you from Joe Igbokwe to the securities. This is Buhari now. Security situation in Northwest has overwhelmed me. This is Buhari. He was in conversation with with the Sultan of Sokoto, so you expect a level of honesty in that sort of conversation. And this is the language of resignation that he was saying to his fellow Aboki guy. So what are you then making then? The language of surrender. Essentially, Mallam Buhari surrenders the country to the herdsmen and the insurgents.
Okay. Let me ask you one question, or someone can even tell me what was the plan of Buhari before even coming to that power. Can someone just try to articulate that? Okay, when Buhari was vying for this position, could someone just try to tell me the vision? What exactly Buhari envisioned for the country? Can someone just advise me on that? Because why I'm asking that question is because I'm ignorant of what Buhari was actually coming to do in the office. You know, apart from what his party campaigned, but this guy went against all his party promises. Now, this guy said when he gets to that power that he will relocate the defense headquarters to Borno. Well, some people are saying okay, he actually did, but what I understood by that is that he said he will go there personally himself and make sure that that problem is solved. And a leader, when you try to make some kind of promises, a very assuring, reassuring promises, it is now on you to make sure you fulfill that. But instead of this guy to follow the plan, he diverted the attention. He, as his claim to be fighting, the lie started very early in the administration, very early by saying, "Oh, they've technically defeated them. What they are now doing is like they are now eating this soft target." All those kind of media cover up, media dressing, and all those stuff. At the end of the day, another group of criminals, they came around, they are still around, you understand, in the form of bandits, herdsmen. And unfortunately for the president, this guy they've been identified as majorly from his ethnic group. Now, instead of confronting them, somehow he was giving some kind of moral, psychological support. When in that country, when there was another that those people, even with that have firearm, should surrender them. Now, people are being attacked. Some people raise some kind of evil creativity from somewhere that, oh no, what if we should do now in order to cut this crime? Is that if you have shakabula, drop it. If you have some kind of pop action, drop it. But they are telling you that this criminal from your ethnic group, they are carrying a military rifle, assault rifle, assaulting everywhere. They're just kidnapping people, molesting people. You will never do anything. Instead of the military facing them, military were even beating the members of some communities that didn't allow some criminal group within their community. So, and now this guy is now coming out, and I see he has done his best, but the best is not enough. When indirectly, this guy was indirectly aiding all this gang of criminals. It took the
Just off the back of what Ayokunle Agbolade is saying, and this was a thought that I was having as well, just as he was posting that comment. He's saying if Buhari cannot defeat the insurgents who are his kinsmen, I wonder how a southern president will be able to defeat the terrorists. So what Ayokunle is saying is what I am thinking. Because if Buhari cannot solve this problem, then this will become like an intractable problem for the Nigerian space. Because if a southern president goes in and tries to salvage in that space, what they will immediately use against him is the ethnic line. And then if it's not of their religion, they'll use religion against him as well, like they did with Goodluck Jonathan. That, remember when Buhari was saying an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North. So if Buhari cannot solve this problem, this next southern president is going to go through hell, because they'll just unleash again.
It will depend on so many factors. Now, during that of Jonathan Goodluck, these guys, they needed power badly, and every situation on ground that time was useful for them to go against Goodluck Jonathan. Even when this guy was even trying to even get a weapon, they went to some gang of politicians who went to United States of America to meet Obama to tell Obama how Goodluck Jonathan administration was using weapon at hand, you know, to infringe on human rights, right? Even when they even try to buy some from the black market, they tip the security in the United States or in South Africa up, and before you know, they managed to capture the money that was meant for that purpose. Now they got the power. They thought once they get that power that the problem will be resolved. Along the line, when they were even coming to power, they brought the own gang of criminals that helped them won the election, that okay, in case they will not hand over, that they will use that criminal to make dog and baboon get soaked in their own blood, right? But now it's not down on them now that these guys now, they've tasted blood. They've tasted the proceed of the criminality, and they are not ready to give up at any moment. To the point now that they've advanced to the point of even trying to even attack a sitting governor despite his entourage. So that's it. Now, if the Southern president get to that place, I used to make a reference. I like to make this reference when I want to say it's all about political will. When Fashola wanted to pursue all these criminal herdsmen away from Ekiti, he only bought cutlasses and game gun for the hunters. Before the guy left, the thing subsidized. You know, it subsidized a little bit, it subsidized until Fayemi arrived and was trying to be a gentleman. So now, if the Southern president gets to that place, there is tendency that the herdsmen will not, for example, the herdsmen, that the criminal herdsmen, because don't let me call all of them, attach all of them to the criminals among them. There's tendency that they may not have their weight in the South, for example, and maybe probably in the middle belts in the South. So, because why am I saying so? Because whosoever that will be coming from the South, I don't think we have some kind of conflict of interest, like someone that is the grand patron of Miyetti Allah, that is like one of the key figure in the Fulani national movement, the national movement something. So it's going to be another kettle of fish entirely. Do I think the problem will solve totally? I'm not saying it's going to solve totally, but some part of the country may likely get secured. By the time you now put that on the scale, you may want to be tempted that okay, this thing is going to be reduced. If Goodluck Jonathan could hire foreign mercenary to decimate some of these people, which this current government is not ready to do, there's nothing, I don't see anything stopping the next government, whoever that is going to be there to get foreign mercenary to help decimate, because a lot will be at stake, because whoever that we assume power to, he knows that the military already has been exercised now, for example. If we want to be very sure too that he want to hold on to power and he want to correct things. So do I think the problem will be the insecurity will reduce? I want to believe that the insecurity will reduce because of the lack of vested interest. That's just the way I see it. So it took the judiciary, for example, to proclaim that these bandits is it bandits that to declare that they are actually, call them the right name they should be called.
It was at the directive of the Ministry of Justice. It was actually Abubakar Malami that led that designation.
Abubakar Malami, if it's actually the person, well, kudos, but I never trusted that it would be the person.
No, he was. Because we covered that story. We covered that story here.
That's good. So that means that even the executive didn't even have the guts. They didn't even have the boldness. So they have to delegate these responsibilities to someone to even say it on their behalf. We are talking of the group that even the international group, when you want to United Nations, the foreign intelligence, that they've already know that these people, they are one of the biggest terrorists in the sub-Saharan Africa, but someone in the presidency is still romancing them. You know, you mentioned about the foreign reserve in Ondo State that happened to be like creation of law, a legislative act, an act of the legislative. So, as someone will roar from the presidency that no, they can work from everywhere. What's that telling you? Because they are getting the moral backing from the presidency. So the thing emboldening these people to create mayhem everywhere. I don't think it's going to happen if you have any southern president, irrespective of where the person will be coming from. So at least for the period, those people will be there. So to me, this guy ending up, yeah, he still want to be nice to his people. You know, when he retires, he still want to stay as a grand patron. He still want them to see him as one of them. So he's trying as much as possible not to betray them. But for a southern president, he has nothing to lose because because there's no way he's going to place those people too, and you don't want to place your own people, and you still want to bring a control. Not now that even these people, they've acquired some level of power to the point that they are even facing sitting governor. You know what it means to face a sitting governor? It's like someone that has prepared that, okay, I want to give up. I want to give up totally. Those are the kind of things that can face a sitting governor. But these devil people, they try to face one. So it simply means that if you do not curb them now, they can only advance. Even as we are talking about now, you see Boko Haram we are talking about before, they've already formed alliance now. For example, with some international terrorist groups. Now, you see, a country like Ghana, they were able to deal with some insecurity issues easily. There was even a time that Chad, for example, was even the one leading the battle when our military said they tactically maneuver to Niger or Chad territory. So to me, I think I want to be very I'm persuaded. I want to be very optimistic that a southern president will likely redo this thing. And sometimes it may not necessarily be in terms of carrying weapon or whatever. Some policies can get everybody to sit up. Just policies, and before you know, everybody will just be on the road. That's when I pray that the life of Wiki should win the war of VAT. Once that guy win, if you can win that war on VAT, there will be so many wars to be won. By the time you win so many wars, you have little resources for someone to start creating some kind of strategic evil innovation against to feed themselves. When you reduce all those things, the country is likely to reduce the problem of insecurity in Nigeria. I'm hopeful.
All right, thank you, Ola. Sorry, thank you, Ola. So, Ola, let me go on to X0 as we continue to progress the conversation. X0, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, good of you to stay with us, X0. So now this one rather puzzles me somewhat, because the headline, the headline was actually what caught me off guard, that made me want to bring it to the attention of you guys to see what you're making of it. Apparently, according to one of the leading professors in Nigeria, there's a dearth of cadavers in Nigeria. The medical students now, they don't have dead bodies to practice on. How do you factor that with all just these endless killings that we hear in Nigeria? The prof from Ilorin speaks. What says you, X0?
I think there should be a process for processing dead bodies and giving them to the schools to use for their experiments. And I think maybe the professor himself is referring to the process as being slow, or approvals are not being given as and when due. But to say that we don't have dead bodies in Nigeria, that's a pure lie.
If there's one thing we do have in Nigeria, is dead bodies.
It's abundance of dead bodies, abundance of dead bodies. But again, I don't know. Maybe I can't. I can't even. You know, this country is very funny.
It's a
That in a
funny.
place, even dead bodies that we have,
Hmm?
they still you know, they're still not giving it to the schools to do their
Maybe they should
research.
send some ambulance to Borno. Eh? Maybe they should send all the ambulance they have to Borno, and they'll be carrying
But
some on the roof. What are you talking about? You don't have dead
no,
bodies
but
in Nigeria. Eh?
yeah, but
What?
it must be.
Eh?
It must be. Don't forget that there are due processes for these dead
Yes,
bodies to be
yes,
released to
yes.
the school. I think it's in that line, in that process, that there is one one particular step in that chain that is not functioning. Maybe some people are either demanding for too much for these dead bodies, or they're not doing their job.
Is it by that statement somewhat asking for some reformation in law?
Of course, everything is
Because I
not
have to
working.
agree with you, it has to be a bureaucratic
Yes,
bottleneck rather
yes,
than lack
yes,
of. We have dead bodies in it. What
yes,
when
yes,
they are.
yes. Of course, but Nigeria is such a Nigerian government work is such a work that they don't take too seriously. It's no man's job.
Mm,
Everybody, some of them don't even show up to the office. To be sincere with you, that is why their salaries being owed them. Some of them don't feel it because they have other
mm,
things they do. Some of them just show up once in a month. And this their bureaucracy. You can't tell who's in charge of what because
mm.
there's a lot of covering up. You know, it's
You, you know,
unfortunate.
you know, you know. Just off the back of what you said, X0. Let me just give you an interesting little anecdote. You know that
Mm,
where Nigeria was first signed as a nation was somewhere in that creek area, and the building and the desk, and even to the biro that was used to declare Nigeria a nation is still in that place, rotting away. So they have just
mm,
this one official, this lady. Just standing guard over the place. There's a person
mm,
that went to visit all these YouTubers. They went to visit. The wood were rotting. Some of it was
mm.
caving in. The desk was standing almost on an island in that building because it wasn't preserved. But the
Oh my
lady that
God.
was standing like sanctuary in that space, it was really the story that I wanted to bring you. You know that she has
Mm.
turned the garden of that place into like a farm to subsidize
What?
her salary. She said they don't pay her salary, and she was trying to sweat all the tourists. It was what should be when Nigeria was
Yes,
formed as a nation. So she turned the forecourt and the
yes,
back of the into
yes,
a farm, and then she's
yes.
sweating people for money as tourist guide because they have not
You
paid her
see?
salary for 6-10 months.
You see? This is what we've been arguing here. This is what we
Mm,
say every day. Even what's his name? Our man here, Solly, was saying something
mm,
about government has to be involved in this and that and that.
mm.
But the set of people you have now, they are what's that word you used to say? Knuckleheads. They don't
Yam
see
heads.
yam head.
Yes.
They don't see the importance of these things being done. That's why you don't see anything being done by the government at all. They're either concessioning things to private individuals, like the road, for instance. They concession roads to private individuals to do, and then place tolls. That means you don't even do it, and at the same time, you're placing tolls to repay these people who do it. So it doesn't make sense anymore. Nothing makes sense. No uniformity, no Nigerian standard, because every country in the world has their standard. There's a Swedish standard, there's a Norwegian standard. What is the Nigerian standard? What is the due process? Who are you supposed to meet
Do
when
you
you get
think
to a
do you
place?
think that is the biggest problem we have, that we don't have a standard just right across
Yes,
the board?
yes, or it's everywhere, no standard. Because if there's a standard, you should
There's
know
no there's
where
no
to go.
minimum base level that you do that you expect things not to go below. So you
No,
cannot say
no,
that, no matter how bad, things cannot go below this point in Nigeria.
no, no.
It's just a free for all.
It's a free for all. It's a free for all. No processes. Like I was saying the other day, but somebody was misinterpreting it. Maybe I over exaggerated, but I went to the Nigerian immigration office. There is no there is no process there. You just meet somebody who is working in immigration and telling, please help me. I need my passport to be do this, to be renewed, to be this. Somebody just contest you, say, okay, hold on, I'll call somebody for you. They go and call one of their colleagues to help you, to assist you. There's no desk you have to go to. Okay, even when you go to that desk, there's so many people, and then you start looking for anybody who has the uniform of the immigration to help you out, and then you give him something. No process in Nigeria. So I think this is the same problem with that cadaver issue. There's no process. The person in charge doesn't even know he's supposed to be in charge, because he's so used to maybe coming in once in a while and checking in or clocking in for the rest of the month and then getting his pay. Okay, they're owing him this next 2 months. Okay, no problem. He goes to his next line of job. That's what I see with this government work in Nigeria. No process, no nothing. Nothing works. Everybody is just a ghost workers everywhere. So I can imagine
and like you said, I don't know of a Nigerian government. I have some of them in my family. I don't know of a Nigerian government worker that doesn't have a minimum of 2 side hustles. How can
Of
you
course.
even if they are paying you your salary on time, you have 2 side hustles.
Of course.
Your government position, your civil service position is just your language of description rather than your source of income. It's just what you call
Yeah, of course.
yourself. It's not your source of
Of
income.
course. No. You see a situation where governors will be telling their staff, we will give you farms so you can augment, because they know they are definitely going to owe them. And okay, how does a person go to work 9 to 5 and still have time to go to farm? Is it in the night? They already provided options for them because they know they are not going to pay them as and when due. You see some people being owed 6 months, 10 months. Somebody was saying the other day, somebody was not getting his salary or was getting half salary or 15% of the salary for December, for Christmas. Out of 6 months, 1 month, 15%. It's so bad in that place.
And somebody just yesterday was narrating, I think it was maybe Bakure, that somebody that he knows personally on 60K a month, come the Christmas time, they give him 12K. Wife, 3 kids,
Yeah. So these guys already have an excuse to why they are not giving their 100% to the job. So the dead bodies can wait or can rot for all they care. They've not gotten their salaries. Simple and short. And you can't take them to any court and win. You can't even tell them they are not doing their jobs because they're not being paid. Because their monies have been put in one bank to get more interest for some big dude up there. This is what they do.
Yes,
they take people's salaries. Yeah, exactly. They put their salary somewhere to be earning more profit for them.
They put it in a 6 months high yield. Yeah, that's what they do.
Exactly.
And then when that one expires, they will pay them and then take their 50 million. And then the next tranche of salary, they warehouse it again in some financial vehicle.
Exactly. So I suspect seriously that's what happened to that whichever parastatal or what's it called, agency is responsible for dead body for approving dead bodies for the school. That's just the basic, because you cannot tell me dead bodies are not piling in every day. Dead bodies are the most. Everywhere in Nigeria. Everywhere in Nigeria.
The one thing we have an abundance of. Yes. All right. Somebody that does get his salary regularly ex-zero, and this is how he justifies that pay. Buhari has done more than the United States government in terms of infrastructure. Works Minister Fashola says. So, this Fashola now, I'm starting to somewhat pay attention to him, and I'm just asking that question, what the force is all about, because it's fast turning into a nonsensical guy if he has not always been one. What are you making of that just outlandish statement?
It's so painful that Ajale Koko is not here today, because
he is here. Is
he here now?
Yeah, he's knocking, as a late comer,
Oh,
so
great. Great. The day I was telling you guys that from the likes of Fashola, Ambode, down to this current SANWO-OLU, they're all Tinubu boys, and Tinubu could tell them what to do in the state. So anything that goes in the state is Tinubu's Tinubu allow it. And somebody was saying, I think he was saying that Fashola was his own man. Now look at this kind of statements coming from Fashola.
No, I'm not the
man.
I'm not the one that said so.
Okay. But I think one person, I think you were here that day, somebody was saying that.
Maybe it's Soli. Maybe Soli or somebody.
Soli has not started joining the conversation, but I think it's one person. So you with this statement, you can tell from time I knew Fashola was a pure Tinubu boy.
No, I remember it's Ola that was here. Ola.
Okay, great. I think it was Ola that was saying that Fashola was his own man.
Ola is their lawyer on this platform. Ola is Fashola attorney. Every time he says something good, that this guy did this in Lagos.
He loved the guy so much. Fashola, me, I know Fashola's brother, one Ade or something. What was that name? That time we went to Surulere, some part of Surulere to
see the fact that you work under someone or you are appointed by someone, does that mean you are his boy?
Baba, you have seen the kind of statement that's coming out of his mouth.
How do you define someone?
This one don't carry another one come.
Who is talking?
How do you define someone's boy? I want someone to define someone's boy in this platform.
Baba, if somebody this is the definition of someone's boy. Someone that can see a Tinubu and tell you is more virile than the likes of Trump and Biden put together. That's the kind of person that you call someone's boy. Someone that's so blind that wants to deceive the whole people. He wants to deceive people who have two eyes. That Tinubu is so perfect, health-wise.
Sometimes we should be using the right word in this platform, and we should be educating Nigerians, not by just like we want to just
zero. Don't listen to him. As if he didn't know how Tinubu kick Ambode out.
Ego wants to trap you now. If you let him trap you, he will. Ego wants to trap you.
I don't know what we do sometimes in this country. You will be telling a Nigerian citizen that a sitting vice president, which is the number 2 office of this nation,
he's not going to let you go.
Iho, Mr. Iho, behave yourself. Okay.
You always come here to defend indefensible and defend Nigerian rascality.
Ego, let me ask you. Ego, who removed Ambody? Who made him not to go for second term?
Good. Is it that you want to tell us that is politics we are seeing?
No, please. Who was responsible for that?
No. The person that is stressed, you understand? Do you know how Lagos is wrong? You don't know how Lagos is wrong now.
Why can't you answer the question straight? He asked you a question. Who removed Ambody?
Everybody knows.
So what is your problem? Why are you opposing him that asking question that it should define what did you say earlier? It should define
someone was saying
or something like that.
Direct boy. Fashola was a direct boy to Tinubu.
Of course,
Big Boy was a direct boy to Tinubu. I said, how do you define someone's boy? Is it that because I worked for you or you appoint me makes me your boy?
No.
I want to know. Because the city
you don't need to ask him question. Are you saying that what he's saying is not true? Is that what your position?
An appointee to the minister. But I don't think you can just sit down and call him his boy.
Are you saying so? You are saying that Fashola is not Tinubu's boy?
That's not what I'm saying. I always say you should define how you call someone.
He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to define that. He doesn't need to define
that. Hold on. If that is not what you are saying, Ego, then are you agreeing that Fashola is Tinubu's boy?
For me, I don't believe that Fashola is a boy to Tinubu. For me, my own opinion, I don't believe that.
That's very naive. That's very naive.
Not about this one. Is not about being naive. You just boys. Everyday boys.
Even you
surprised
if Tinubu says to Fashola, If Tinubu says to Fashola, go and get me that bag there, what will Fashola do?
Excuse me, sir. Joe Biden was Joe Biden was the vice president to the younger man, a 47-year-old man.
Fashola is
Joe Biden listening.
Fashola is a boy
Obvious
now.
listening.
He will tell Fashola, go and tell the driver. Go and tell the driver to get ready and he will go.
Vice
What are you
president
talking
of
about?
the very young man. Does that mean it's his boy?
Oga na master. Oga na master.
Igor, let me tell you something.
Fashola, let
me even tell you something.
Do you know what Fashola calls Tinubu? Our daddy.
Good, he's older than him. You know the culture of respect is in Yoruba land. So on that ground,
I only just made that up, by the way.
He said,
yes, that cultural respect is in Yoruba land. So if he calls him daddy because he's older than him, there is nothing wrong.
Listen.
And if he's also his boy because he's older than him or he walk under him, there's nothing wrong with it. But what I'm saying is, define who is someone's boy. Because you people, you just make everybody in this country one person boy. This be my boy. Find it for me.
Listen.
You will call it a sitting vice president, a boy to somebody. Eh?
Yes.
You're behaving like this.
Did you get
a sitting vice president of the country, the number 2 man, you will call it somebody's boy. Even if you want to do that in secret. Don't come to the
no matter how you are.
I don't agree with that principle.
You like to argue blindly sometimes.
I don't talk. Don't say I argue blindly. Make your mind.
You do now. You do.
My opinion. Why is my opinion blind?
You just take the opposite position because you want to be different. You want us to think
you want
to be special. You want to be special, Abby.
You want to be esoteric. But Nico, let me tell you something. No matter how old you become, you can never be bigger than your father, the one that gave birth to you.
That is the truth. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. Age in Nigeria, we respect our elders.
No, it's not about age now. It's not about age now. Because
we keep talking of people boys. I said define how you can.
Okay, let me define. Let me define a zero. Let me define it. You see, Tinubu make Fashola what he is today. He made him governor of Lagos State, and that position and that status of governor, our former governor, made him the minister. The same thing happened to Oshibajo. Tinubu brought him from classroom, made him Attorney General of Lagos State. And it's Tinubu that appointed him, or let me say, he recommended him for vice president. So Tinubu make them, and Tinubu is their daddy. Tinubu is their father, or what? How did you say it, Zero?
Their godfather, now.
Their godfather. So that's a fact. You don't need to argue that. You don't need to be.
Who is the godfather to Tinubu?
Tinubu has no godfather. He established himself.
How did he emerge as the governor of Lagos State?
Let me tell you, how did he emerge as Lagos? Yes, it's Afenifere that make him governor. It's Afenifere that make him governor now. And he has turned around against them and established himself.
And then he turned around against the Afeniferes and become the godfather, right?
Yes.
So he was also made by a group of people. See, we should try to have a position.
You didn't even know the history of this guy you are trying to defend.
I said you should tell me the history so that I can judge by what you are saying, Mr. Noah. Tell me so that I can judge.
What do you know about him? Tell him what do you know about Tinubu? How you started politics? What do you know? You don't know nothing, so I don't need to be engaging because you don't know nothing about him, and we are explaining to you.
I don't know why you know.
And you keep on arguing blindly. You don't need. Look, he's the father of them all. Tinubu is the father of them all.
Somebody just be arguing that Tinubu is not Fashola's godfather. Who else again? Since when Tinubu left office, he has been the godfather of Lagos. In fact, Southwest now, because most of the other states he put them. He was even stretching all the way to Edo State. until they told him that I don't know the Lagos. You know, you don't know how powerful Tinubu is in Southwest politics. A person that betrayed the whole Afenifere. Everybody now, down to Kwara, he was that man is so powerful. Who can cough when Tinubu is talking? If your own father, you can never be bigger than your own father. Not to talk of your godfather. Your godfather does what your father cannot do for you. And your father make you governor. You are just arguing blindly, man. You should sometimes you should just see the naivety in your argument.
How powerful Tinubu is, he controls right from the vice president of Nigeria all the way down to the tout in Lagos. That is the chain of control. He controls from the vice president to the tout.
X0. Let me add to what you are saying. Remember when APC were not having ACN, for example, were not having seats in the Southwest. This guy used the court to unseat PDP and install ACN governors. So that's far the guy did. Even they extended their dominion to Edo State and Adamoshi Omole. So Tinubu is not a politician.
If you allow Tinubu, he will stretch down to the east because this guy has friends. This guy knows how to play politics. Give it to him. The dirty politics of Nigeria, he knows it because he has lived with legends. You know, people who Tinubu was moving around with during the Abacha days. These are legends. Most of them are dead now. He's the only living legend. And you are saying Tinubu is not. Who is Fashola? Who is he? Please, I beg. Sometimes when you talk, you should show courtesy. You are just disrespecting this man's pedigree. Tinubu, no matter how you see the politics,
can we move on, please?
He's a legend.
Of Tinubu is so. I mean, let's just move on, please.
No. I don't love him. I don't love him too.
That guy with a passion.
But that's the topic. That's the topic. Rational mind.
He hates him. He hates him.
Wait.
It's almost personal. The level of hate.
Rational man. What are we talking about? I don't think you hate Tinubu more than me. I'm just saying, as dirty as the politics is, Tinubu is the king of that politics.
We know that.
In the Southwest. That's the topic now. We're asking why.
Let's just move on.
No. That's the topic.
More than what it is. I mean, let's just move on.
No. That's the topic. We are asking why, whether Fashola is Tinubu's boy. That's the question now.
I agree with you. Yeah, he's their father. He's their godfather. Well, let's just move on, please.
No, we cannot be lying to ourselves now. How can we be lying that who is Fashola?
But back to what we were on. The Fashola is assertion that. Because you know what really irritates me is people they defer to authority in Nigeria a lot. Most people defer to authority because people don't like to take on responsibilities of decision making, so they defer to their father, their teacher. But the difference in Nigeria, they really defer to authority. So this guy mounts a rostrum and tells you that they've built all this infrastructure. And because it's the works minister and you are just some functionary, some middle level, low rate earner, you just say, okay, his excellence, you know, they call him the excellency has said, well done. No, you have to probe that thing a lot more and ask him to provide receipts. So the receipts are not him mounting a rostrum to read out rubbish to people. Take the cameras to where you've built all these things and show us what you have built and let the people look out to that place, verify that it wasn't there and you have installed it there. But they just mount, this is the thing that they do. Who would do that in any civilized space? And people will not go around and say, this guy is just a punk.
I also want to make something clear because I see Alexander Gomez's comment that Fashola is a man of unquestionable character. Unquestionable. I was wondering if he meant to write questionable because he's a man who tells us that they build this road, they build that road, and it's the same man with the other side of the mouth is saying when they were asking why are there not enough roads upon all the two portfolios he's carrying. and he said it's because of the funds. So in one guys, he tells us there's not enough funds, and then in another guys, because he knows everybody cannot be everywhere, he says no, we are doing this, we are doing that. This is the same person who was building estates, but we are not seeing how many people are getting this estates, this apartments, So Fashola, to me, is a man of questionable character, a man who can go to Lekki Toll Gate and pick camera and tell us, who left this here? Yeah, So before exactly,
to you, right? Fashola, to you have been right
to me as well. To me as well.
He's a man of questionable character. Right? Who is talking now?
His ego, ego now.
His ego again. Fashola is a man of questionable character. Don't forget that when he left office, he built a website with almost 100 million naira.
Yes, and that website was dedicated to himself, but was invoiced to Lagos State. That is corruption now. A website that was essentially for you, but you invoice it to the state.
If I may say something, see, when you put 100 politicians, only will you find 0.5% of them without something questionable. So don't let us use performance of Fashola to now becloud the fact that this guy is still a politician. He just lied recently now, saying, once you start lying, if you can tell one lie, then you are a questionable character. So it nullify whatever righteousness you'll be proclaiming, all those things. So to me, Fashola is not holy, but let's just talk about his performance. So that is not unconscious. No, I disagree. It's very, very questionable.
Yeah. Of course. The person that told us what we have
CIA of Nigeria at Lekki Toll Gate.
Yeah, the person that told us that the reason why we don't have lights is because we have Bantu Eyos everywhere. Bantu Eyos.
What does that
mean? Look at his performance. He said, I don't know. He said the people who are there, they are incompetent.
All right. Okay.
Then he got there. Roads and what is it? They gave him power and roads now. Now the lights the electricity dropped to we have lost total. We have gone to total darkness for almost 3 times in this administration under Fashola. What kind of lies? Even independent power projects we don't see. What else do you need to prove that? If a man is honest, at least there should be some form of 100% good work in some areas. Why is this portfolio? Why is it so heavy for him?
Do you think it's somewhat overrun? Because I think it still straddles 2 ministries, doesn't it? Works and housing or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
For me, I should say, because Buhari himself could not deny how much funding they made available to Fashola. We should see 100% of where that funding went to, so that Fashola can say, okay, this is how much I got. This is what we deal with it. You can go and check for yourself. Go and fact check and see the costing and then the project. Not for you to say, did you have or a road before? Do you know how many roads we built in Southeast? Do you know where we do this?
X-Zero, the one thing that irritates me to the core sometimes is when I hear some of these ministers and they speak in such disparaging language to the people that look at the things we are giving you, as though they were reaching into their own personal pocket to show largesse to the people. You forced to wait in that space. You are spending public funds. It's not your money.
Exactly.
And Rotimi Amechi does that a lot. Fashola does that a lot. Just talk it down to the country as though they were doing you a favor to do what it irritates me.
But there was one time here you were asking me if we should thank, because I had this memory. You were telling me we should thank Baba Buhari for helping, for negotiating for peace. And I told you point blank, I said, there's nothing to thank. He's doing his job. If you don't want to do the job and get paid, don't go away. You can't come and contest election and win, and we put you somewhere and you are telling us, you should be grateful I built this Niger bridge for you. You should be Fashola has nothing to tell us. Just do the job and no thank yous, because your thank you is, you know how much pension these guys are getting after their governorship or all these positions, and I should be thanking him for doing one. That's me being am I drunk? Am I suffering Stockholm syndrome? We shouldn't be thanking people we are paying. These guys are getting world-class payment.
Do you think Nigerians, they suffer from Stockholm syndrome?
Of course.
Are they perennial victims?
Perennial victims, because for one, they've not tasted, most of the Nigerians in this era have not tasted the good life that maybe people in the era of the likes of I don't know, maybe Ajale Koko tasted. Maybe what's his name? Baba Kure or you tasted a bit of those things. But the people, majority of the youth and maybe average, maybe midlife people here have not tasted that good life. So they don't even know what a good life in Nigeria is like. Not to talk of to clamor for it as their rights. Because if they know what the good life is like, that some people were actually given scholarships, even Nigerians were refusing to go abroad because life was better in Nigeria, then they will know what to protest about. So if you give them brooms and 10,000 naira to go and add to their mini businesses, they will support you, they will thank you, they will pray for you. If you build one tiny road or one gutter or even clear gutter, they will thank you. This our governor came here. They cleared the gutter. Is that what we should do?
What do you want them to do if you come and clear the gutter? You want them to stone you?
Baba, you pay somebody that kind of amount to be doing a job.
You want them to ask you what took you so long. Is what took you so long? not thank you. What took you so long?
Okay, good. What we must understand when we stay in the diaspora sometimes.
Oh God,
you are not going to do that again.
Stop blackmailing us.
Don't blame us. Don't blame
people that the governor came. He did this little road. He do this thing. He cleaned the place up. The place was dirty before they came to clean.
You used to live
when
in
you talk
diaspora,
of the better life, when you talk of Nigerian scholarship and the better life, I was part of it. Let me tell you, not when you run to your country and still worry about. That doesn't mean the country will not find a solution. Nigeria still remains anybody home. It's like you go have American passport. Our position is that Nigeria was once better than US, better than UK. What was better than the UK? How much is dollar to the pound to naira when Nigeria was Nigeria? What are you talking about? How much was pound to naira?
Yeah,
what are you talking about, Mr. One Man?
Better than the dollar. Yeah, but that's not the point.
The UK and the US, they're good.
The point.
They're good.
Nigeria is as clean also. Nigeria is as clein those the early stage also. It's as nice as any other country you can think of.
What year?
That was why people were rejecting to leave the country for another country.
Ego.
That was why Nigerians prefer to stay in Nigeria than to go in UK.
He won't hold on. He will just Ego. What yardstick are you using to arrive at that assertion that Nigeria was once better than the United Kingdom and America?
Go back to the 60s in Nigeria,
right?
Before the
was
civil
just calculating the currency.
His currency is talking.
Yeah.
Of course, including the environment. How many were we? Now 200 million.
You know nothing.
There are good schools. There are everything in Nigeria. Then
you're a funny guy.
Your currency can be good and you still have a bad economy.
We should come and improve. Nigeria continue to degenerate. The country continue to go down, and we as a people, we continue to use our mouth where we sit down in Texas and rubbish. We continue to use our mouth to destroy the country. Nigeria is a dead place. You cannot leave. Nigeria, don't destroy this country for us. Nigeria will rise
for that country going down.
Nigeria will rise again as a country. I don't care what you think or how you wish the country bad luck.
Don't let me ask you one question.
Okay.
The question is this. You say Nigerians, we are the one bringing the country down. I asked a question yesterday. What was the purpose of the government? What
with your mouth alone? Bring the government down. Tell people, protest, do better, fight government. Don't begin to tell us Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. You are the same as those people who is picking pocket here. Were you not in Nigeria?
Are you
not a
Are you
Nigerian?
serious?
You are
don't know?
privileged
Do
to
you
be in
have
America does not mean those that are here with
come on? It look like Ego has everyday traumatic disorder. Nigerian everyday traumatic disorder. Nigerian everyday traumatic disorder. That's why you speak like this.
I am so blessed to challenge sometimes the ideas of you people coming here to just come down on this country. I am so blessed to challenge those ideas. That's my position. Don't talk about traumatized. He reason well. He talk. Doesn't talk. Come on, rubbish, man.
All right, hold on. Let me ask you a question, Ego. I want to give you two options. I'm talking about newspaper headlines. Okay. So I'll give you two options, and you tell me which one of those options will make the headline. So, and then you add on which one people will be interested in. The dog beats the man. That's one headline. The dog beats the man. And then the other headline is the man beats the dog. So which one of those two strap lines would make the headline? The dog beats the man or the man beats the dog?
And the dog beat the man might be the strap line or whatever.
That would be the headline. Is that the story people will want to read? Which story would people want to read?
Yes, that would be the story people want to read.
The dog beat the headline is.
They are not asking you. They are talking to me. Who is answering there?
He doesn't understand. You don't understand anything, do you, Ego? You don't.
It's Nigerian traumatic disorderness that is worrying you.
You don't understand a single thing.
White people don't get the rule of Unayonda. White people don't give Unayonda.
Let me ask you again. Maybe you don't understand it. Which headline will people be interested in reading the most? The dog beats the man or the man beats the dog? Which one will people know?
People know very well that dogs normally beat men. That one is normal. The man beat the dog will be the people, what people want to see. How does a man beat a dog? They want to see. So what are you talking? What do you know that I don't know?
No, so there you are. That answers your question. What narrative is it? What narrative is it? What is not quite right with the country? That is the point of discussion, or what is right with the country, which there is virtually nothing that is right with Nigeria. You say we come here and bellyache all the time, but then what is the reason? What are the reasons to be cheerful about the country, Nigeria? What are the reasons to be cheerful? You state two reasons to be cheerful about Nigeria.
One of the reasons to be cheerful about Nigeria is that it is your country.
Oh, look at that.
I'm in Nigeria. So it's a reason. Let me come. Oh God. It's a reason for me to see as a Nigerian. It's a reason for me to be cheerful. That is one reason. You understand? Then secondly, as a Nigerian, there is need for me to praise my country and think of how to better it, not to use my mouth to destroy it. These two things are things to be cheerful about. What are you talking about? Have you seen any American come to the studio or British man say, America could do this today? They are that. You know how many people they kill in Chicago every day? You know how many people are raped in that country?
Americans are not critical of their country.
What are you talking about? What is that?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know.
Look at Britain. Look at what is going on in Britain now against the Prime Minister.
They want to sack him. They want to sack the Prime Minister for telling lies.
Do you know the kind of talking point that is going on in Britain against the Prime Minister?
Africa
are we operating by a lower standard? Are we operating by a lower
standard? Africa need to be recolonized, but not you you Africans.
No. You're getting it wrong.
You need to be recolonized. You need to recolonize your mentality. You need to recolonize your mentality. That is what we are trying to do. We are trying to recolonize your mentality, but you don't want to accept
the white has imbibed in you. Your mentality now is to think that you don't have a country. Your mentality now is to think that you don't have a country.
Because
you are living in Texas.
Your mentality because your mentality is fucked
you are
up.
thinking that you have one thing in your brain. You don't know that it is the white
Nigerian
understanding that you are putting there to destroy your country as a nowhere. You cannot go to your country. Your country is a nowhere. But the Texas that you live, that they even retreat
are you telling us that you love that Nigerian more than us?
What?
Do you want to tell us that you love Nigeria more than us?
I wonder.
You think you love Nigeria more than us?
For me not to come out and begin to denigrate my country, begin to call my country.
What do you denigrate? We're not denigrating. We're talking about what is wrong in that country.
Do you know what's going on in Colombia today?
Do you know we are contributing more to that country than you yourself that is in there?
Do you know our too much? You should learn to quiet your mouth and say the right things.
Do you know our remittance is bigger than your national budget? Huh? Do you know that our remittance is bigger than your national? Is the biggest revenue earner for that country. So we are contributing more than you.
Zero. Let me tell you one thing. See, anybody that sees you that will not tell you the truth about the wrong thing you are doing is your enemy.
Number one enemy.
Nigeria, that Nigeria is good, that you should not talk about the problem of Nigeria is the prime enemy of Nigeria. That is exactly what you are doing. You see, saying that we should keep quiet. Well, okay, see one my personality say this is why I left Nigeria, for example. A foreigner came to Nigeria, maybe a foreigner, whatever. The video here that a woman shared with us the other time. Foreigner will come and they will go back and tell the experience about Nigeria. Can you hold those people from saying the truth? So we are discussing the problem of Nigeria. Like we said yesterday, you don't solve a problem where you refuse to agree to the problem. So saying you are more Nigerian,
they want to keep on lying. They want to keep on lying about that country. Reinforcement of lie every day. They want to reinforce lie. And the more they lie, the more the country is going down. They continue to destroy the country. And we that are trying to say the truth, trying to challenge the power to do right for the people of that country, this Nigerian traumatic disorder Igbo, we want to tell us that we don't know what we are doing.
Do you know one thing about Nigeria? Once anybody is doing good in Nigeria, Nigeria is fine. They just turn their eyes against every other wrong thing in Nigeria. I'll give you an example.
Of course.
What's wrong?
When they were campaigning for Buhari.
You are here promoting Tinubu for president. And you say they are not in
Canada now. Those people, they were telling me that Nigeria is good. I was even explaining to someone among them, say, you used to earn like 700,000 a month before Buhari got to that place. That do you know that without your 700,000, your household income has reduced because already a bag of rice was like 7,500 before, and now you are buying for 30,000. Your household income has reduced. You know how much you were paying for your children's school fees, for example. Now, the guy, as I speak to you, is in Canada. And other 7 guys, they are in Canada. They were talking exactly like Igbo that time that we were running the country down. My question to them is, say, what exactly are you doing in Canada? Since Nigeria is the best place, more than paradise, and since the creation, why didn't you stay there? So, see, if you don't discuss a problem, you are not ready to solve the problem. If you are okay, good, you are okay. But
one man, can I ask Igor a question?
Go on, Tony. Sorry, hold on. Let's hear from Tony. Sorry, we've not heard from Tony.
Okay, thanks a lot, sir, for letting me in.
No, please, just go to it now. Don't, please.
Okay. So anyway, I think when I say question, it's like I want to interject. So, Igor is Igor. Good evening, everybody. So, Igor is one of the these groups of people that you guys are talking about or speaking against. These are the people that destroyed our country. It's a member, it's a politician. You know what I'm saying? So he just come here, just to speak or whatever. Then regarding Fashola, Fashola has been doing some great jobs. You know what I'm saying? If you look at, so I'm very sorry. I want to test very slowly. if you look at all those, you see the northern part of the country, you can see a lot of development. Up to Niger Republic, like those super highway they are making to that place. I think Fashola have done a very good job. Only that he forgot us. That's the only problem. So then ego is not part of us here, because we are really suffering, because we have to help our families back home.
No, hold on. Ego is entitled to his opinion. We can't. We're not mantra chanting here. We are having discussion. So we need different opinions to evolve a new thinking. So we need people like Ego. We need even people like yourself, everybody. So we come together, and then logic wins. So that's how it works.
But a majority wins the vote. You can see that we are having the pain. I can hear the interjection from Ola and then Ajani Koko. Because nothing is working. There's nothing like a government. In Nigeria, and then by extension also in a Black Africa race. So, like yesterday, I listened to you all these days that I've not been coming to the show. But I'll be steadily, available, to the end of the show. You know what I'm saying? So I'm taking pain, to make sure that I listen carefully. Like yesterday, you were talking, you guys were talking about a movie from Ikeja to Victoria Island. Will she be, a civilized person or something like that? You know what I'm saying? I just see some people are just trying to, like my old brother Mike was trying to, go the other way, because nobody can move from Ikeja to Victoria Island on a public transport without being killed, on the way, stabbed to death. Before you get to Palm Grove, they don't hammer them. I'm telling you, sir. You see, before you get to Palm Grove, so you was trying to push that reality forward.
Tony, if it wasn't that YouTube was going to strike me if I play it, I could have played you a video. This was just Abuja not that long ago. This guy was in broad daylight. He was walking down the road, just talking to his girlfriend. This motorcycle, two people coming. They just parked next to him. The guy just lifted his shirt up and showed him a gun. Took the guy's phone. They sped off, and the guy just continued walking casually as though nothing happened. That was in broad daylight.
Yes, because there is no system in place. Nothing at all. If you look at our national stadium, back in the days, the security was, the insecurity was there, but not like that. Like we have some pickpocketers or whatever, pickpocket or whatever, and then maybe if you are doing kabu, because as a Lagos boy now, you have to use your car to do kabu sometimes to get some money to go to phase 2 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So only the fella guys that were robbing us in the in the car those days, or if you go to the back of stadium. You know what I'm saying? Back of stadium.
What are you doing at the back of stadium? If you are going to the back of stadium, then what are you doing?
No, sometimes some guys will say, okay, take me there. They'll just try to rob your money, from this hole where you keep the money. And then, so sometimes I will just, okay, I can't go further. Right, it's water, swampy area. I was okay, I throw back, after, then, but these days is that there is no security at all. You can't even move from Ibadan to, back in the days, we were trying to also make the money very cheaper to get to Lagos or to get to Ibadan by going to Ojota, or you go to Molete at the end of the highway. Sometimes if I say autobahn, it's like Germany, they call it autobahn. Sorry, if I miss my language.
We know autobahn. Yeah, that's they drive like maniacs on that autobahn, don't they? It's like.
Yes, because that is what Mr. H did, Mr. H invented it, Mr. H, the great man,
I know. Of the Second World War, yes.
My mentor, so so then
they say a lot of the science that is reshaping the world now
is made by him. Yeah, invented.
Well, not by him, but by
his team.
No, hold on, not by him. Sir. But during that time, he invented Volkswagen, or I don't know how you pronounce it, but we call it
Fox, like people's car.
Yeah. He invented that, and a lot of the scientists that he was using
everything. Can I name their names? Some of the names. Some of the names. You know, you have this Himmler.
Just be mindful because some of those names they trigger YouTube. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then you have you know, Vernon from Brown, but they wouldn't trigger because most of them went to Lagos. Sorry, to London and
United States.
And United States later to.
And it is because all the nuclear physicists, all the technology for atomic, etc. They were scientists. They were seized.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that's what we're talking about.
And taken to the United States.
Yeah, and then him himself did not go to school at all, because when they tried to push him after primary school, he couldn't go to primary one. Secondary school one, SS1, no way. So then, and then he was having some problems, and then so they took him to jail as a kid. That is what they decided. But why he decided to join the army after Germany lose the First World War? You know what I'm saying?
Let's not go too deep into that because it
okay, so we don't go there now. We don't go there now. So
it's only because of YouTube. They will start to send emails.
Yes. But meanwhile, in Germany here, you know, as soon as the kids are sleeping, they keep on showing how he invaded England. You know, tried to invade England. What they did, you know, we have some towns here they call Helgoland. It's between my city here, and this.
They still have the Schwarz sticker on some buildings in Germany emboldened.
Yes. And then
which is illegal, by the way.
No, but some people they have to take permission to do it because you know you can't. You know that's what that's what we call a democracy, sir. Democracy. Like right now in Germany, you know, the other day, Mr. Q was saying about talking about the housing problems. You know, housing problem, which was about once the shortages of flats in Germany, it could bring down the government. So there was big debate. And then, so they have concluded now that they have arrived, at the point that no landlord, whether government owned or private owned, is allowed to increase his or her rent in 5 years. They put a bar.
Well, the shortages is down to all those millions of Syrians that you people imported, isn't it?
Oh yes. If you look at their schools right now, the way they are expanding the school, you know, schools doesn't look like schools any longer, because you know, like they love white people. So, and this Syrian program, they are producing kids for them that we fund their social security system later. This way, they are so intelligent. So these white people, they do plan ahead.
Do you know why they imported those Syrians?
Because they don't have babies. You know, yesterday you discussed about
it. They needed
to
repopulate Germany. Yes. They have an aging population, and the birth rate is very low.
It's very, very low because and then you know, the white people, they think you know, ahead of us. So they think like 2,000 years ahead. So they know that maybe in 50 years time, these Germans that are living right now, they will be 70 or whatever.
Yes.
Or whatever they plan ahead.
You know, it's somewhat of a cheating, you know, because they've gone into this war-torn country and just swept up all of their best. You know, this is some form of latter day what happened in Africa. It's some form of
colonization and stuff like that.
Slavery sort of thing.
Yes, but they are more
intelligent. Eugenics. If you look at eugenics, they were trying to practice before now. Mm-hmm. Who is in our favoring now? Are the blacks now more populated? Mm-hmm. After they were trying to delete other ethnic groups just to increase theirs, but theirs are still reducing. Because there's no way you can see a white man.
There's one I want to trip in. There's one I want to trip in. I want to trip in one thing. Do you know what the Germans, the government of Bismarck, you know that Africa was shared among, you know, by the Germans. It was a German leader that invited England and other countries to come and share this country in 18-something. That his name is Bismarck. And then after that, there was another emperor, or the emperor that were all those kings, like this king of Benin that was very powerful in West Africa. Then if you say, okay, try to just take over, that's how they took over. Then that's why the separation of Austria, Hungary, because all these places were all German countries, you know, including Poland and everywhere, you know what I'm saying? So these guys, they went to Namibia, they went to Cameroon, Togo. You know how they take over places, not like the British. They will just bring panzers and start to destroy the whole black people, and then they start injecting, you know, white people into the. So all this Cameroon, Togo.
You know, they still somewhat control Namibia till today. There's still a
Yes.
strong German presence in Namibia.
Yes, and all those horses you see in Namibia today, you know that Namibia is highly populated by horse now. These were brought in back in the days. You know what I'm saying? So you know that the British is good. You know, it's good people because they are. You know, because when they come, they will let you go to school. And Germany is the Germans are the only people that didn't take black men to their home country to train for primary school or anything. We see that the British different.
You know, just on what you're saying there, that the Germans they repressed the black something.
Yes.
You know, they are trying to catch up with that emancipation now. But I think this was about 5 years ago, thereabout. They had their first black German newscaster. You know, which was a lot of news then.
They took him again. They took him away again.
They kicked him away. But what they did to him before they appointed him was what I wanted. They made him take his shirt off and pose like in a torso to show the masculinity. So they presented him like some sort of like a model, you know. So it was his intellect that he was bringing to employment, but it was his physicality that they used to sell him to the people. So that is the German mentality.
Yes, it's like they will tell you, "Come and chop, come and chop what will kill you. Come chop what will kill you."
know,
So you be afraid
somebody said this part. You know, Scandinavia is close to Germany. They're almost the same. I don't. This word they used to describe both Germany and Scandinavia.
No. Sorry. It's very bad that I have to come in very quick. Scandinavian people are the one that rescued the black people here. You know, Dr. Abba. You remember? No, hold on. This is my own. So you know, Dr. Abba is my life. It's my life. My word is my life. It's a Nigerian. So you remember also that you know that day you are talking about Skepta. You know, these are the Boy Better Know group. You know, all the family, they are Yoruba guys from Nigeria. Very good guys. So Skepta, the sisters, all of them, they are all rappers. These are type of my music. They call it garage music or whatever, you know. So then Dr. Abba came to Germany and applied for political asylum. They didn't grant him. Do you know how many people that are rotting away in Germany here, especially if you don't go to school? If you go to school, you go and read economics, forget it. You have to be an engineer.
They don't rate black people in
they don't rate you. Yeah, you have to rate. So you have to create the chance for yourself, like people like me are doing here. You know what I'm saying? So
because those Syrians that they went to import, they already had a black population that they could either have trained up or facilitated to
Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless you. You really get you know the policy of Germany.
I know everything, Tony.
They are very bad, and then the black people here, they have to be moving down to Spain, to England, to Canada, because they will never give you chance. Like me, I've lost 3 of my bank accounts. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I can't be telling you how.
Stop using your accounts for those things now.
Yes, Tony, because they are very crazy.
We know now. What are you doing now?
That's why I don't send this to you or this super chat or whatever. If you are living in Germany, not like me now, but people that are coming new, if you send money to your family in Nigeria or in Africa, Kenya, with Western Union, they will, if you are not a worker, if you are on their Western system, they will stop you for 3 months. You can't get no money to eat. That is how crazy the country is.
All right, you've taken us on a wonder mystery tour of a global politics.
It's good to know.
Let's go. Thank you, Tony. Let's go back now to Ejiro to take us back to familiar territory. So
your voice is back now. Your voice is back now. Your voice is back 80%. So I'm happy for that.
Thank you, Tony.
Later.
So, Ejiro, I'm not sure if you remember where you were, but if you do, pick it up from that spot.
We were still talking about Fashola now. Fashola and why he was praising Tinubu, his godfather. Before some people came in and said Fashola has no godfather. I mean, that's very, very, very eccentric view. Because everybody knows that Fashola.
That's an old story. That's not where we were. That old story.
You know, it was you that came in now, and then there was a lot of deviations because you were trying to say that.
I only asked you to define who is a boy. I never said this guy doesn't have God. Go and play back over you people, you just jump and conclude. You just jump and make your statement the way you like and hold someone responsible. Judge me by my words, sir.
You have started that journey of deviation again. I'm asking you. I put the question to you. You didn't answer it too. I say, who is Fashola's godfather? Period. Who is Fashola's godfather? Yeah, you didn't answer. It's not going to answer.
Well, he has moved on from that. He has moved on, so he's inviting you to move on as well.
I think he was
you
saying
get
something.
that video. You what is
No, but because when I say Fashola's godfather is Tinubu, and Fashola is Tinubu's boy, he came out with a lot of arguments. And then I asked him, who is Fashola's godfather? He was mute. If you can tell me who is Fashola's godfather,
okay, let me help you move on and move you on to a different talking point, which is Buhari's just they say I will go down with this ship, but he's certainly not going down with any ship. Instead, he waves the white flag. I am overwhelmed, by the Northeast, is what he's saying to the Sultan of Sokoto. The language of surrender is how I've understood that. But what are you understanding of Buhari's assertion in this conversation then with the lead Fulani man within the Nigerian space?
So see, you guys have to forgive me, but I think, they say we don't in our place, we don't talk to elders anyhow. But the language I just want to use now is very, very wrong. Let me just leave that language. Buhari doesn't have an excuse. For one, the promise he made when he was coming in is, we are going to shift. There was a way he said it that we are going to feel the difference once he handles power. That they are going to shift the military base down to Sambisa. Then we were only dealing with Sambisa and all those Boko Haram before it now became a bandit issue. Buhari changed all parastatal heads and all agency heads to Fulanis. Service chiefs, almost all Fulanis. Military heads, police heads, almost all Fulanis. Please.
Do you know what his argument for that was? For the Fulanization of the security structure. Do you know what his argument was?
I think he was saying something about he doesn't want anybody to kill him or something like that. There's a way
No.
He
was arguing that a lot of the problems that the country is, the big, heavy problems that the country was contending with, they were essentially in that cusp, the northern cusp. So he needed people that have an understanding both of the culture and the terrain to head the security structures so that they can confront that frontally. So that is why it's always Yahya or Farouk that is always that was the loose justification that he tried to give for the Fulanization thing.
And yet they could not achieve anything. Like I told you before.
And now he surrenders.
Yeah. Like I told you before, Buhari is not the only man that is doing everything that's happening. A bunch of people are using him to do all these things so that at the time we come with the indictment, Buhari will fake his sanity or dementia. And then the whole case dies down because everything dies with Buhari. You not know who to pick. The likes of Buratai and Co, who were used, instead of concentrating on the crime at stake and the problem at stake, turn their weapons against the youth. They will say Buhari gave them go ahead, and Buhari will be claiming dementia. I told you this before. There are a bunch of collaborators in this government that are using Buhari to steal, to bankrupt this nation, to put this nation in debt, and not focus on the real issues of Boko Haram and banditry. How can Buhari come up and tell us that he has given up? If Buhari, who is a kinsman of these people, has given up, who will now carry the fight? Is it somebody from the south? This man needs to be flogged. I'm sorry to use that word. You can't come to us and treat us like this. It's a pity that Nigerians don't know how to react. They let this slide. If they let this slide, that means anything can slide with a Nigerian. Buhari will now be telling us that he has given up. I'm so sorry. That's the worst. That's the lowest of the low that he can come up with. He should come up with something different.
Obasanjo told us that we shouldn't expect any more from him.
Well, why would we expect much from him? This man came in riding on me.
Because he has exhausted his capacity.
Has he exhausted his capacity? Has he really?
Well, well, Obasanjo said that about what 6 months ago, and Buhari comes forward now about 6 months later to say he's overwhelmed. So it doesn't. That is throwing your hands up in surrender now.
You know, the problem we have is not that we as Nigerians cannot defeat this terrorism and this banditry that is facing us. It's just that when the bandits attack, we are being held from fighting back. That is what we have been seeing. They've been shifting the goalpost here and there. They allow these bandits, and they don't forget that El-Rufai said, we are winning, we are winning. It's just that most of the skirmishes you are seeing are just revenge attacks. So you are telling me to accept that some people are allowed to revenge. Where's the security when these people are coming to avenge their loved ones? Is there any killing that is permitted, whether for vengeance or not? You put your military and you lay down a curfew, yet you create inroads for the I don't know if it's bandits or the extremists to come in and kill, for the herders to come in and kill. And Baba Buhari telling us that he has given up. Is he suffering from dementia already? That is not good enough. We refuse to accept that resignation. He should fight and do what he promised Nigerians. Take the military down to Sambisa as he promised. Go and station them there. Nigeria is not a country that should have generals. We don't have generals. What did they do? What did they achieve? All these generals, brigadier general, this and that general, what did they achieve now? How did they become generals? 5-star this, 4-star this. How did they become?
The international community, they mock Nigeria and the West African space especially, but the African space in general, for just all this general, because they know the rigors that you have to go through to become a general, and they'll promote somebody from a lieutenant colonel to a general, all because of coup plotting. This is what they do. Just general.
You know, this is the opportunity for them to go and mine the badges. If you want to be general, go to the war front. Go there. Stop building refinery. This ad hoc refineries everywhere in Port Harcourt, in Rivers, and everywhere. Enriching yourself. Go to the war front. This is why they cannot carry a revolution in Nigeria, because all the generals, that they are busy dipping their hand in oil money, taking from the country and leaving the country status quo. That is why the politics is this soiled. That's why people are dying, and nobody can come out and fight for the common man anymore, because all of them are deeply soiled in the corruption. Corruption is the only thing holding this country together. Because if it is not this corruption, that pipeline money, they are all dipping their hand in this, they have bunkery and all those things. Some of them would have woken up and said, okay, this country has dipped to the lowest of the low. We need to revive this country. We need to take over government. Because I'm sorry to say this, but I mean, the country, we are facing worse corruption now than we had during the days of Okotiebo that was killed. I still say this. I pity the soul of Okotiebo and the likes of those who were killed during that military takeover because of their corruption. What we are experiencing today is total takeover. The country has been turned upside down so that all the coins everywhere should fall into the hands of the powers that be. And they hooked us further with loans that we cannot pay. Buhari has no excuse. With all this, with all he has done, he has no excuse. He should be ashamed of himself to come and tell us that he has given up. When we, the people, have not given up. You have given up on what? Look, what he has done is put his people and the people of the North in far more peril. Because when he lives there, what those bandits will use their eyes to see, what they will do to the people in the North, if Buhari leaves this power and leaves everything like the way it is now, with what is going on in the gold areas of Zamfara, Sokoto, and the whole of the North, well, they will massacre. They will not even be using bullets, and they will use knife to slit people's throats. What nonsense!
Settle down with the language now. I don't always have to.
I'm annoyed.
I know you're annoyed, but YouTube will be annoyed too when they start sending me emails. But round off your thoughts, and then round off your thoughts on that X0.
Well, the truth is, Buhari has no excuse. He shouldn't be telling us. He should just resign rather than telling us that. How can somebody?
Why do you keep saying that? What do you think the chances are of Buhari resigning? What do you think?
That is what. If you say you have given up, the only other option is for you to get out of office. Resign.
Those were not his exact words, by the way. He said he was overwhelmed.
Hey, that's the same thing we're saying. We don't expect that language. That's the poorest language to use for this kind of situation. If you're overwhelmed, you're just disappointed your military, because maybe don't forget that this military man, there was this colonel, or what's his name, the Yoruba guy, who was saying to his superiors, we are here, we are fighting, we just need ammunition, they were ambushed us, blah, blah, blah. And you are telling these people that you are overwhelmed.
Was that guy not demoted? I think he got punished for that.
He was. That's what I'm telling you. He was. And the people who demoted him, they are the Northerners. They're the Northern corpus in the army. So if you demote a guy for doing...
You can't say that. It's the army structures.
No, we one man.
Who's dominating the structure?
No, it's the army structures.
X0. Can I say something?
Mind.
You see that thing. I think that was General Deni. I think that's what you're talking about. Is it Major General Deni?
Yeah.
So anyway, what he intended was that recording was meant for the military hierarchy. No, I mean the commander or whoever is on top of him.
It was leaked.
So it was leaked. So that leaking was what really got the Nigerian army, I mean, they do have a way of communicating. They can, they're in an isolated area whereby they don't have any radio communication or whatever to relate to them. And maybe the only way is through by that video or whatever, and then sending it to them so that they can see what's going on and what they need. But for the fact that they leak to the public and thereby showing kind of like making the public to lose that that trust or that how do I put it? Like they trust Nigerian army to be able to defend them, to defend the territorial integrity of that country of Nigeria. Maybe that was what really got them mad, and they had to demote him for that. Not because he sent them that. I mean, there's a way they interact or they relay messages back to themselves. So I just want to
but rational man, you and I are discerning individuals. If you look truly into that video, do you think that man was doing that to ridicule the army, or he was sincerely pleading for help?
Well, from what he said, I'm going by what he said, that he sent it to the military top brass and whatever, just so they know the commander, the one maybe directly above him, that will release more ammunition or whatever to them, logistics or whatever they need, so that they know what they're going through. So, but the other guy that was recording it somehow, maybe we send it to some of the media houses, or maybe somebody sent it to also pass it on, and maybe that's how it got leaked. So that was really the reason why they really had to demote that guy, because it make a mockery of Nigerian military. What people have been suspecting, that these guys, they always go to fight these people without enough equipment and things like that. So it really verifies that idea or that suspicion that people have always had about Nigerian army not really being equipped to fight these people. So maybe that was really what got them mad. So I mean, just to answer your question, that's what I'm just trying to say. I don't think he deliberately leaked it, because of course he would know how that's going to turn out for him. That will really backfire. And maybe he really did it intentionally to really ridicule the Nigerian army. I don't know, but then he got it.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think so, because one other colonel from Benue State was also talking. I think he did a video and he was talking to Buratai. He said he was disappointed in him because I think he lost his colleagues because of no ammunition. While the top brass, while they were told that there was some money budgeted for their upkeep and their ammunition, and they were using they were using ammunition from the Nigerian Biafra war. My brother,
where are you getting that from? Are we Radio Biafra in again? What are you doing?
No, he said it that they were using guns recovered from Biafrans during the Nigeria Biafra war.
I doubt that very much. Do you know how long ago that was?
That was Shakabula now.
No, that's Shakabula. What are you? No. You have to stop listening to Simon Ekpa. You know,
please,
is this Simon Ekpa? Don't you know we detest those Simon Ekpa.
Woman, we are all in Europe. We are all in Europe here. Internet is free. Some news filter into you, some filter into me. This is from a military person who did a video.
Look at this guy.
And he is now being locked up. He's locked up. Colonel, I've forgotten his name, Colonel Enye something. He's one of those who criticized Buratai that was arrested and locked up. He's in that room now as we speak. He did a video and he was saying the ammunition they were using were ammunition from 1960. You understand? That they had budgets for new ammunition that they will use to face the Boko Haram. But some of them, their ammunition were jamming during attacks, and they had bad weapons. You know, so I'm not saying something from wishy-washy. I'm telling you, I don't need to. I know how to filter.
How is Simon, by the way?
I don't do those things. I don't. That guy doesn't even speak. That guy doesn't even speak good English.
Why you go say Simon not speak English? What are you talking about?
He's a lawyer, is he not? He's a lawyer with a master's in law.
I don't know about that, but I've seen the guy's video maybe once or twice, and I lost interest because he doesn't even.
Are you an intellectual snob like Ola? Is that what you are? Is it the content of what
I'm a snob. I'm a snob because
look at that.
I'm a snob because there are some things I don't. There are some things I don't push. I don't waste my time with. You know, there are some things I don't waste my time with. Yes.
What do you make of him?
Yeah. The guy, I don't know because I don't listen to him. But
all right.
Once in a while,
hold on. I think Ajaliko wants to ask you a question. Yeah.
Okay.
Zero, we don't need to worry our head about Buhari. The man said recently that he is looking forward to his retirement. He said he's looking forward to the his handing over because he worked too hard. According to him, he said he worked 7 hours a day. Can you imagine the president of Nigeria, the country with such unending problem every day, and with the problem that country is going through? He said he works 7 hours a day, and he cannot wait. He cannot wait till he can't wait till the day that he's going to retire. So that should tell us something, that this man, a president working 7 hours a day, is like he's a person just there doing nothing. 7 hours.
You know the London economics, Ajale Koko, they called him lazy. And his exact words were, it didn't even say 7 hours. It says in certain days, he works 6 to 7 hours.
6 to 7, yeah.
So that's to tell you that in some days, he works even less. If at all.
Yeah, you're right.
In a country as big and as complex as Nigeria, that you'll be looking for an extra hour on top of 24 hours to work even harder just to keep the country together.
Did you include his time is prayer time in that 7 hours? Because I know he definitely. Oh, you didn't.
Don't go there.
Let's not go religion, because then rational mind will start pointing fingers and say,
no, but you know that Baba Buhari must pray. Baba Buhari must pray now.
Don't worry. No, he's entitled to his prayers, but
is it not how many times a day?
I don't know. That's for his own personal
So,
something.
And when we speak that we don't have a headship in that country that is really committed to wrestling that country out of the problem the country is going through. Somebody like Igbo, we said we don't love that country. We are talking too bad about the country. Your president said he worked. I mean, the most hour he put in 7 hours, and you think you can? And you think the problem in that country can solve? And some people like us, I run my own business and know how many hours I work a day. And a president managing that country with complex, ethnic, multi-religious, multi-problem, saying it's working 7 hours. So nothing is working. So if your president does not put in his best, how do you think that country will move? It won't progress now. The country is not going to have progress. Imagine when the head is not working, is not putting his best. What do you think the people that surround him will be doing? Because they know him that, Organo they work. So when are that going to go to sleep? I beg, make everybody go do 5G. That is what is going on in that country.
Yes.
So, Ego, yes. You need to wake up. You need to align with us.
No, Ego's network would have kicked him out. That usually happens.
One man, I just remembered one thing about this man. We are clamoring because somebody said, I think it's a comedian that said that the reason why Buhari is sick all the time is that anytime he wakes, he sleeps in the night. There's somebody calling him from one bush here, another one calling him Baba Buhari. So the thing is taking away the man's memories. Do you know that several times the journalists interview Baba Buhari, he always forgets the question. In fact, you're asking one question and answer another thing. Do you know that?
I saw that in the Arise interview that he did with Ruben Abete and Tudun and the rest of them. And I noticed that he would just the what he was saying, they did not really cohere with the questions. So I wondered if it was just signs of senility or just indifference. That I don't really care what you're asking me.
It's not senility. It's not indifference. That man is having dementia.
Are you his doctor? Are you his doctor?
Because listen, it's not once, not twice, not 3 times. He was in a United Nations. I think one of those conferences.
Oh yes, I saw that. It was so embarrassing. So embarrassing.
Yes. So it's not once, it's not twice.
He did not. He did not. The answer he gave was. I think I actually posted the video. It was totally. And the man was looking at him that the moderator. He didn't quite know what to do because he didn't want to be impolite. Yeah.
He just left the man. He just left him to just continue. He was reading from a paper and he didn't bother about the question.
Yes, because the question did not cohere with the answers that they prepped him with.
Yes. Yeah, so you can see the excuse that they're going to give is already there. That my man is no longer well or fit for court or
what court? Or who has ever been to court? In what you keep saying court?
Nobody's going to any indictment or anything. So this era is just going to disappear like that. We're just going to live with it.
This is what happens in Nigeria now. We've lived with the Babangida era. We've lived with the Abacha era. We've lived with a lot of things. The civil war situation is still unresolved. Nobody has taken ownership of whoever is held to. I've never known who has ever been held to account in Nigeria that you're expecting Buhari to be presented in court. He would just be, by the time they rebrand him, you will think he was actually the best president that we've
No,
ever had.
the reason why he should be presented in court is this. I'll tell you why. Because of the massive killings. Because don't forget that the military itself were killing fellow military from the air. Who was giving those instructions and why? Who was in charge of what and why? The youth at Lekito. So many killings have happened that there needs to be somebody has to be held responsible. Somebody has to be held responsible.
Yeah, but we don't have a history of that. You know, that's the thing. He would just walk away. You know, remember how Aizon used to come here and still hold on the Ode massacre. Everybody is celebrating Obasanjo as a global statesman, and the ego is Aizon is still stuck on that same spot. Ode massacre. Obasanjo has moved on, no, and Buhari will move on. You know, you know. They will invite him to Uganda and they will give him red carpet treatment. They will invite him to New York. He has been to Bulgaria, Bolivia, celebrated and venerated. And Aizon is still there, stuck at one spot. Ode massacre. You know, this is it.
Aizon, if you are listening, make you come in, come fight here, one man.
I'm inviting him to
Aizon, come on. I don't feel fight this fight for you.
But do you accept what I'm saying, though, Ajale Koko, that as much as they say it's day in court, and you hear that a lot in the Eastern social media space, Radio Biafra, other space, that the international licensee, this guy will just finish his tenure. They will give him the highest national honor, and they will refer to him as elder statesman, as they've done with Obasanjo, Goodluck, Jonathan, go on. The rest of but Babangida, nothing will happen now. So why are we kidding ourselves as though we don't know?
Hold on,
let us here.
But this Buhari's case might be different from others because of the way his administration has brutalized and continue to brutalize.
The only thing they might not be able to walk away from is Lekki Toll Gate, because that played out globally in public.
Really?
Globally.
You know that when Obasanjo did that of Udi, social media was not around then. The whole world, possibly most part of the whole world, did not know. But the one of Lekki, everybody watched it around the world. This one of Igbokwe and Nnamdi Kanu is an international case now, because petition has been filed against Buhari and his administration.
I don't think anybody can hold him over Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu himself is not like a clean, holy space,
No, international. When they get to International Criminal Court, International Criminal Court of Justice, or what do they call it? Yeah, it's gonna be. It might be tough for Buhari. He might not escape what Obasanjo escaped, and the rest of them escape. It soon might be different, because Yoruba Nation and Biafra Nation, they are really pressing hard, and they have strong attorney that are pressing.
You mean the American Bruce Wayne?
No, Yoruba Nation have their own
that Bruce Wayne, it looks somewhat the texture of an alcoholic. Do you think that guy has a drink problem?
I don't know. Whether you have.
Can you?
He's an old guy now.
No. I know, but
he should be around 70 or over 70.
Yeah, but he looks like a heavy drinker.
How do you tell a heavy drinker? One man.
You know that guy is very
one man.
No. I mean, you live in America, so you know what.
I don't know. You're the one saying that somebody is a heavy drinker. How do you tell
yeah. This is what I'm about to explain. There's some sort of blotching on their skin, usually like a darkish patch that that doesn't shift, which is not dermatological. You can tell. You can tell a drinker. That looks like a drinker.
Tony, let him speak.
It looks like a drinker.
Well, one man, that in itself is not an evidence to prove.
No, I'm just speculating now. That's why I'm asking that.
Yeah, but one man,
yeah.
Does it sound sane when he's speaking? Because he's a lawyer.
No, he talks gibberish, you know.
Oga woman, before I forget. Oga woman. I beg, I want to tell Ajani Koko that the international community will never listen to anybody because they are very happy if we're able to wipe ourselves out. So if you look at the situation, in Africa, like about 11 or 20 to be precise, 20 the United Nations soldiers were killed in Somalia. They decided to vacate the land. They vacated it. They say, okay, black people are cannibal. They took our this in and this operation. Remember this helicopter? How they take down the army and kill them. So they run away. But if you look at, it's more than 1 million soldiers that died from this international community in Iraq, Iraq and Syria. They don't give a damn about the white race, about the black race. This international court of justice, they only care about the white race. You know what I'm saying? It's time for us to just get down to see how we can rescue ourselves. Because if you look at this, what is happening in Russia right now, when one single opposition leader is arrested by the police, not even total, they will give him food, give everything. You see that the whole international, they will see sanction this. But you see, in Nigeria, 200 dead in Borno, in the east, in Edo State right now, or your state, they are killed every day because the government have won channel TVs.
Hold on. Do you not think the world by now should be fatigued by all this endless barbarism that they hear?
Thank you, sir. Yes, they should have been having sleepless nights. If this country should happen in advance.
No, hold on. Do you not think they should be fatigued? Do you not think they should be tired of it now? There was never a point in time.
No, they can't be tired. Why are they not tired? Okay.
Can you hold on?
Okay, sir.
Hold on. There was never a point. There was never a point in time that the headlines were not about some savagery or barbarism coming out of Africa. They've been alarmed. They've been shocked. They've sent troops. They've raised funds. So are they now fatigued? Are they tired of it?
I get fed up. Yeah, fed up.
Yes, are they fed up?
I get you. That means like okay, that is their way. That is their way.
So you understand it? Go to it. Yeah.
Yeah. They will say that. Yeah, that's their way. Let them kill themselves. Then we can go and take the gas. We go and get the gas later. If you see what is happening right now in Ukraine.
Oh God.
No.
Don't say that, and then I'll go on to
Then if you look at what is happening today the Germans are the press are telling the government, why can't you send the military something to the borders of Ukraine and the European Union? They say no, we are trying to do this, we are trying to do this, so they don't. So it's all about the gas.
No, we know, Tony. You know the politics there. 40% of Europe, what do you call
gas? It's from Russia.
It's from Russia now. So
yes.
And you know that Germany and Russia, they are building Nord Stream pipeline.
Yeah, pipeline. Yes.
So that economic interest, that strong economic tie will not let them do it. And every sensible country will not do it because they know how important that Russia is to them when it comes to gas supply to them.
Yes.
Without that Russia gas supply, the economy will your Germany economy will be in big problem.
Yes, the same thing. So the same thing with Africa. The same thing with Africa, Ajani Koko. That means Africa is during the military era in Nigeria. You see, Yakubu Gowon was able to build all those refineries and then set up all those petrochemical projects. So without relying on the foreign edition. But you can see that later on, because yesterday I heard people discuss about this. Sorry, I heard people talk about this last time, and the people are just talking trash about who is the best governor, best president of Nigeria. It's only Yakubu Gowon because they are able to produce our refinery because we are losing byproducts right now. Byproducts. in the petroleum in Nigeria, burning light or whatever, the one they get from Benin, from Warri, from Sapele to all those Calabar, is better than the one they get in the winter zone region, because that one contains more byproducts. So which we are losing.
That's why he went to build a refinery in Kaduna. Where is the oil there?
Yes, thank you very much. You see, so that's why. No. Back in the days, that one was in order. Let us be faithful to the fact. One man is always watching me, but so one man is watching me when I speak here. So back in the days, we didn't know. We were blind, like a kind of blinded date or something like that. We don't care about it. Only now that the situation has changed. Like one man always said that it's the situation that we should come and join him. So that things are very bad right now, that we can just see it. Our play, they say they know if we see you, you open your eye, you see something they come, you open your eye. That's what we have been talking about. I don't want to talk about it not today, because I don't want to be kicked out of the show. You know what I'm saying? So Fashola, like I said, it has done so many things with in this era. Because if you go to Niger Republic, you see a lot of development. You go to Kaduna, you go to Abuja, you go to all those Borno, where the Boko Haram are fighting. All the whole bush is there at time. But just take a look at from your state right to Onitsha. My God, you see the whole. It be like where those any Benin man there. There's what they call Edon, or the Isiku.
But Tony, you're not on the point. Do you know the point that one man raised was that these killings in Africa? Is
that we are fed up? That the white people are fed up.
They are fed up. Yes.
Yeah, they're not fed up. They're not fed up. They're happy.
And they are not dealing with our oil is not what is sustaining their economies, because they see that
you see, we talk about bad product. Who is speaking? Thomas. Sorry, sir.
Just land and then I want to move on.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay, thank you. God bless you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, my people, I beg, if you refine oil in Nigeria, you will kill the alpha, the plastic, the glass materials. That's what they call byproduct. If you don't know, you go to make your PhD. You see, like we said today, Mr. H did not go to school, but he got the brain. You know what I'm saying? I went to the Polytechnic, and I'm very proud. One day you come and see what I'm doing in Germany. You know what I'm saying? So, byproduct. That's what makes nations great. And then if you don't export your things, you can even produce your oil and sell it refined to neighboring African country. Then Nigeria will be number one country in the whole world. You know what I'm saying? So, byproduct is very, very important. You can be able to tie your road with the alpha. Many things. Like when I was growing up, if you go to Benin, Sapele Road, Ejiro is there, I don't know, Shiro. So you see everywhere they are flaring gas. All those waste.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
God
bless you. God bless you.
I want to go on to Tony because I want to go on to.
Can I address X0 with what both of you were talking about, the Bruce Fein, that he was saying gibberish or whatever you people said?
Yes, and he had dark patches, which is signs, telltales of alcohol. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you guys have sat down and really listened to him the way he speaks. I mean, it's a learned somebody who speaks with knowledge. It's not just speaking. I've checked him out. I've checked some of the things he said, and I find it to be true. Maybe people don't just have the patience of listening to him, because there's a way he goes about it. Explaining things. It's only people that are, who wants to understand, who really wants to see his viewpoint and what he has to say.
Of course.
But then people are saying gibberish. I don't know what the gibberish is talking about. You people saying he's speaking gibberish.
It's one man that is saying that, because I've checked that guy's profile. He actually worked with one of the top senators in America. He was a big lawyer in America. He was very big. Yeah, continue, rational.
Well, I'm done. Just sometimes one man just spinning words around here. Sometimes that's just it.
No, I'm not spinning words around. That's my subjective view.
Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying.
You can disagree. Yeah.
Okay.
But as far as I'm concerned,
I need to leave because I just need to go somewhere. So,
all right. Do you want to speak to a topic of your choice?
I have an online appointment right now, so I just.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Thank you. So let's go on then to see if we still have Bia, just to have a gender mix in the. So Bia, are you there? Brace yourself if she's there. Okay, I think we've dodged that bullet.
I overheard Bia slamming me in the beginning of the show.
Yes, no, she just comes in, she just slaps a few people, and then she'll. You know, I know beer is partial to red wine, so maybe the wine is kicking in. So thank you, X0. So let's go from X0 then to Truth to Power, who only joins us occasionally, but then it drops like a gem of delight. So hopefully we still have him. Truth to Power, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, thank you for joining us. So that's Truth to Power. You all know him. And to this concern that I was just discussing with X0 about the lack of cadavers for the Nigerian medical students to practice anatomy on. You know, this runs contrary to the headlines that we see on a daily basis of savagery and brutality. What are you then making of the alarm from the professor from University of Ilorin?
Yeah, it's quite it's really strange. Good evening, everybody. Just as an aside, I really have enjoyed the program thus far, the ideas and everything that have been mooted thus far. But regarding this this topic, this talking point about dead bodies not being readily available for practicals in the science faculty of University of Ilorin, I think I think that would be more bureaucratic than anything, because that's what makes sense. Perhaps the processes through which they get these things, maybe there are bureaucratic bottlenecks, and that will probably be what the professor might be speaking to, because it does not make sense to say that, because we hear the stories, we know the headlines, people vanishing here and there in Nigeria, banditry everywhere in the north, not to say the things that we experience or people experience in the south. So I think it's more bureaucratic and more a process problem rather than anything else.
All right, thank you. I somewhat agree with that, because it is not what the common knowledge is that there's a dearth of cadavers in Nigeria. So like you said, it's more like, and I think that might well be where he's speaking to, that is alarming, that they are strangling our supply with bureaucracy. I think that might well be the alarm that he's trying to raise.
That would definitely make sense rather than anything else.
All right, thank you. So make sense of this. This was upon a time. If this guy had the case just 2 years ago, the president would be called Atiku Abubakar. But fast forward 2 years later, this guy now tells us that he's too old and he's of the wrong hue in terms of ethnicity. His name, Kasim Afagua, who was the campaign coordinator for Atiku just 2019, he now alarms to this space. Help us beg Atiku to allow Southern presidency in 2023. Afegbua appeals to Nigerians, and his argument is that, one, Atiku is of the northern extraction, which disqualifies him for this round, but more potently, Atiku will be 77 in 2023, which then puts him out of the generational loop that should chart the future of the country. What are you making then, Truth to Power, of this guy's argument? A turncoat.
So the person in question is not someone that I've heard of before, so I wouldn't know what politics is trying to play to. But if he's really in the political fray and he's still politicking as we speak, then we can be sure that he's found new alliances, he's found new interests. Because we know that the average Nigerian politician or people who play the game, they always make new alliances. It's more the permanence of their interest rather than anything else. So perhaps he's turned coat now because it's trying to support somebody else. But if we need to look at the merit of what he's saying, of course there is the merit to that argument. But that's why I said, on the one hand, we need to be able to divorce the person speaking the message from perhaps whether the person is actually playing to some politics. So, and that's why I started off by saying that regarding the politics, if he's trying to play to some politics, then we wouldn't know what really informs those words coming out. But taking in isolation, the very words, the very things and the stake he's trying to the claim is trying to stake. The truth be told, Atiku is an old man, somebody of Buhari's age, if not older. And we do know, of course, that age is really not what defines somebody's intellectual capacity. Like, of course, President Biden is about that age as well, and is still very much relevant to the 21st century. But having said that, Nigeria is a peculiar situation, and we've tinkered and tried many times with bringing people who seems or who claims to be skilled in the politicking of our country. We've tried over times to bring them into the fray, but they've oftentimes failed us. And I think the gap there is that politics is quite different from governance. We don't have a shortage of people who can play the politics in as it were. People forming alliances, people, just the way APC had to form alliances, build bridges to house PDP. So we don't have a dearth of such machinations in the Nigerian politics. But what we do have a dearth or a shortage of is people who can really govern. So, and there is that gap between someone who can play the politics of a land or play the politics as it were, and somebody who can govern. I do not think personally that Atiku is the best man for the job. So speaking to what that man is saying, there is method in his madness to say that Atiku, personally, this is my own personal opinion, and I'm not apologetic about it. We've tried too many people of that coloration, people who are astute politicians. They've been in the game for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. We've churned them time and time again. But I think it's high time we start looking, because the 21st century calls for fresh problems, and then fresh solutions need to be brought to the table. And I don't think Atiku, for one, would be the person to take us to that next level. So regarding somebody, not really about the age now, but whether this man can really take us from the shackles, because of course everyone knows that Buhari has taken us back another 10, 15, 20 years. And then whoever comes into the fray now has to grapple with the current problems that are already decadent in the space. And then there will be imagined problems again, because the 21st century always presents problems, as we see all around the world. So, and if we do not have a leader who can really govern and establish authority, especially with respect to international relations, I do not think, I think forever Nigeria might be confined to that place where we just remain a paper tiger, as it were. So I share in the man's sentiment to say that Atiku, he should sit in the bench, to use the sporting balance of football players staying on the bench. Atiku should sit on the bench and allow a younger candidate to spring up to take us to where we need to be in the country.
All right, thank you. So Nigeria, as you know, truth to power is always a three-dimensional chess play. But what gambit do you think is up here? Buhari has done more than United States government in terms of infrastructure, Works Minister Fashola says. So Fashola now says this somewhat outlandish thing. For one, I'm just aghast by just the headline alone just confounds and befuddles me, because of course, I mean, where do you even begin to draw the parallel? But can you see any point to this headline? Does it cohere with you? Buhari has done more than the United States government in terms of infrastructure. And that, of course, combines Trump with Joe Biden, because Joe Biden is new to the space, so he cannot be referencing Joe Biden. So a combination of the two of them beating by Mallam from Daura, according to Fashola. What do you make of that, truth to power?
Yeah, I personally, I grew up. I was already a young man in the in the after Tinubu had his tenure in the 2007, 2008, 2009 that Fashola came to the fray. And I think my personal assessment of him, much of it is really not in terms of tangibility, what we could really see and quantify in terms of growth and development brought to Lagos. I'm a true born of that space. I grew up from Amuwodofin to Olodia Papa to what's it called? Agege.
What side of Olodia Papa, please?
Pardon?
What part of Olodia?
Amuwodofin.
Wilma. Yes.
Hey. Pestac area. I know this area.
Wilma, people's bus stop.
Exactly. So those places.
So sorry, Mike. Truth to power, as you can hear from the tonality of his voice, he grew up in the posher areas of Amuwe-Odofin, not your own side of the road. You were in the Amugo.
Anyway, I really
Igbo smokers. It doesn't come from the Igbo. Can you not hear? It's not
Amuwodofin is no this area. No be like mainland like the.
Anyway,
like other side, you know.
I
say at Jebo side, but there's so just one
I'm a proud local of those area because you can come from anywhere and you can grow up to become anything, and I'm a testament to that. It's really doesn't matter where you come from. But speaking to the space, so I really know the terrain and to talk about tangibility with respect to what Fashola did. People say he did this, he did that, he did all that, I did that. You see, the expectations for the average Nigerian person is too low. And that is the problem. If we continue to have this shortage, this low threshold for our politicians, we are never going to be able to compete in the 21st century. So a politician does a thing that he's supposed to do, and there is this bandwagon that people are jumping on and saying, oh, he's done this, he's done that. So personally, much of the praise that comes to our politician in Nigeria, they are bandied about by people who had personal relations and probably have benefited from these people personally. And before you know it, as they begin to throw up this name and sing their praises, the vast majority of people would have no other reason than to sing along with them. And it's a sad situation in Nigeria. So but speaking specifically to him, talking about Trump, talking about Buhari having done so much than the past and the current president of the United States of America. I think that's ridiculous. That's a joke. That's really a joke. And I know what they are doing.
Why do okay? Yes,
I'll tell you. I know what they are doing. You see, the average Nigerian person, I don't know. I don't know what that problem is. We seem to know what our problems are. We seem to know that these people are our problems. But when it comes to, I think Exira said it oftentimes, we seem to be involved in this Stockholm syndrome of where we start making excuses for these people and start saying, oh, when politicians, they are supposed to be servants of the nation, servants of the people. When they do well, of course, we need to laud them for whatever thing they do. Oh, okay, you've done well in this area. But of course, again, when they goof, we do not have to hesitate to call them out. So speaking to this statement is trying to call Nigerians foolish. It's trying to say to Nigerians, oh, even though you cannot see, you cannot quantify your quality of life, you cannot see all the dividends of democracy, even though you cannot compare yourself with people living in North Africa, yet we are lording it over you and telling you, and you must believe and accept it, that Buhari has outperformed the presidents of the United States. That's ridiculous. Because
we hear the most ridiculous things from this administration, especially not that long ago. Femi Adesina came and told us that Buhari is greater than Awo and Zik combined. These are the sort of things that we're hearing from these people.
So it's really politics. You see, 2023 is coming up again, and they just start churning this narrative, and before you know it, they start spreading it across the nation, and our people fall for it. This their guile and this their stupid politics, and it's sad that the average Nigerian person will fall for it. How can somebody coming out? Is it even supposed to be quantifiable? That can we? In terms of what President Trump did in the United States, can we even quantify it with if the first 1 year of Buhari? We knew where he was. He was running the country from another country, which is really unheard of. I've never since my growing up days up until now, I've never seen or heard that a sitting president leaves his office and is somewhere for about a year or so, although intermittently running his country from that country. So I think it's just politics.
You know, they used to fly documents out to London for him to sign. This is
exactly.
This is
unbelievable.
You know, it's unbelievable.
It's just politics. I think it's party politics they are playing too. They want to drum up support again for not just Buhari as a person, but for the party, so that they can then ride on it and say that okay, they have a chance to come back again in 2020. So it's all politics and nothing to be taken at face value with respect to what Fashola said.
All right, thank you, Truth to Power. So from the sublime to the ridiculous, Truth to Power, Tinubu physically fit than many Nigerian youths. Joe Igbokwe speaking. So whenever this guy speaks, you often wonder where he's leading to. So is this Mbabe Magbabe, or is this guy playing a clever game that we are not able to, you know, conceive of for reasons of our limitation? So is it Mbabe Magbabe, or is this genius play, Joe Igbokwe?
Anyway, the topic on discussion today is just like you said, from the sublime to the ridiculous. Just now, Igbokwe, for one, I think is an APC chieftain, somebody that an Igbo man that I know that is the if I don't know any Igbo man, I know that man is one Igbo man that would describe his father's house with his left hand. So his people don't like him because of statements like this, because of positions like this, because he speaks too much tongue in cheek, and it's really sad to say that Tinubu is fitter. How dare you say that? As though people are blind. We hear this man again and again. We see him again and again. If he's not falling, he's shaking. If he's not shaking, of course, with all due respect, anyone can be in that position. I'm not in any way trying to say that I'm glorying over that situation, but let them not pass off somebody who is supposed to be retired and resting and enjoying all the loot that is taken from the space for so many years. Let them not pass this person off on us again in 2023. So personally, I think it's like I said with the Fashola situation, it's all politics. And this Joe Igbokwe man, I'm 100% sure that if they do realize their dream and Tinubu gets to us,
he is a very un-Igbo-like Igbo man, isn't he, Joe Igbokwe? Because the one thing that we know the Easterners for is that they are very assertive in their thoughts, and they are not to be led by anyone. And they, no matter what, they are ready to tell you to get lost if they need you to get lost. But this guy is very sly and very slimy, somewhat.
I think he's
very slippery.
I think he's more a Lagosian now than anything else. I think I'm 100% sure that once he finishes everything politics, I'm not sure he can ever touch.
I don't necessarily agree. I think he's eating under Tinubu now. So if he's eating under Tinubu, what are you expecting to be doing? Of course, now where they chop, you go day lawyer now.
Yeah, but
so I don't think it takes away his Igbo-ness, or I don't. The guy is a typical Igbo.
No, I think his Igbo-ness has been taken away. You know, they burnt down his house in Igbo land, and they told him not to come back.
No, that's has to do with this. Anyone that speaks against Kanu, of course, they would want to kill him. So him speaking against Kanu doesn't necessarily mean he's anti-Igbo or he's speaking. The man is very pro-Igbo. In fact, the Igbo tendency is very deep in him. This man, where they ask for,
He's very pro Buhari.
no, he's under APC.
No,
He's part of
it's
APC
pro.
now,
It's
so
pro. Yeah,
he's not
but it's
pro. He's more. He's the Tinubu guy because Tinubu has been connecting him in Lagos for a while. He's been always putting him in position in Lagos.
Yes, but he publicly speaks to the favor of Buhari.
Yeah, he's a part of APC now. He's Tinubu that put Buhari there, so of course.
But the Igbos then consider that to be anti-Igbo.
That's not anti-Igbo, man. That's more anti-Kanu, anti-Biafra, anti-IPOP.
Yeah.
So there's difference between Igbo and IPOP.
Mike,
you understand?
Wrong. Yeah? Mike, you're wrong.
I think what Mike.
No, let me tell you what I think. Igbokwe is completely an Igbo man. This guy they asked for 6 states in the east. That man a typical Igbo man to me.
That doesn't make him the typical. You see, the problem with him is that one, he goes against everything that the Igbos really want. You understand? The like 6-state thing is not Biafra. It's not one of the this thing. He is in APC, and before even this Buhari time, he has been one of those who always clamoring for Tinubu. And his statements about Igbo in general, where he says Igbo should wait for presidency, that's what sparked a lot of,
When did he say that?
It's not about Kanu at all. It's not about Kanu. He's been coming for a long time.
No, I don't think he's ever been coming. The first time he ever clashed with the Eagles was this Kanu when he came out to speak against Kanu declaring war. He said he's for the war.
Clashing before Kanu chef. He never had issue with his people until Kanu. I will Google him far back and bring the stories to you here.
All right. So let's get back to Truth to Power to continue with this thought. So back to
you. I share some. I understand what Mike is saying, that a person supports maybe Tinubu because it feeds off him. Doesn't necessarily make him anti-Igbo. I do understand, but that does not necessarily make him pro-Igbo either, and that's where the problem really lies. That we don't oftentimes hear this man support, because you might not be anti something, but again, you are.
I just told you he's clamoring for 6 states in the east, so that's the pro-Igbo movement. Now that's even extremely pro-Igbo, because that's extremely selfish move,
Anyway, if really he wants that deep down his heart, then we can say. But again, someone might argue that that's just a smoke screen. But personally, I think saying that Tinubu is fitter than the super. I don't know whether it was one man that.
Yeah, that was just me. That was poetic license. Poetic license.
That's really ridiculous. Everyone knows that Buhari, between Buhari and Tinubu, we are not even sure who is even.
No. Who would you speculate? Actually, let's not make that a round robin question. Yeah. So you first, and then I'll just rattle through everybody. Okay. But sharp answers, everybody. Who do you think is fitter, Buhari or Tinubu?
Pro 2015, pre 2015 Buhari is more sickly than Tinubu, but 2022 Buhari, I think Tinubu looks more ailing than him.
So as it stands now, you say.
Yeah, but Tinubu looks like more ailing than Buhari.
All right. I'll come back to you quickly, but let me just rattle through that question because it's quite interesting. X0, just to that question, but very rapidly. Just as it stands now, who do you think appears, because you are not either of their doctors, I imagine, but who visually and in presentation would you say is fitter, Tinubu or Buhari?
Buhari is a walking ghost. Just is finished.
So you think Tinubu is fitter? So Solly, are you still with us? And if you are, to that question. Okay, we don't appear to have Solly anymore. So Igor, are you still with us? And if you are, to that question.
What question?
I was asking that just you are not either of their doctors, but just in terms of their public utterances and their presentation, who would you say as of today is fitter physically and mentally, Tinubu or Buhari? Just a short answer to that.
It's Tinubu now.
Is you consider him fitter than Buhari?
Yes, yes, of course.
All right, thank you. And same question to Tony, but don't do north, just that question.
Okay, but with full respect, Tinubu is looking like a frog. A dying frog. Look at the eyes, really. Then Buhari is no more. It's not dead though, but Buhari is no more. That's why we are suffering. Buhari was not a bad guy.
So where is Buhari when he's not
You
dead?
go and find him. Go and find him. He's not by yourself.
Oh my goodness.
One man should have asked if Jubril and Tinubu. No, Buhari.
Okay, so between Jubril and Buhari, who do you think is better?
Come on now.
Okay. Jubril, is stronger because he's younger. He's just he impregnated this woman.
All right. Okay.
Aisha was pregnant, sir.
Yes, that's another intermission to come because.
So Jubril is Aisha's boyfriend. I didn't know.
Yeah, this is it. But then Jubril has disappeared now, so I think we have Yusuf now, don't we?
Yeah, but AKA Jubril,
Oh, there's Jubril Yusuf as well.
Aka, AKA Jubril.
Are they sharing the silicon mask between the two of them?
No, this mask something I don't know anything about because you know that if you look at the picture,
Is it cloning?
But the pictures, you know that we look alike now. Is somebody from God?
No, hold on. You know that it's very difficult to find. I know they are all tall and lanky in that extraction.
Thank you.
Buhari is such a peculiar looking man. It'd be very difficult to find his doppelganger.
No, there was somebody that day when they were meeting. Hold on, there was somebody that day they were meeting. I was thinking that it was Buhari. I will check my news later. And then meanwhile, I'm very happy that. Hold on. Look. Let us thank one man. One man can come here to say anything, but one man is for us, because one man will be showing some videos. Who is that Ola? Let me speak. So one man is a good man. Don't always take his word for it. Not that it's biased. It's not biased with nobody. Only that you just want nobody to be using foul languages. But one man has been promoting. You see that yesterday night, I get to know that one man who listens to me.
It was not making any sense, please.
No.
Yeah, about Nnamdi, this Dr. Nelly. I see that you are deep to this woman's something. And then the next thing I will shock you guys with the tone, the message from Nnamdi Kanu the next days. Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh, all right, thank you. So you still give an answer, but I'm not going to push you for an answer.
Did Tony even talk about the question?
You know Tony now. But the question to Mike, but then Mike too. But that question, just wrap it so I can quickly get back.
What do you mean, no Mike too?
You like to go off on a tangent now.
Then send back to sender.
I've never gone on any tangent, man. Stop that.
Okay, so to the question then.
Tinubu is more fitter, but it doesn't mean he's not sick either. But anyway, what I'm afraid of is we might end up with that Yar'Adua situation where Tinubu might
that is what I fear as well.
Yeah, I fear that. And then nothing will take over like Jonathan took over and done that. So I don't know.
Are you scared?
All right.
Tinubu should let Fashola room instead of him,
I wouldn't mind Fashola because he has the balls anyway. At least publicly he shows that he's a tough and strong guy, and you need a strong guy. But let's same question to Thomas and then Meadowman, who we have not heard from for a long time. So quickly through it, Thomas, and then we hear from Meadowman.
Yeah, physically to me, Buhari is more fitter than Tinubu. That is my own opinion. But if you are talking of mental capacity, Tinubu still has mental capacity more than Buhari.
And do you think physical fitness is a real requirement given the way Nigeria is governed?
No. You have to be all-rounder. You have to be mentally, capacity. You have to be all-rounder. Nigeria is a big state. To govern Nigeria, you have to be all-rounder. One man.
You just need the right people around you. That's it.
I think so too. You need the right people around you.
Because no matter how all around you are, if you don't have the right people around you, man, forget it. Just need the right people. That's one reason I don't mind to do, because you always have right people around him. You always have those professors and the kind of Fashola or Sibanjos around him, but he himself is not competent in anything. But he always has those right guys around him, you know.
It's clever enough to acknowledge that it's not clever.
Exactly.
So let's hear from Meadowman if we still have him. Meadowman.
Yeah, one man. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm good. It's been a while, so they released you from Belmarsh at last. Huh?
Longest time. Yeah, they did.
Yeah. How are you? So did you hear the question, and what would be your answer?
Well, I just came in, but I think I understood the question.
I was just asking. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think considering that the president now is Buhari, I would say Buhari is fitter, because it is not easy to be on, at least pretend to be doing the job he's doing, and still, I mean, Tinubu is not doesn't have any of this pressure on himself right now, and he's already shaky. So Buhari has had that for 8 years, for going to 8 years, and he's still standing. I would give it to him.
All right. You know, just off the back of what you said, Meadowman, a lot of people will come for me as soon as I say it, but Tinubu essentially has been unemployed since 2007. And we see the way he's presenting now, shaking and falling over, fumbling at the lips anytime he tries to speak. So imagine then adding the weight of Nigeria on top of already how he is. Imagine him having to carry the weight of Nigeria on top of how he is now already.
Yeah, ask Buhari after his election, his first election. That is the weight of. At least Buhari survived it. We don't know if we'll be that lucky this time.
Yeah, because he looks as ill as Buhari is, but he doesn't have the responsibility that Buhari does. So if you add that responsibility to how ill Tinubu appears, then it will just like Mike was said, it was like Mike was saying, we might well be in the realms of Yadua, Goodluck Jonathan.
Yadua 2.0. Yeah. Considering that the man is not, he hasn't even run on a full-fledged political campaign, electoral campaign. That alone will squeeze every drop of juice out of anybody, out of any living human being. Imagine to now negotiate and appoint ministers and start traveling around the world and receiving people from morning till night, and that schedule already will sicken any healthy man. Imagine a sick man.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Meadowman. So let me get back to Truth to Power and present him one last talking point. So, Truth to Power, you said then what has been the purpose of the Buhari administration? Because the corruption is at record level, and it came in under two mantra, corruption and insecurity. And to the second mantra, this was him in conversation with the Sultan of Sokoto. Security situation in the Northwest has overwhelmed me, Buhari says. So is that the language of surrender? And does that then just negate and nullify the 6 years that this guy has been in situation? Truth to Power.
Yeah, this is really startling that the number one man that rode on the back of those promises is already bulking at the seams at the 11th hour. I'm really shocked. Although that even if he didn't say that's clearly what we've come to accept, because the Nigeria situation now is more of resignation than anything else. We just have to resign to whatever we have until the 2023 elections. But having said that, I think when he was coming into power, and this will be a food for thought for any incoming government in 2023. See, these people, they don't quantify very well the situation of insecurity in Nigeria. So I think he underestimated the situation to start with. He thought that he will get the sympathy of his people. So he was riding on the back of, oh, we speak the same language. I'm a northerner. That could, they could be sympathetic to my cause. I could speak their language. I would appoint people who can speak their language. But bro, the situation as it stands in terms of insecurity in Nigeria is so much divisive that there are too many factions wanting different things, and they're not even ready to articulate it or sit around the table with anybody. They just want to continue to unleash terror, unleash mayhem on the vast majority of innocent people that traverse the length and breadth of Nigeria. And it's really shocking because I expect that, having been a former army general himself, he's supposed to understand that the situation, the Boko Haram situation, not least the other situations that are reading on the back of that, that situation is a situation that transcends religion, it transcends tribe. Because of course, if we take a tally of the people who are killed more in that space, they are the northerners. So the northerners unleashing mayhem more on the northerners. What does that say? So it really befuddles the mind, and it's beggar believes that Buhari would think, oh, I will just come right on the back of my ethnicity, and then before you know, everything will be hunky-dory. So he didn't count the costs. And for any incoming government now, they really need to count the costs. And I think the solution would have been bipartite. So there has to be the economic solution to the security problem in Nigeria. You cannot.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think there's foreign element behind this, like foreign country behind this whole thing?
Personally, I cannot rule that out as a possibility, but I think the bulk of the problem is 95% Nigerian made, Nigerian owned. So if ever there's any sort of interference or anything brewing in the background, it's not going to be more than 5%. So if personally, if he had counted the cost, he had known, because they just want to grab power for the sake of grabbing power. To grab power is to really be a leader and serve and put your family, put everything on the line and serve the Nigerian people. So if you don't count the cost, if you don't try to provide solutions to the economic woes of people in Nigeria, the people will continue to be soft targets for recruitment for these people. So Boko Haram need not look too far to recruit people on a daily basis. The situation calls for it. So not until an incoming government now start looking at a bipartite solution, oh, I need to really raise the standard of living of my people. There has to be economic growth, economic progress, and that way on the one hand, and then you might.
You know, just to interrupt you, truth to power, you know that Goodluck Jonathan had a roadmap for what you've just described, especially for that Sambisa forest.
Yeah.
There's an agricultural architecture that he had designed for Sambisa forest, and he had budgeted $1 billion for that space. So he just needed them to open it up a little bit so that he can infuse that just stagger that money in aggressively, so that agricultural architecture that he had designed for Sambisa Forest will provide a source of livelihood for this mass that are the shopping spaces for Boko Haram. So, and that was why he got mercenaries to flush them back so that he can insert money and a plan. So there's actually you see what you said there was actually Goodluck Jonathan's plan.
I agree that yes, if Goodluck would have been given a second chance, second term, that would have come to fruition. But again, the problem at that time, it was kind of novel. Nigerians had not known it to be that. Of course, we'd had some very difficult moments, but not until that the early the 2011, before we start hearing the bombings and all the. So it was kind of novel, and the people didn't want to be patient about how, because we were hearing killings here and there. But as it stands now, we even have a worse situation. So for Buhari to come out to say Firstly, we should thank him anyway for his honesty. Although it's coming too late. If he had said it the first year of his tenure, probably would have asked him to resign and then go. But he's saying it in the penultimate year of his presidency, and it's really sad that he thought he would be able to do it. I genuinely think he had the goodwill, except that he does not have the capacity. He was just hoping and thinking, because I am an Hausa man or a Fulani man rather, if I speak their language, they'll soft pedal, I'm the one leading. But it does not, the situation in that space is much more complex than that. So it's a shame. It's a shame that we have to just wait and sit out another 365 days while this man leaves. And it should be a wake-up call for all Nigerians. Because these situations, we are never going to wish it away. It's not, if we will overcome Boko Haram and the banditry and the herdsmen situation, we need to get somebody, the right person that will both have the capacity and the will to be able to do whatever they need to do to be able to bring the situation to a standstill. So to wrap up that part of the talking point, I just think it's sad that this man has failed us. And I think if they are honest enough, let them just come out and say that the Buhari administration, those sycophants of his, they should come out and say, this man has failed us, we accept, and then we resign.
All right. Thank you, Meadoman. So we have come up to the 4-hour mark, so I want to seek to start to round off here to land again on Meadoman, on Truth to Power, rather, for the final word. But I'll start off with Meadoman, who has not been with us for a while, and invite him then to have a say and by way of a closing remark. So, Meadoman, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay, good of you to join us. Apologies that you've not really fully taken the floor, but let me take you to Buhari, to Fashola, rather, comparing Buhari and to the Americans and saying that Buhari are far more successful administration than Trump and Biden combined in terms of infrastructure, according to him.
That is laughable, isn't it? I don't know where these people get this. I don't, in Nigeria is like the Nigerian public, they consume anything without asking questions, and maybe that is why these people just throw these things out without minding whether the people will wonder or ask questions or ask them to expatiate on whatever they're talking about. I mean, what is he talking about? And I somewhat agree with the last guy that spoke that it is about the silly season of politics. About the silly season of politics, and
yes,
things like this will come out, and then people will focus on and talk about it and forget about the important questions that should be asked. I think that is what they're looking to achieve with this kind of.
Talking about silly season, Joe Igbokwe, Tinubu is fitter than most Nigerian youths. This is what he's saying. Tinubu, that we see him shaking at the fingers, falling on his feet, fumbling in the mouth, incoherent, unstable. But he's fitter than. So why didn't they take him then to AFCON? Maybe we'll still be in the cup.
I don't like talking about, I don't like talking about people from their ethnic point of view. But these Yoruba people, they just talk like that.
Now look at that, eh? You can't help yourself, can you, Meadoman, and Mike is here. I will start to beat you very soon.
These Yoruba people, they just talk anyhow. Eh? What is he talking? What is he talking about? It is still in that premises of the silly season of politics. And this guy I've noticed in the news that he's trying to be relevant. He's trying to be heard, and he's making a great effort about this ass licking and leg kissing I think just to secure a space, just in case, his man makes it up there. I think that is what he's doing.
Yes, and that is Nigerian politics. So, it's Rankadede politics, isn't it? It's just Rankadede. Yeah.
I've noticed this man for a while now. He's been out everywhere. I don't know. I don't even know if they pay journalists to take like interviews to them, because all of a sudden he's out there saying things that are not necessarily important to anybody, but they I don't know how that thing works in Nigeria. I don't know whether
a lot of this commentaries, they are specific and targeted. So he's saying it, and like you said, it's almost certain that it will pay some journalists to publish it as a story, but he's not actually saying it to the reading audience, to the audience that digests it. He's saying it to politics, and is targeting it to the person that is speaking about. So he's saying that I'm adding my weight to you, so that when it comes, so it's just like a symbiotic quid pro quo, isn't it?
Yeah. When you get to heaven, don't forget me.
All right. All right, thank you, Meadowman. So, Meadowman, if there's any other topic that is of interest to you, you can speak to it by way of a closing remark.
Well, I came in late, so I don't know what was the topic that were being rolled out today. But it's a pleasure coming back into the house and hearing again the voices of the people in the house, and in the new year. And let's maintain this house, because this will be important for this coming election, because people listen to this. I tell people about this platform in Nigeria. I tell them that sometimes we talk about politics, and I mention one thing leads to the other. I mention this platform. People, somebody has told me, yeah, I know the platform. I didn't know you participated in that platform. So people listen. So let's try and maintain it, and mature the topics we dissect here, because people listen to it, and it could be instrumental in changing how our people think at home, because that is our responsibility as people in the diaspora now looking into.
You're asking for too much, don't you, Meadowman? How can you be asking for maturity in a space occupied by somebody like Ego and Mike? These are just the two of them.
How do you mean? How do you mean? He's running away.
That is why I say we should try. I mean, nobody's perfect. So, but even Mike himself, sometimes he makes valid points. It's just that sometimes he gets carried away with this racial something. But he makes valid points, and like we always say here, opinions are important. Opinions are important, and that is what makes a difference for our people at home, because the way we see it, our point of view, our perspective is different from theirs, and it's important that we change mindsets like that of Ego. So maybe
no, ego is a lost cause. So yeah.
How do you want to change my mindset?
Because ego, you like I think it was one of our brother here, Ovie. You always think that you love Nigeria more than anybody else. So if you do not criticize Nigeria, you mean you love Nigeria. No,
I don't think what Ego is saying you should not criticize Nigeria. What he's saying is people are too negative, like extremely negative. Sometimes you have to mix some positivity with the negativity. You understand?
No, but that's
when you come every day and people are saying things like, everything about Nigeria. There's not single thing good thing. Where sometimes you see some people doing something great and we don't acknowledge them. You understand? Like when that girl that won mathematics competition, she outperformed Chinese children, European children, American children. She came number one.
Sorry to interject.
She's a product of Nigeria. You understand? I mean, that's something positive. Huh? But people just talk about it as if, and what they think.
She has recovered billions, millions of naira and dollars in the airport and give it back to the owners. They have not awarded him or published it that Nigeria has a good woman like this in this country.
Yeah, exactly.
They only tell you of how they pickpocket them, how they do this,
how they pickpocket exactly. How somebody start somebody in the hotel. How and people think that's the way all Nigerians behave.
When you're trying to make sense out of these things, someone will come here and be opposing you.
And they'll say that someone is just
tell you that you don't know anything. He will come here and tell you that he has the brightest mind. He has the brightest mind. He run from here to Atlanta or this thing to go and leave. He did not use his bright mind and bright brain to do it to fix his country. Then you guys should stop saying rubbish and come and tell us what we want to hear. Yeah, tell us what we want to understand. You said Tinubu is playing money politics. I said an Igbo man refused to spend his money. You say why would they be playing money? That is what you have at the position today. How did Abiola become popular? He give money to footballer, he give money to sports, he drop his money everywhere. When 1993 came, he won an election squarely and flat in this country that was annulled out of wherever. Now Tinubu is following the same step, distributing his millions that he has stolen from the country back to the country. You are telling me that we are encouraging it. I said I want an Igbo man that will be distributing such money. They are politicians. This is what we have at the moment.
Igbo, do you know of what Okorocha has spent in the north? Sending over 25,000 students to school free of charge.
I don't know. The one we hear is what we are saying, Mr. Man.
No, but have been doing that. I know of that, and they said it again.
Okay.
I know of that before he joined politics.
25. You want to be a president, talk of only 25 people. Me, I'm taking care of 25 people.
No. I'm not saying 25,000 people. We built a school, actually, free of charge for the students in the north. That was before I even went into politics, though. So nobody, I don't even know how that guy.
Nigeria is a big country. A president of Nigeria is an African president, and I quote: "See, to be a president of Nigeria, you should be able to see whether you are a politician or you are. We all are politicians are thieves. So don't tell me that someone that has stolen your money and is giving it to you back, that you don't want it. You want someone that don't have 10 kobo to spend. Listen, he will not win any election anywhere. Take it or you leave it."
So you are celebrating someone that stole our money. That is who you are celebrating. And you want us to follow you celebrate that person.
Nobody is celebrating.
But what did he say celebrate Ajale Koko? See, that's the thing. You do from our argument. Somebody will be saying one thing. Ajale Koko will say, oh, he's saying something different.
I ran to Atlanta and stay and leave the country in shambles. We will celebrate Ajale Koko that come here to talk business this thing every day.
Nigerian, look, you want to
Ajale Koko generation, that one that swear for Nigeria. And they put curse on Nigeria. We have our own generation to suffer today. They spend their time instead of them to be building Nigeria for our own generation. They spend time swearing for the country. They go carry the future for the country.
You say in America, you are talking about Nigeria. You are saying, oh, Nigeria is better, but you cannot live in Nigeria. You are living in America, Mike.
When did I say Nigeria is better?
Why did you
doing this your strong argument again? All we are saying is let's be positive. If you can't participate in building, then don't talk. They are not participating in building. There are people that are working hard, trying to make this work. People like you already.
I don't know how to describe him. When I see an advanced and matured man like you coming to the public place and telling us that because Nigeria is this and that we don't have to live in Nigeria, it's a shame for you to be making such comment out of your mouth as a Nigerian citizen. I don't know what you are thinking.
No, I think you're very wrong. I think you're very wrong.
That is the problem with them.
I am not wrong.
They don't want us to say the truth. Or not. They don't want us to say the truth.
It's not about saying the truth.
They don't want
it's not about saying the truth. Even your guy, So
They
you
don't
know,
want
Israel
us
should
to
already
hear
sit
the
down.
truth
They
about
talk
what is
about
wrong in the
what they
country.
condemn.
They just want us to follow and celebrate criminality like
No one says you
Maybe
celebrate
you guys
You
criminality.
are
are.
not
Stop
Maybe
giving
this
us
you guys
any way
false
to
are.
fallacy.
pass through. You are
Maybe
running
you
away.
guys
No one
Saying
says
love
you
you are in
celebrate
Atalanta
criminality,
and
corruption
celebrate
and
it.
that is
criminality.
Come to
why
Nobody
you are
said
Nigeria
that.
and
telling
be talking
others
All we are
to
saying
follow
is
you celebrate
be
criminality.
positive. You can criticize the people that are doing bad things. You can criticize the individual government official or the government official.
Yes,
But it's
yes.
not like you guys are talking about the country, like putting the country
Everybody,
down.
every
Is it the
corner. You say
country
you
that's your
cannot
problem, or
travel
is your
from
leaders that's
Ikeja
your
to
problem?
Maryland. You
Talk
cannot go
about the
from
leaders.
Ikeja to
Tell
VI.
me what
Why
that
you come
country
to
has
this
done
country
for
to talk
Don't
all this
speak
rubbish?
what
Tell
has
me,
country has done for you. What
hello,
are you
Who
doing
told
for
you
the
you
to come
country?
that
from
love
Nothing.
Ikeja
that
to VI?
country,
It's
tell
the
us
country have
what
to
the
do for you.
country
Now
has
your country
done
go
well
build you. I
for
mean, now you
you.
go
Who
build your own
told you
country.
you cannot leave Ikeja to VI by public transport? Who told you that?
Patriot.
You just
People
sit in
Mikey,
just they
Chicago
use
there. You
mouth,
will
they
see what
destroy the
people
country
say.
because they don't because
Rubbish.
you don't carry record their
Bunch
country.
of
where they
rubbish.
talk
If
buru
Oyinbo
buru
don't build the
buru.
country, go
One man,
there.
you need to come back, oh. One man, you need to come back, oh.
Mikey, tell us what that
Mike just
country
become
has done
patriot,
good
Abi.
for you. I
If
want
Your
to hear
country
Oyinbo
is not
from
not
supposed to
build the
do
Mikey.
for you.
country,
You are
you
supposed
go
to do for
stay
your
there.
country.
Ajah and Beko.
You
Tell
are
us
supposed to do for
what
your
you are.
country.
Yeah, okay.
Ajah
Americans
and
So,
every day are
Beko.
doing
If
for their
Oyinbo not
countries.
build the country, you go
okay.
stay there.
Now,
You are living
Americans are
you
inside
want
building their
to
Washington
countries
DC.
now
every
you want
day.
to
You
quote
They
are
are
you
innovating.
want to
man.
They
quote
are
You don't come
inventing.
and build your
And
you
country.
want to
America will still
quote
tax them.
Kennedy.
You
You want
don't
to
want to
quote
do for your own
Kennedy
country.
now.
All you want
You
to do
want
is
to
come on
quote
the
Kennedy.
internet and destroy your country. That's what you want to do.
Hold on. You want
Come
to
on the
quote
internet
Kennedy
and talk
now.
rubbish.
But you
Telling
want
us
to
that you are
Yes, that's what
No, no,
contributing
Kennedy
no,
said,
no,
and the
hold
quotas.
people
on,
took
hold
it.
That
on,
is
They
not
ran
how
with
to
it.
contribute quotas.
hold
We
on.
know what we are saying.
Hold
We
on,
all
hold
are
on. Oh,
educated people here.
Ego, I must insist on, I always insist on language now. You can't say somebody is talking rubbish because they don't agree with you now. Come on
Okay,
now.
but they told me I'm talking when they slam me here. The
But they slam
derogatory
Ego
word
too.
I
One
was
man didn't
using
say
No,
anything.
no, no,
He
no.
didn't send them to anyone.
He didn't slam
They've
him. He
told
He
didn't
me that
slam
slam
I'm
him.
Ego, man.
acting
He slam
No,
nonsense.
Ego.
no,
I'm
he didn't.
doing that.
He
I'm
didn't slam
talking.
him. No, he said
Come on, one man. Come
He
on.
said you are defending the indefensible, which is still that's not
No,
slamming you now.
no,
He
no,
said
no.
he's
Go
talking
back to
nonsense,
the
and he
word
said
you
he's
are
talking like
using. No, no,
earlier. I
no.
remember earlier when he
Because
talked that the guy was strong.
if that is
Mike,
too harsh, I
let me ask
apologize
Mike
for
a
it
question.
as
Let
I
us
own
say
it.
it one
But
after the
stop
other. We
coming
don't
here to
need to be
destroy this
rowdy.
country, please.
We
Stop
don't
coming
need to
here
be
to destroy this
rowdy.
country.
Somebody
You
said,
say
Let
they
us
cannot leave Ikeja to VI. Is
ego.
this true?
Ego,
You are in
tell me,
Atlanta, or you know that they cannot leave from Ikeja to Victoria Island. Is that
Mike.
that statement you made before this? Is it a true statement? You want
Oh
us to
yes, it's a
investigate it
true.
now?
You
But
know, you
that
are
was
just defending.
That's blackmailing your country.
Hold on, Ego. That wasn't the statement though. I said you can't. Can you leave Ikeja as a civilized man heading to Victoria Land, changing transport about 3 times, and still be civilized when you get to Victoria Land?
You will even
And
do it
and
for
if you say
for
yes,
one good year.
then you are lying.
For one good year, for foreigners not living in this Lagos, for foreigners not
Mute yourself.
Oh,
One
where's that
man,
noise coming from?
if you come and take public transportation in America, the people you find on the bus, you know what they call junkies? You ever heard the word junkies?
I've not heard the word junkies because I'm
Junkies. Have you heard the word crackhead?
No, I'm hearing it from you first.
You need to visit America, man. You need to visit. Are you like a
let
UK?
me
UK
tell
is a
you
good, is a
this.
very safe country. Go to America, enter the public bus. You go see that. You go see crackhead. What's they call crackhead?
America is a very big country.
One man. You know what they call crackhead?
You cannot say what is happening.
Now one drug like that, what they call crack. Now crack cocaine, and they call crack cocaine. People with their brain, they don't.
I beg, Mike, please.
If you want to see what they call drug epidemic, come to America. I will carry you go areas. Even this one at every city of America. Drug epidemic.
Oh, boy, if it's in
This drug
Nigeria,
addict,
will not let us hear what.
All right, thank you. Let's get back to Meadowman, who was rounding up. So, Meadowman, you see what you start, and you were asking for maturity. Where are we going to get that, Meadowman?
One man, please allow the conversation to continue, please.
What I said
I know you like a good fight. You like a good fight, don't you, Ego? You like a good fight,
Of course, I'm a fighter. Yes.
I know. Yeah.
I'm a fighter. I'm ready to defend my position, and I'm ready to make sense out of it.
One
come by just jumping and telling the person that he's not talking anything, he's defending. How am I defending the indefensible? Bring whatever I've defended here before. I will make sense out of it. I will not just come to the public space and begin to talk what I don't know. No. If I said something and you disagree with me, I'm ready to make sense out of it. I want you to, in your defense or whatever you are claiming, make some sense. Don't just begin to tell me that I'm saying this, I'm saying that. When I say
that, let me give one example.
Spending money, is it not the way they play Nigerian politics? They say we should buy phone for 50 million. And you are telling me, don't buy the phone and see how you will get to the governor's seat. This is what we have. We have to follow what we have. Then we fight for how we can better it. That's my position.
Let me give you 1 point. Let me give you 1 point. There's a place in Yoruba land called Oshobo, and there's a river called Oshun River, right? Every year they do something called
Look at this guy.
Wait,
No. What do you mean there's a place in Yoruba land called Oshobo? You admitted it.
Please allow my
what I meant to say.
He's asking me that do I know what a junkie is?
Well, listen, let me correct myself now.
Talk like that now.
Let me correct myself. What I meant to say was a place called Oshun River, Oshun. Yeah, there's a place called Oshun Groove. That's what I meant to say. But I spoke fast, so I didn't.
Without thinking, yeah, this is
I didn't, because you always cut me off, and that's why I have to speak fast. Exactly.
You speak without thinking. This is what you just admitted.
You speak without thinking.
He's coming again. He's coming again with
anyway, let me land my point.
Extensive research.
Can I land my point at this? Can I land my points?
So now have you done extensive research?
Extensive research.
Well, let me just land my points before So listen, Omar, listen. See that place, every year when they do that festival, thousands of people from different countries, from South America, Europe, even United States, they come there. And that's that tourism. Whenever they come, the amount of money that the locals amass from that tourist event alone, it's a lot. But for the past years, people have stopped coming. You understand? And a lot of people, even I got some of my friends, they wanted to start a tourist business where they actually sponsor people to come. Now, you understand that they are based in America, where they will sponsor people that want to come, because so many people hear about that site because it's a UNESCO site. You understand? It's a United Nations UNESCO site. So when people hear about it and they want to come and visit, especially during that festival. But my friend that I told you started that tourist business, he said most of the people they are showing interest to come. When you're trying to sponsor them, they'll start telling you that what they are hearing from their Nigerian friends and many Nigerians is that Nigeria is a bad place. It's not good. Don't go. It's a very terrible place. They are scared. And
let me speak after him.
Can I land?
Let me speak after him.
Can I land? Please. You're interjecting me, man. They say,
let me speak after him.
These same people, they are so comfortable going to Ghana, Gambia, and all these other places in Africa that is boring, where the same crime happen in those places. They stab people in Ghana every day. They rob people in Ghana. They rob people in Gambia. The same thing happen in Nigeria, happen all over Africa. These people are comfortable going there, not knowing that Ghana and all these places is not different. The same crime happen, but the only difference is Ghanaians are not on the internet every day telling the whole world that their country is a useless place where if you go, they will stab you in a hotel, they will kill you, they will chop your head off. So what I'm saying is, well, let me land now. You don't give us. You only allow Ajale Koko to talk. When it's Ajale Koko talk now, you let the guy go for 2 hours. When I want to talk before I won't land. Okay. Is that cutting?
When he's making a point,
I don't know why.
You know I was rounding off. You know I was rounding off.
If Ajale Koko talk now, you let him finish. Ajale Koko he won't take his time to talk. He won't slow his word. One man will never cut him off. He has nothing to do with them. This is the intellectual.
One man is a tribalist.
You know, he's not Ajale Koko. Well, anyway, let me finish. Well, we don't know each other. So
it's telling me that there's a place called Oshogbo. Oh yeah, go.
Well, anyway, people like you, people like Una don't spoil those people, those local people that depend on that money, that tourist money. Una don't spoil them for them. And I go to complain saying that Buhari spoil Nigeria. And you guys contribute in spoiling Nigeria. Not the only government is spoiling Nigeria. Nigerians are spoiling Nigeria too.
All right, thank you. Let Ajante Koko get the right to reply.
You go give him 3 hours to talk now.
Let me. The floor on my own. And then we go back to Meadow-Man. So quickly to Ajante Koko.
Let me tell you this. All that this guy has said, blaming us, Nigerian, that comes online to talk about, to express our dissatisfaction at the way that country is run. That's the cause of why people doesn't want to go to Nigeria. It's a fabricated lie. There's no lie. It's a lie It's a lie of the lie. There's no iota of truth in it.
It's true. I approve. I will show it to you.
Okay. So let me tell you, everything that is going around the world, United States State Department monitors it. And United States have issued out a statement. This is not Nigeria that is talking, it's United States State Department issued out a warning to American that any American that want to travel to Nigeria must contact State Department so that they can be advised whether to go. They will know from them where they want to go, and they can be advised whether that place is safe or not safe. And recently they came out with the list of states in Nigeria where United States citizens should not travel to in Nigeria. We have
at least they gave me a list of states. But you guys don't come on a list of states. You guys just condemn the whole country.
For God's sake, can you act maturely?
Well, you were cutting me too now when I was talking. So
can you act maturely? They mentioned most of the states in the north, in the south, in the southeast. They didn't mention any state in the west. Southwest is only the region that seems more secure in Nigeria today. United States
is an American puppet.
Hold on. Nigeria, America, hold on. Can you just let me land? This is not only United States. Even British gave that warning to their citizens where to go and where not to go in Nigeria. So are we the one that went to United States government or British or European government that, don't let your citizens travel to Nigeria? You think they don't know what is going on in your country?
I'm glad you made that
your
point.
Country better than you.
I'm glad you made that point. Now remember, I mentioned to you
what is going on in your country better than you know.
Remember, I mentioned to you that those Americans that wanted to come to Nigeria, to Oshogbo, which is Southwest, that you said America didn't put on the list, right? But those people told me that it's because Nigerians, their own Nigerian friends and Nigerians on the internet are the one that get them from going. So it's not even the American government that told them not to go to
You said Nigerians.
So it's people like you that come on the internet and paint the whole country as Boko Haram infested country.
How can you see a Nigerian citizen who don't believe in America? Everything America, carry it in his head. This is like
no mind now. You know when I you say they shoot people from America.
You are the most in this platform, You are the person I don't really understand. You are a spy to the America. How can you just carry every American thing in your head?
When America speaks, God has spoken.
No.
I will not lie
because America says so. Yes.
If any American want to travel to Nigeria today, I will tell them not to travel to Nigeria.
And you are helping your people. You are helping Nigerians.
Nigeria is not safe. Nigeria is number 2.
You are helping Nigeria that way. You are helping people that rely on the tourist money they are bringing.
In the world, Nigeria is number 2 on safe.
Nigeria I just came from just now.
In the world.
In the world, okay. According to what?
In the world.
According to what? According to your personal
insecurity.
You know what's going on in Mexico
Nigeria
and Colombia.
is rated number 3.
Even the city when they stay for America here, Nigeria people could live for night. Nigeria people cannot walk around at night in Memphis there. I know that one for sure. That Memphis, you not lie. You can't walk. One Ajalekoko, if you can take your camera, video your phone, and walk around Memphis at night by yourself.
For your information, you think I'm like you.
You can't walk around at night in Memphis.
I cannot travel to New York, that we can't get close. If you go to
you go to New York, where you go?
You can't get close to United Nations. I went to United Nations with demonstration in front of
even at New York. Why not go? Why not go to Ghetto? Why not go Bronx?
What
you
are
go
you talking about?
They go talk. That from New York where you go, I did sure say you know if you walk go Bronx. Now for night time, you don't walk for New York.
I cannot go to Bronx. You didn't know how many
if you waka anyhow from New York, the way go waka for Lagos. I know that one.
Do you know how many years I spent in New York before I moved?
America. Are you
You
an
can go to
American?
Flatbush in Brooklyn and walk around at night. You by yourself. The same way you go walk around at night in Lagos.
What do you have for America?
America, they shoot every day. And they shoot this country, they keep it every day. But you go talk to Nigeria, you go scare people. Even Americans, they tell me, say, when they go to Nigeria, they go shock how free they were able to interact with people without somebody just without hearing gunshots. How people just move around.
How many Americans? Or you are just
I know
lying.
Americans that move to Nigeria. I will tell you.
Not the first time of lying. The same way you lie when you said all the airport and the road were in good, were better than what we have in Malaysia.
I say all the airport and all the roads. When did I say? See, you are the one lying now.
He came back and contradicted everything.
Everybody know you're lying. You say I say all the airport and all the road. Now you lied. You just lied just now.
No. We were here when you said it.
I say all the airport and all the roads. That's what I said.
Baba Akure, he counter what you said, that you are not saying the truth, that you lied.
That I lied. I said all Baba, you guys are the same now. You guys come here to lie and then you call somebody else liar. You guys
like Singapore.
You said Nigeria.
I didn't say all the airports in Nigeria. I didn't say all the airports. I didn't say all the roads in Nigeria. I never said that. And I never said everything was rosy.
You were
I said Lagos River Expressway has been fixed. I'm about to lie. Say it's a lie. It hasn't been fixed.
Mike, hold on. Let's hear from D, who wants to interject. D, to you.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everyone. Firstly, I don't know whether his name is pronounced as Igbo. Or Igbo.
Or Igbo.
I mean no offense.
No, it's Ego. And ego, money,
ego. Okay. Anyway, I mean no offense. I just think it's actually uncalled for and so wrong to start a statement on this show and say what some people will come here and say rubbish. Sometimes you said a lot of things this night too that doesn't really make any sense. But one man sided you and said, "Is your opinion," and everybody have the right to their opinion. Moving away from that, Nigeria themselves.
What does it make sense? Don't just put what before somebody.
I think pretty much everything you have said.
That's why I said.
No, just put only one. Just put only one.
Offense. That's how I started.
That the rubbish area.
Okay, calling Ajale Koko an American puppet.
Because everything talks about America. When you tell me you drink water in America, Nigeria is dying. Everybody,
but if you call him a Nigerian agent,
you can move in America. This is alive.
Anyway, moving away from that part of what you said, to buttress what Ajani Koko is saying, we all know Nigeria is not safe. Even Nigerians in Nigeria are not safe. Then secondly, we come on this show to tackle the problems of Nigeria. So it is only in few instances it will be possible for us to speak about the things that is good about Nigeria. And using the girl that passed very well is not a topic. Those are not the topic we treat here. So it's hard to really bring that into the conversations we have here.
And by the way, the girl America-based, which makes the point again.
American-based?
Where's she based?
Nah, Nigerian girl, Nigeria for there gone. What do you mean American-based? Nigeria gone.
Where does she live?
Please allow that guy finish. That guy.
Go and look it up anyway. I don't even get that. You don't even know. You're more interested in knowing. That's why I don't understand. I'm more interested in when they shoot this one.
All right. Let's carry on.
Yeah. I understand what Mike is trying to say, but it's actually difficult to talk about Nigeria. And if you are talking about Nigerian problem, the actual issue is, from that problem, you will even pinpoint several other problems. So you go from one to one. Sometimes, if one man wants to stay here a whole week, we will be here still talking about Nigeria, to be honest. So it's so hard. Everybody knows the thing that is good about Nigeria. I've seen Cardi B go to Nigeria. I've seen some stars saying they want to go to Nigeria. There are even Americans that live in the United States as you. And so let's try and understand this thing and not really put blame and all that on people and come and insult people. A lot of people make a lot of sense. Everybody that comes to this show make a lot of sense. Sometimes people just say their opinion. It's their opinion. and they have the right to it. But coming on the show and using such words to exemplify how people are, people just come and say rubbish. You can't say that. You can't. You've said a lot of things that doesn't really add up today. Listening to you. And
you are
nobody
not
actually
bringing
said
one up.
anything.
You are
And the
just
only
saying
person that
law
was
doesn't
trying,
have. You are
can
not
you please
mentioning
hold
one.
on and let me speak, please?
Mention one.
one.
Don't just be speaking.
But you have to
When you
give
say-
examples.
when
You
you
can't just make accusation. Give
Don't
examples.
mind this
So
man.
that's what
He's
you're saying.
talking.
You can't just say
Make
someone.
example.
No,
When
he
I
has
say
said a
people
lot of
just
things.
come
Why
and
can't you
talk,
take
Why are
you
you
say
guys
why I say they come and
interrupting
talk.
him?
That's
Let
I
him
want to
speak
tell you
now.
something. I will give an example. Give the example of
Okay, let
nonsense
Medomine
Igbo has been talking. Give the example, please.
okay, let Medomine give you one example, and I will give you an example as well. But Medomine,
Okay.
you wanted to give him an
One
example.
example is when you came on to say that we come online to destroy our country.
It's true. Is it a lie?
That's not rubbish. That's not rubbish. That's true. It's a factual statement. That's a factual statement. Rubbish.
Another example is you to suggest that a civilized man would leave Ikeja and take public transport, changing several times, all the way to Victoria and remain this. That's just
is that
Yeah. Why would it not remain the same?
That's
Oh
impossible.
my
The
God.
only way
Oh my God. This
anybody can
vindicates
Civilized
stay
people
in
take
this clear
train
me
in New
very
York
well.
every day.
only
New
way
York.
anybody can
That's
I'm
way
going for
worse
people
than
just
Lagos,
come
and
here
they still remain
and say what you don't know. Let me not use the word rubbish.
all
You
right.
just come here and say what you don't know. And that's the truth.
I can.
Right.
Well,
I don't want to
let me say some words.
I don't want to really dwell. I don't want to really dwell on your matter. I think I've made sense to you. You've said a lot of things that doesn't add up tonight, and you shouldn't come on the show to use the word rubbish for what people say. People are entitled to their opinion. Like
You
one
have
man
no
has
point.
said.
That's
Somebody
where you have been
said
standing on. You
something.
don't have
Somebody
any
said
point.
something on the show
I think
tonight
I have
saying
debunked that.
People say
If
rubbish on the show all the
what
time,
you are
man. I
after,
beg.
I think I have also issue
somebody
and
just
statement with
even said
regard
maybe
to
you
that.
should join
You
Nigerian
don't
military.
have any points. That is just where you based on. One man, can you move us forward, please?
No. Let's hear from him
just
because
turning around in one place.
The word rubbish.
You've
for
not
what
even
people
let
are
him
saying.
land.
So you are joining.
They won't let him
you are
land now.
You are using your internet to join a rubbish conversation. That's what it simply means. That means you don't have anything good to say yourself. So if things are making sense to you, that's why you are joining the show. That's why I said I don't want to go into the matter. I don't want us to quarrel. And I started my statement by saying I mean no offense. We just need to control ourselves.
Nobody is offended.
People are offended.
You know the mistake you made, Igo. You know the mistake you made. You attacked Ajale Koko. You know that Ajale Koko has a very strong following.
That can be his followers can follow him and he can begin to lead them in the path of lies.
If you go after Ajale Koko, the people on this
Ajale
platform
Koko lead
they will
his
finish
followers
you.
in the path of lies and continue to denigrate his country across the world
It's
and
not
tell us not to
denigrating.
challenge him.
You
I
cannot say
am
that.
going to challenge anything that I know is not true in this platform.
No.
With regard to Nigeria.
So what are the things that are not true that everybody has said?
Exactly.
Okay, good. Okay, let me come
seems
from
like
one
rubbish
point.
to you.
Yeah.
Please, can you let
forget
me
about the issue of rubbish? That issue you don't have points. Can you go and publish this your rubbish in Vanguard tomorrow? You don't have points. Let people talk.
One man.
You only stand on one thing. Can you have
one man? One man. Can I say something?
No. Hold on. Let me just get back to Medomine. Okay, very quickly.
One man. Can I say something?
Otherwise, we'll be here all day.
We are all mature here. Please. Let's mindful how we talk to
we
each
are
other.
not, though, are we? We are not mature,
Some
are we?
people are
Really?
kids.
I am mature.
People like 4-year-olds is
I am
wiser
mature.
than
People should think before they talk and how to address people. Why will you come here say we come here and speak rubbish?
Because you're awful.
You come here and speak rubbish about your country.
Yes,
you speak rubbish about your country. Yes.
Hold on.
Speaking rubbish of what you don't know about your country.
Thomas, if you read your screen, that explains everything. So if you read your screen,
the person typing don't even know how to spell. You don't know how to. The person can't even speak grammar. The name is Ask Google.
Google has searched them up and he said.
It's not even saying ego. You know what
Oh
really have
man,
you?
the man you are posting on
Hold
the
on,
screen is an
hold on,
illiterate,
Mike.
man. Come on.
It's not.
But
What
he's
really made me
communicating.
highlight it is it's not even saying ego is drunk. It says again. You know, as though it's
All
not
the
that he's
time.
drunk. It's that again. Is it
All the
again?
time.
He's drunk. You know. So there it is. But back to Medoman. Medoman, rescue us.
Well,
So forget my authority, or you won't get that here. But Medoman.
yeah, I withdraw my statement. I will withdraw my initial statement. But we'll keep trying. You see, Ego and Mike. Yeah, something happened to me last month that made me think about these things. These things you guys are saying. It is not when we come here to make this criticism. It is not that we're trying to destroy our country. It is for the love we have for that country. Now, let me tell you guys a very short. I'll make it short. I have this cousin. So he is a diehard Biafran Ipobian, right? So we're always quarreling. We're always arguing about this thing. So he lives. To my work, I have to pass through his neighborhood. So what we did is that on Fridays I would pick him up. So I drop him off at work so that when I'm coming back, I pick him up and we can spend time together. You know. So one day I got there and it was time for him to be at the point, the front of his building, and he wasn't there. I was like wondering, why is this guy not there, man? So I was waiting on him, and then some guard came and told me that I couldn't park there. I couldn't stop there for more than the time I have stayed. So I had to go around the block to come back again, and he wasn't still there. So I called him. I said, "Oh boy, wait till that happen. Calm down now." So when I called him, he was saying, "Wait, I come." So he was talking like Tony. I come, you know. But I heard some other voices in the background, and it was like they were having a fight or something. So I got worried. So I went around the block again, and I looked for a parking spot, and I parked. Then I went up to his office. So when I got there, behold, he was arguing with two other Africans. He works in a place where they have many people working in the big. So he was fighting with two other Africans. And he was so nervous and so passionate about what he was arguing about, and he was almost looking like he was going to, going to fight them. So I was trying to, "Oh boy, calm down. What's happening?" "These guys every day." One of them, I think, is a Tanzanian. The other one is from Mauritania, or I don't know, one of these lighter skinned Africans. "These guys every day they're talking bad about Nigeria. They're talking bad about Nigerians." I say, "Oh boy, why are you? Which Nigeria again? Are we not their friends? Why are you fighting for Nigeria?" Nobody zoo. And he was like fighting, almost going after these guys. So later on when he came down, we finally left the building. I was like asking him, "Oh boy, you said you are Biafra. You said you are not a Nigerian. Why are you worried when people are talking bad of Nigeria?" He said, "Yeah, when it's about Nigeria, I know that I'm still a Nigerian, so I will defend." So what I'm trying to say is that there is the way people react, the way people sometimes the choice of words is actually about the passion, because sometimes hate, because we know that hate is opposite of love. So sometimes when we come here to criticize with this passion, it's not that we hate our country. Actually,
I want to give you a single question there before you move forward.
Yeah.
Can you take it?
Okay.
You come to criticize, know that you hate your country because you are criticizing your country. Now, the wife that you marry at home, can you come to this public and be telling people of the bad things she is doing and not bringing any good? The wife you love as your wife at home. Can
How
you
does
come
that
to
even
this
make
public?
sense? Well,
How,
the
what
analogy
you are
doesn't make
It
saying
makes
sense.
does
sense.
not make
You love
It
sense
makes
at
sense.
Nigeria.
all.
That is why you are
It
coming to
makes
the
sense.
public
You
to
see,
say
you see what I'm
anything,
saying?
to
The
say
analogy
anything
doesn't
about
make
Nigeria.
sense, mate. You see what I'm saying,
How
It
baba?
does
makes
that
sense.
correlate
You
with
love
what we are
You
Nigeria.
need to
saying
That's why
now?
you
listen
are
to yourself,
criticizing
mate. You
Nigeria,
need to
right?
listen to
You come to
yourself.
the public and say whatever you like, that the
You
country
need
is
to listen to
dustbin, right?
yourself when you see all these
Please,
things.
can you
The
come and tell
analogy
us the woman you
doesn't
love
make
most
sense.
in the public and begin to criticize him? It doesn't make sense. It's your country that you criticize that makes sense.
It has nothing to do with what I'm saying, man. I
At
don't
all.
understand what you're saying.
Come on, man. That's part of what I'm saying.
So hold on.
What is wrong?
Hold on. Can I ask you not to address that, middleman? Ego, that's too personal. Don't personalize it. Can I ask you not to address that? His wife is not she's not
I
here.
wasn't going to address that.
She's not the subject of discussion. Apologies for that, middleman. But back to you.
Yeah, so whether you understand it or not, what I'm trying to say is that we come here to we are not here to criticize Nigeria per se or Nigerians. We are always celebrating Nigerians individually, and we know they're doing well individually. What we're talking, what the Nigerian structure, the institution Nigeria is not working. That is how we have to recognize that there is a problem, so that we can even start to imagine a solution for it. We have to admit it. So this social media platform is one way we can come together, because we cannot all living in various parts of the world sit together every week, if not for social media, to talk about it. So how else? What else? If everything was fine,
Middleman, do you know the one thing that struck me in that little anecdote that you just gave us? It just highlighted a point that I've made just a couple of occasions on this platform, and people just dismiss it out of hand. I've always insisted that Nigerians are the most patriotic of people on the planet. That if we will fight, we'll come. I mean, every day we come here and pretty much we fight. But if you put a foreigner in the mix, let's say if Subvin comes, we'll give him a good beating, and then we go back to our fighting. And that was the example again. A hardcore Biafran fighting for Nigeria.
Mama, do you know the nickname of Nigeria in America now? Zoo. Other Africans, even black Americans, they say Zoo. That's what they're calling us.
Listening to Radio Biafra.
Yeah, Zoo is what they're calling us. Because what did they learn to call us Zoos? From Nigerians. They didn't learn it from a white man.
Can you verify that?
That's not true.
Ajale Gogo doesn't hang around the young generation. Ajale Gogo is...
You support one man straight.
I never had that.
You don't need to verify to support one man.
Ajale Gogo's generation is...
I never had that.
All right.
Ajale Gogo live in a city where there are no Africans.
Instead of him to mention the city he lives, he will say America. I mean, how can you get
if you go anywhere in America where there's
America
African
what is
population
going on in
and
your own city,
black America,
what is going on in your own city,
what they are calling the nickname of Nigeria now is Zoo. Where did they learn to call us? Is it not from Nigerians?
What is going on in your own city does not mean the same thing is going on around America. So just mention particularly about your own city.
Nigerians
don't reflect
if you bring
it
Jesus
what is going
Christ
on around
come and rule Nigeria today, they will still criticize him. Let Jesus Christ come and be Nigerian president. You will see come and say he's a bad person.
Can I interject?
Let me ask you a question. So you are talking about Nigeria. So this Nigeria we are talking about, to Mike, what has Nigeria done good for you that you can use as a campaign around the world that this is what your nation has done good for you?
Now let me ask you the same question.
Compared to what America have done for you.
What has America done for me?
Say, don't think of what America can do for you. Think of what you can do for America.
Wait. Let me answer. Ajale Koko, you asked me a question. Now, please answer this. Let me give you an answer. I'm asking you a question. What has America done for me? What is America doing for me? Tell me.
Answer the question. I ask you
what is America doing for me? A country is not supposed to do for you. You're supposed to do for the country.
Now you are speaking like a white man. And you will come here all the time.
So when you speak correct thing, you only white man. He belongs to a white man. If I talk white man now, I'm speaking like a black man. When I speak positive, when I speak positive, you say I speak like a white man. When I talk like Mumu, you say I speak like a black man. Your country is not supposed to do for you. You do for your country. Your country not go build you. Now you go build your country. That's where Americans survive. That's what Americans believe. That's what they think. Ajale Koko, let me ask you, what's America doing for you? Nothing. You are paying taxes every day.
To go there and be telling us that
they work, they pay taxes every day. Then they collect money.
They do better country under
they do for
telling us that we
you pay for everything. Ajale Koko, tell me anything you're getting for free in America. You pay for everything.
Who come and tell me Nigeria.
I want to reply, Mike.
Ajale Koko, if you don't pay your rent, they go kick you out. If you don't pay your line, they go cut your lines. In America, there's nothing free you get in America. But however, you want it free in Nigeria.
I want to reply.
You guys gotta be real with yourself.
What is free in Nigeria?
What is free in America? What do you get for free?
They won't pay NEPA.
Do you get free electricity? Do you get free electricity in America?
I don't need this discussion with you guys.
Do you get free? Tell me what you get for free in America.
The way you guys think is.
Tell me what you get for free in America. No. I answer your question. Answer my own question.
You are not thinking anything.
What do you get for free in America? Ajale Koko.
Don't just say what you guys think at all.
Can I interject?
There is
nothing America is doing for
this table that is better than what Mike has brought before this table here. So don't just tell us that we don't know how
can I tell you what America? Can I tell you what America has done for me? I will just tell you one single one.
Tell me.
America gave my daughter in university.
That is why you are
a free university. Free.
Hold on, Moki. Just hold on. $50,000 per session, and she's going to be for her first degree 4 years
for free.
$50,000.
Is it scholarship?
$50,000 scholarship.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned scholarship.
Hold on.
Right. Yeah.
Hold on. Do you know what that will translate for that girl in the future?
But before you move on, sorry.
Can you let somebody speak?
I just want to talk about that scholarship before you move on. It's not the government that gave her that scholarship.
Can you just let me speak?
Right. Yeah.
Do you know what that will translate for her in the future? And do you know what it will translate for American future? That is how responsible country. That is what responsible country give to their citizens, so that
thank you. Now let me debunk it. You just lie.
Will be patriotic to that.
You just lie. American government does not sponsor scholarship. It's individual philanthropists in America and corporations and the university itself, the institution that sponsors the scholarship, not the government. So it's Americans that are making America work. So anything you say you benefit anywhere in America, it's Americans that are making it work. It's not the U.S. government that's giving anybody free money, free scholarship. Don't give you anything.
Look at the way
American government tax you. American government give you loans. They put you in debt.
One man, can you listen? Can you imagine?
All right.
Can you imagine this kind of response?
No, they are going to drag you into some dark space in that conversation, and you are never going to come out of it unscathed.
No, I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
It's not that way. I'm debunking him. You can't debate me. You can't debate me. Trust me. You can't debate me on this issue.
I will debate you, Mike.
You be your own mommy, man. You don't know what you talk. I just
let me reply.
Please allow Mike to speak. Some of these are people here.
Allow Mike to speak. Mike has not stopped talking. What do you mean? He has not stopped talking. How much I will allow?
Because some of you guys here, you people are just going out of the main truth. You people are just outside the real reality.
Okay,
And
can I
reply? Begin to call people names. Begin to call people that.
Can I reply?
Okay, let's hear from Solly. Yeah, Solly.
First of all, Mike, it is the government that puts such a position, such a structure for things like that to allow the American citizens to be able to even do something like that. But that's not my main topic. My main topic is you say we come here and we bash the country. Mike, I have been to so many countries. If I go to Germany, Germans bash Germany. If I go to Netherlands, Dutch people bash Netherlands. If I speak to
on the internet,
yes, everywhere. Let me finish.
Have you been to their spaces on the internet to know what to
no,
do?
well, not as much as you Nigerians. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Even other Africans don't bash their own country as much as you guys.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Who told you? But let me finish.
This guy, man.
If I'm speaking to an American, they will even bash their own streets. They will bash
Well,
everybody.
it doesn't make my point. It doesn't make it right. We are talking about Nigerians doing wrong thing. I don't care about what someone else is doing. Because someone is doing it doesn't mean it's okay for you to do it.
All right, thank you. Mike, you must let others speak.
Can I finish?
The Trump rebellion, on the 6th of January.
I'm going to have to
put rebellion was to be in.
Let me put you on a subbench and put Mike on a subbench just so we can hear another voice. Yeah.
My point is that it is normal for the citizens to complain about their country. But is it our fault that when it comes to us, the things that we complain about are so terrible? It makes people not want to visit our country. You are coming here and talking as if we are telling lies. What we are saying, is it a lie? It's not. So you can't say that we should not tell people the truth. Imagine you want to go to another person's country and they are lying about what is not going on in their country. And you get there and you see something else. Would you appreciate the country? Would you appreciate the person that lies to you just so that you can visit their country? Everybody says their truth. It is not our fault that Nigeria's truth is so terrible that it makes people not want to come. I'm not going to lie to these white people. I'm not going to lie to other people so that they can just come to Nigeria because I want them to come and I want to boost my economy. I'll now put another person's life at risk.
I mean, you know what just amazing?
See what I mean?
Sorry.
Even as a Nigerian in diaspora, it is very dangerous for us to come back to Nigeria. Talk less of somebody that has never been.
How is it dangerous? Give me an example.
How is it not dangerous?
I just came back from Nigeria, man.
Wait. Majority of the people that came from diaspora, as much as I begged them, in less than 2 years, they died.
Majority of the people died. Majority.
Yes.
Where'd you get that number from? You just said you don't lie. Thank you. He just said one man. You just said when they come here they don't lie about what they are saying about Nigeria, and he just lied just now.
How can you say it's lying? Hold on, everybody, hold on. How can you say it's lying when it's giving you a personal anecdote?
You say majority of Nigerians that come back Nigeria. What did he get that statistic? First of all, and it's ridiculous.
Hold on, everybody. Mike, you don't listen. That is why you always get into this intractable argument that leads to just some cul-de-sac. So now he's going to repeat what he said, and then if you still disagree, then you can disagree. But repeat what you said because I heard you.
I said majority of the people that I know after
that he knows. So the people that he knows. So you don't listen is the problem.
Because even majority that you know at first, and even majority that you know.
That was what he said.
Even majority that you know.
You want to argue with that?
That's a lie too.
Okay. All
right. And what's the number? Give me that number. Give us the numbers. Give us the number.
Just give up. Sorry.
No, don't give up. Give us the number.
You'll never get anywhere.
So when you are telling your own story, then that all American
friends dying. How would you say I'm lying about my friends dying?
How many? I said, give me number now.
Give us numbers.
One is too much.
Let the man talk now. One man. Why are you playing bias? Let people do it now.
I'm claiming bias.
You like to take sides, you say you are fair,
All right. Okay, thank you,
Solly. Can I say something, please?
No, sorry. No, I must move on.
Not about this. Not about this.
No, I must move on. After Solly, I want to read man to round off his thoughts because I wanted to stop at 4 hours. Now we've hit 5 hours, and then we'll hit 6 hours. So we must cap it.
So people are just saying their truth. You can't tell people not to say their truth because it makes your country look bad. This is one of the problems of the country. How do you want to get solved if you keep sweeping everything under the carpet? If somebody asks me, I would tell them exactly what happened. Why? Because I have a fear of them also dying. And if they choose to go there, I will not stop them. But I will not tell them a lie. What you are trying to tell all of us here is to lie to people in diaspora and to lie to people that have not visited Nigeria. Why should we do that?
But you lie about the things that didn't happen. Also, we are not telling you to. We are not telling you not to not only just.
I lied about.
Wait, listen. But you guys exaggerate a lot of evil things to say.
No. Thank you, Mike. Let's just hear from Middleman. It's not going to go anywhere because we've been on it for what 20 minutes. So yeah, Middleman, just round off, and then I want to huddle through.
Yeah, man. I don't even know where my don't even know where to start. So Mike and the ego, relax, man. Relax. It is our country, and we all dream of making it a better place. Man. This is criticizing it is sometimes could be part of the beginning of the solution. You know, because that has to do with recognizing that there is something wrong. We cannot simply think that things are okay when we assume that things are not okay, and or that things are fine or things are going smoothly just because we are safe in our safe corner. It doesn't concern us. No, man, it doesn't work that way. So, well, one man, it's nice to be back. I try to mark my presence more often than lately, and I'm happy the platform is still going on.
All right, thank you, Middleman. We're not going anywhere because we are going to go with them to 2023 February, and then we will decide what happens in that space. But thank you, Middleman. A real delight to hear from you again. So, gentlemen, I want to really rapidly huddle through now because I did want to cap, as I said, at 4 hours. It is now, 5 hours now, essentially, 59 minutes. So just rapidly through, and I'll start with Eagle. So, Eagle, just parting words.
Yeah, for me, let me go back to the elections. For me, for fairness in this country, for fairness, we need an Igbo president. A president must come from Southeast. That's my position first in that area. Then
hold on. Hold on. I did say rapidly through, but yesterday you were telling us that the Igbos are stingy people. So what's when people are saying that
my position, you are not getting me. Speaking the truth does not say you must speak the truth. What I still stand by it. That doesn't make them. That must stop them from being president. I'm telling you about fairness. Fairness is what I'm talking. We have the people from the south side, they've run the country. The south west, we've gotten from the north. So the presidency must go to an Igbo man if they want fairness in this country. But mind you, even if Jesus Christ can't run Nigeria today, they will still call him names. That's my position. I am saying that Igbo man is due that. No, I said that politics is being played. If you want to gain politics, you should play it the way they play it. You should distribute your wherever you have. And they say, why am I? No, I said no. Abiola, how did he gain name? Abiola was a pillar of sport, was a pillar of this. He distributed money across the country, even before that June to wherever, before he won the election squarely. And I cited Tinubu. I said, Tinubu is doing this. I said, which Igbo politician has ever, they own the most billionaires in the country. Which one has ever come up to begin to distribute such funds as in high in the position? All Jews are is a billionaire. Have you heard that he went to one market and gave people 50 million?
They told you
that is my position. Russia also is a billionaire.
All right, thank you.
People. So I didn't say anything wrong, but people will just quote you, just conclude you, and just say what they want. So that's my position.
All right, thank you, Igor. So you stated your position now. So if you deviate from it, next time, I will remember.
For fairness, I said, but the people who owns the country, which you know, and I know. But for fairness, the power should go to the southeast. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Igor. So that was Igor. So rapidly through, we're doing now. So X0 rapidly through. Okay, I think we've lost X0 in all of the excitement of it. So from X0, let's take Tony And then Tony, just rapidly through, because we are trying to shut down now just as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. So I'll be silent since because it's so sad because of this Ego and Mike, my brother, are surprised because I just have a question for you that if Nigeria was that better than America, why do you have to go back?
Nobody says better. Stop it.
No, you said that Nigeria is better or Nigeria is good. If Nigeria is good, not better, not better. If Nigeria is good at all, if it's livable at all, a country with no light, no, nothing. Why do you have to go back to America? And then meanwhile, no matter how I hate the white people, Germany, they have done a lot for me. Like Ajani Koko said, we are very grateful. You know what I'm saying, to these foreign countries that are helping us, rescuing us, from all this problem. Then for Ego, don't forget that you have some other family member, even though you are a rich man. I'm very, very rich in Nigeria. My family is very talkative. But what about the extended family? Our sister that go to marry other people, on see the villages, the streets, everybody. And then to my man,
No. Just rapidly
please, power. I just want to say hello. I want to say hello to one man, please, sir.
Say hello to him now.
To power. Hello, how are you? I mean, I'll say.
All right, thank you, Tony. No, enough. I said rapidly through. Just, I want to shut it down now. It's 5 hours, So let's go to Solid to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't really have much to say, but I just want to say to Mike and Igbo, you can't bully people from saying the truth just because you feel like it makes the country or makes you look bad because you are from the country. Allow us to say our mind. We are all here to say our opinion. If you like, say my opinion is rubbish. I don't care as long as I say it. Thank you. I don't have much else to say.
All right, thank you. Sorry, apologies. I'm pushing for the time, but I did want to cap it an hour earlier, so that's why I'm pushing for the time. So thank you, Solly. So from Solly, we go on to Ajanle Koko, to you.
Thank you, one man. I want to thank everybody and your contribution. It's quite meaningful. Mike and Ego contribution is meaningful as well. They are speaking their mind, and we are speaking their mind. But what is so important and what we should know is that if we really want to have a nation that works, we must say the truth. If the nation is not going good, we have to say it is not going good. And who are the people that are driving it not to go good or driving it down? We have to call them who they are. They are dishonorable people. We should not honor them. And lying and reinforcement of lie, we should desist from it. We that like to say the truth or tell the world that what is going on in Nigeria is not good. We love that country. It's not that we hate it. We don't hate that country by saying what is actually going on in that country. So for Mike and Ego, I want you guys to know that you don't love that country than us. You just have your own perspective, and we have our own perspective. But one thing that is sure is that we all love that country. But the way we that are saying the truth, we want it to work for everybody and not for some section or some group of people. The way the country is running now is run and it works for some group of people and not for everybody in the country. That is what we detest. That is what we don't like. And that is why we are speaking up. We want a nation with justice and fairness, a nation that rule of law reigns. That is the nation we want. A nation that we can be both. We can take our children to go and live, and they can go around. They can go to anywhere. That's the nation we want, or the country we want. So we don't want a country that we'll be afraid to go to. We don't want a country that has no medical facility. We don't have a country that has no good educational infrastructure, a country that with no good road, no pipeline water. At this, modern world, we don't have functioning infrastructure. Everything is decay. So we don't want that. So that is why we are speaking up. But other than that, I want to thank our guys behind the scene that are chatting. You are the strength of the platform. Continue to do what you are doing. And everybody watching us around the world, please like, share, subscribe, and hit the notification button. And, so that when one man went to more is going on live, you can get notified. I thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll continue the struggle. Thank you, woman.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So from Ajale Koko, we're going to Thomas. Thomas, to you.
Yeah. Thank you, woman. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. I would just like to say, everybody, we love the country. I love the country. We don't hate the country. We just want everything to go smoothly. But if we don't point out the problem, we will not find how to solve the problem. That is my take. Like what we rightly said earlier on, a lady from Australia came to Nigeria. He was not informed about this mosquito. She got bitten by the mosquito. The leg was amputated. If he has more information about the country, he will know. Maybe we should have take some things. Sorry?
That's superstition.
We brought the story here. Maybe you are not here. So,
but it's superstition.
What superstition? What do you mean by superstition?
How the mosquito cut your leg? Huh?
One man brought the story here. Everybody was here when he brought the story. So I'm just saying if we inform people will know where to go when they travel to the country. We don't say people should not travel to the country, but we just want everything to be good for everybody. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless everyone. Thank you, one man.
Thank you, Thomas. So that was Thomas. Apologies that we had to rush through. So from Thomas, we go on to Mike. Mike, to you.
Well, see, the issue is, like Yoruba people will say, if you name your Peking, and we happy they call them weary. And so it be. Nigerians, we name Nigeria zoo. People don't call us zoo, Now, to me, there's difference between, I'm not even against criticism. There's difference between criticism and condemnation. And there's also difference between criticism and constructive criticism. Now, my issue here is not even the criticism. My issue here is just the way Nigeria are going to condemn. When we start calling ourselves zoo, we're calling ourselves shithole, where people that say, okay, so we call them zoo, and let's call them zoo. People say that's the place you go, you will die, this will happen to you, and there's mosquito in Nigeria. If you go there, it will bite you, you will lose your leg. And the people that have tourist money to come and spend, well, locals, Nigeria don't have job, will make money, will make foreign tourist money. The tourists will say, okay, let me go to Ghana, where the same mosquito that's Nigeria, that are telling them that is in Nigeria, also exists in Ghana. All this backward way of we do things, backwardness is why we are going backward. Our backward thinking, condemnation, criticism is different from criticism, and criticism is different from constructive criticism. Just as somebody mentioned earlier, Germans criticize their countries, America criticize their countries. Everybody criticizes their country. The difference is they do constructive criticism. As they're criticizing the country, at the same time, they are also presenting a positive and just to balance the criticism, and also overall, they will propose solution. They would just criticize in a way where they are actually showing people solutions to the problem. That's how they do things. That's how you progress. That's how progressive minds think. And somebody came and say, how can we not condemn the country when there's no electricity? First of all, my dear, let me tell you something. All these countries are going to, you say there's electricity. Before electricity was created, those countries were in darkness until an individual citizen woke up and figured a way to solve the problem and decided to do scientific research and discover how to create electricity. It was not the president of those countries that invented electricity. It was a common citizen. And since electricity has been invented for a couple of hundreds of years, probably 200 years now, Nigeria has not figured out how that scientists in America or Europe invented electricity for himself. Not a single Nigerian organization or even a university have organized a research on how to build a power plant. Some people will come and say they are rich. They have a village. They haven't figured out how to design a power plant for just their village alone. But they come and just condemn and swear and say, go better for the country. Go, God, just, I'm like, okay, what is what is this? Is this, we know a payment jar. They say a payment jar. When you're swearing, it's swear, you're cursing. The law of attraction exists. It's real. If you are swearing for yourself, that's where will catch you. If they swear for your country, go catch you. It's not some moron day comment section. They say Mike love Nigeria. I'm not speaking because out of love or anything. It has nothing to do with love. It just has to do with common reasoning, just progressive reasoning. That's all it is. It's not about love. I'm a Yoruba. I care about Yoruba land. That's it. And the only reason I'm against this, if you guys are swearing for your land, if you're Igbo man, they swear for Igbo land, I'm okay with that. If you are a Northern man, you're swearing for your Northern land, I'm okay. If you are a Edo man, they swear for. But as far as I say, Yoruba land is still part of Nigeria, and you're swearing for Nigeria. Where that swear would affect me? That's what I'm problem with.
All right. Thank you, Mike. So that's a good spot to leave it. Thank you, Mike. So we give the last word to Truth to Power. So Truth to Power, just in a very brief summary, bring it to a close for us. Truth to Power, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, One Man, for the opportunity given to everybody to air their own view and say their truth. In passing, I just want to implore every one of us that have been a part of the conversation today, no hard feelings. We're just trying to bear our truth. But to call it a day, I'm just going to hit to one or two things. And what I'm going to say is this, that for those who have said that they continue to criticize constructively our dear country, Nigeria, we all know that it is for good. And for those who say that enough of banding all the negativity, let's sprinkle that hint of positivity. You too, you do have your point. And I think that balance really needs to be reached, that we cannot sweep under the carpet the problems. We can bring the problems to the fore, we discuss it, and it is in discussing it that we actually have to bring solutions to bear. And I'm just going to drop it there. And I want to say something lastly, that there are well-meaning Nigerians everywhere, and great minds have grown out of Nigeria. They've gone on to different spheres of human endeavor to do great things. So there is a difference between the citizenship of Nigeria and the leadership of Nigeria. And I know that no one is out there to castigate the well-meaning Nigerians, people who fend for themselves, resilient people who struggle to put food on their table, who struggle to put their children through school. No one is castigating those people. We doff our hearts for every well-meaning Nigerian doing things to ensure that they continue to bring smiles to the faces of their family and people at large. But for the leadership of our country, we do have that score to settle. And that is why people are pouring out their hearts to say that there is that vacuum that government has left. And we cannot really reach our fullest potential. So people cannot really be their best versions of themselves if government do not create the enabling environment for us to thrive. So I'll leave it there for everyone that has been a part of the program today. I'm sure I want to implore you guys to subscribe if you have not. If you've not thumbs up, please do that so that you can be the first in line to see what we're doing here on the platform. God bless Nigeria and God bless everyone that has been a part of the program today. Good night.
All right, thank you, Truth to Power. So that was Truth to Power, saying it in a manner that only he can. That's just this is why we all enjoy. I don't know, but I think I can say we all. This is why we all enjoy so much. It's just the variety of tones and opinions and slants on life and perspectives. So that was a perspective right there, unique and peculiar to Truth to Power. Mike's perspective, unique and peculiar to him. Ego's perspective just peculiar, not unique, but just peculiar. But I, of course, that odd Oyalafe man. So we bring it to an end here. And apologies if I was a bit forceful about the thumbing up thing in the earlier sessions. It just rankles somewhat sometimes when I'm inviting people to thumbs up and, I'm not seeing the numbers going up and I'm saying, okay, so it is a participatory thing. So I am participating in the way that I can, and you're just through your one participation to click just some lousy button, and you are needing to be finessed to do that. So just do that as soon as you log on. Then you are not then part of that call when you are calling. So just thumb it up. If you've been sufficiently enough with the session, then you know how it goes. And if it's to your taste, then just thumbs it up. I mean, what is the difficulty in that? So I'll leave it there. Carry the converson within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.